Radiant team ban.
Yeah.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Keeper of the light.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lena.
EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time.
Assassin.
EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Please.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Victor's Gaming, will they be able to do it? XXS was kind of the big focus ban out and shutdown of the draft out of EG, but they still seem to have a lot of power in their lineup.
Spectre, boo, thumbs down. The hero gets wrecked by Abba in lane.
You can't say things like that. You were Mr. I want to have a Naga game yesterday.
It was facetious, Toby.
It was,
Actually, that was a good Naga game. But I like Spectre. I like playing Spectre, but every time I see Abba or Centaur or any good offlaner in this patch, like Timbersaw, you just oh man, my laning phase is miserable. Especially if you don't have a Lich, but this time it will be a Crystal Maiden on their side. Babysit good old burning.
babysit them up.
I always like series when there's a lot on the line. This series determines upper bracket seeding for Group B, and we are on the final day, so it's our last chance.
And it's the group everyone was thinking was going to be right, like everyone just sitting on top of each other. It's exactly what has happened. There's only one team out of this entire group which is not capable of actually making the top two. It's rough, to say the least. But we'll see how we go as Invictus Gaming. This is something which I'm looking forward to seeing from them too, is just how the spec does function. We talked about like how much harassment can be taken by the spec, but you've then got this IG lineup with the mid laner. We've seen it time and time again with the low respawn time, a talent being skilled up, where Invictus Gaming end up in these huge fights. He actually gets the you'll get the bounty rune, but he's got stun level 1. Can turn for a 3-man stun, potentially just walk out of here at the moment, and that's exactly what's going to happen. They're not close enough to do enough damage to kill off XXX.
I wonder if Zai was considering skilling Mana Leak at that point. Might have. I guess he could have just turned around and stunned, and then.
Yeah, he already had the Luminate, so no joy in that front. Yeah, but how does the spec work? Because I'm expecting IG to end up in these mid brawls where you don't even care if OP dies at the very start because he's just going to come back and dish all the damage out again.
He's their main right clicker, although Spectre's not actually a right clicker. Right clicker I think of as heroes that are good for PK. Spectre actually does. But he is that heavy farmer that they need. It just be off lane. Generally their play, so he won't be FK farming. To get that range creep.
Gotta get the farm. Bottom lane is actually looking pretty difficult for Universe. You got both the Crystal Maiden as well as the Monkey King going against him, and it's one of the very few times you're not seeing Monkey King up in the trees early on. He's looking for just the raw harassment with that early PMS against Universe.
This is your main concern when you run a Spectre, though, is that you'll get run over in the safe lane. So I think it's completely necessary that Monkey King is parked here the entire time. Jingu Mastery is quite good versus Abba. Generally, Abba doesn't really care, and he will just trade against any, but very difficult to trade.
Reason why is skilled up, top lane, a little bit more trouble again for the next Assassin. Got to be careful about the amount of damage that Clinks can pump out at him, but Crit can't keep the control up. And Nyx will be forced back potentially just to trigger the Shrine, or he just actually ferries out some extra... No, not even extra life. The courier came up to him. Just gave him a mango. You're in a couple of those.
Yeah. He's not level 2 yet. That's a slight issue for him. Well, we do see a rotation coming crit, but overall they haven't been able to completely zone out level 2 spot for him. Dolan.
Yeah, haste runed Crystal Maiden to steal off the first bounty rune.
He didn't actually steal.
Didn't he?
Nope.
He still managed to pick one up.
Yeah, I got one.
The mid looks to be going pretty well for the Lina. 14 for 1, then you got the 14-11. Burning is just denying the living crap out of the bottom lane. Like, Abaddon has 1 denied to his name. That's all he's managed to pick up from the lane, and you're still committing both the Coddle as well as the Abaddon to keep this bottom lane running.
Baboka's spacing them out quite well, whereas I can't actually get close enough to the creep, harass Burning and shove in the lane. What you want to do as a... From a lot of the Chinese teams, they have liked Monkey King. Got him in the tree. That clarity? Nope.
If you can stop Zai from having that, then maybe you could slow slow it down.
Burning could just throw a dagger at him. He's full mana, and he has level 2 dagger. I think it's
actually. Have we even seen a single dagger come out from Burning yet?
No. Got to start that innate natural regeneration. But maybe he wanted to say double dagger. Okay, that thing's such a long cooldown that it's really rare that you.
Oh, Babuka gonna again just get in the face of Universe. Burning doesn't really care about this. It's all just like clearing. So maybe this is the question mark. Like, are EG happy to accept the status quo, or do they want to rotate out? Like, when does the Clink start moving? Is it after the tier 1 tower drops, or is there another objective the Clinks wants?
It just depends on his time. Level 7-ish with Soul Ring, I think, is a pretty good time for him to run around. Aid. But he doesn't actually have good setup, though. It's heavily reliant on the Earth Spirit.
This time they're going on Universe quite heavily, and you're going to get all 4 hits out, so Universe got to be careful how much damage he takes. Burning is going in very deep for this. He doesn't have any Desolate up, or will it be enough? It will be. Burning will take the kill under the tower. Zai wants some revenge, but now he may also be in trouble. Burning will throw out the dagger quickly up on the hill and around. The Sunstrike was also looking to help out, but it won't happen. Q will find the extra kill onto Zai. And then Victor's Gaming will take 2 kills on the bottom lane.
I like the very aggressive build from Burning, the 2-1-0 build. He didn't actually go point in dispersion, which is generally a little bit better for laning. But yeah, the Desolate damage really added up. Keeper wasn't actually really close to the Abba, so he was entire time.
Hold hands and make sure that doesn't trigger. But Invictus Gaming now off to a fantastic start. The spec was meant to have more of a being harassed in lane kind of start, and now it's the other way around.
The 2 suppers have been doing. They know exactly how to play around this. You just have to make sure that he gets at the bare minimum level 6 in lane, I would say, and then you're kind of okay. Then you can just run around with Urn and Phase, kill people. But up until that point, Spectre is one of the weakest healers.
Yep. You got to give it time. Speaking of time, you could look at the Nyx Assassin also trying to get to his level 6. Hasn't been able to be zoned out that top lane just because the Coddle's been sitting on bottom lane the entire time. And, well, what's really been the impact of the Earth Spirit? This was meant to, like, win what lane?
He slowed down a bit. Come on, Toby.
A little bit. A little bit.
He's a solo Earth Spirit trying to control up mid and top and potentially, like, TP in and save bottom, but they just have hard lane matchup. Lina is, I would say, a favorite in most one-on-ones. I struggling to think of a one-on-one where actually not favored because she has really good right-click damage, really good at right-click spells to spam. Boboka, I mean, he's not really scared of Keeper.
Yeah, he really isn't. He knows he can fight and potentially win. I think he was more hunting for the courier, which was doing its little fairy work on top lane instead.
He saw that bounty. Making the supports kind of fear for their lives. Don't really know where to go right now.
Well, what do you do if you're EG? Because right now it feels like IG are the ones controlling when the attacks are coming. Just like this, into mid lane, the stun will be there, but they bring Dust, a quick Laguna Blade. And OP gets the rotation he needs to help him win that mid lane against Sumail. Illuminate to hit, Spike Cappers won't come up, so Nyx Assassin will be the casualty in return and the first kill for EG.
Boboka's playing really well. He's secured Spectre's lane, and he had that Dust already prepped for that mid kill to set up as soon as the Lina gets 6. So now they've kind of gotten past the hardest part of the game, I would say, for them. Burning's almost level 6, so they can continue to chain kills onto the Invoker. And this is all before the Clinks is ready. Clinks is mana burned down. He has a Sage Mask and an Aquila, and he's still at 0 mana. He needs chakras. He needs his Soul Ring from base. Chicken is coming. Burning, still, despite having 2 kills, you can't really leave him alone yet.
Yeah,
soon.
That's still on a baton in the lane. That's why you bring in the extra help. So already Monkey King is back, jumping in for his spring. Universe can be slowed down. Q's waiting for it, and there's your first stun. And Universe, you can shield up, but it will not save you. As Boboka will claim his first kill of the game.
Like a win in the draft for IG, give away Abba and take Monkey King.
Yeah.
Because Monkey King is destroying him right now.
And Boboka is like, you looked at the draft as well. Like I was thinking XXS was going to be the primary target. Like you saw the Magnus being the first ban out, the respect. And it's kind of just sitting in the head because of the amazing game you played yesterday. But also the Earth Spirit that came out from IG yesterday with their rotations is doing so much. Maybe it's almost a tribute to what IG always has been with the support rotations dictating the course of the game.
Boboka is playing really well this tournament. Looks like RTZ wants to move up a little bit. They're giving levels and space to the Keeper up top. It's time to make that rotation.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I wonder if he's going to go Helm of Dom this game. Helm of Dom is not really favored versus Crystal Maiden. It's often a free one.
Oh, Spectral Haunt, they're going top lane. That's the fight they want. In behind the tower, going to find Zai. And the perfect timing for it as well, because the Spectral Haunt reveals EG's aggressive maneuver. Arteezy left the lane and IG just attack.
They've seen one too many Clinks.
Oh, Sumail. If it is done, no, it won't connect.
EG's actually, I think, one of the teams that picks up Clinks a lot to invade the jungle. But the thing is, IG are already prepared for that. They've swapped the Spectre to the top lane to get some farm, and CM's just sitting at the tower on the bottom lane. And if they dive her, it's going to be a very difficult one. Escape unscathed.
Well, that's why they're bringing help. The two-man smoke rotation. Crit is so close by. Remember, they still should have... Yeah, they have that dust on the Monkey King.
I think they need Lina in here.
Oh, the jump forward. The smoke's going to break. They know that Arteezy is there, so they pounce forward. Arteezy's still not going to be revealed just yet, but that invis will wear off in a second. And is the stuns, the TPs are coming in, the double stun by Boboka, and then the spring in, catching up the 3 heroes. Burning's already down as Laguna Blade, OP, ready for the double kill, bounces up towards Universe. They'll trigger off the ulti on him, but the rest of IG, hot on the tail. Stuns should be ready in just a second. In fact, there it is, the damage is out. And EG, out-rotated by IG. Damn, it looked like IG even knew about that. Like, that Lina bought 2 TP scrolls the second that rotation happened on the bottom lane before this fight.
Well, they definitely knew what was up because Clinks has been off the map, and they know they're up against a Spectre. You can't just trade farm versus Spectre. He'll just... Knew the rotation was coming. They already scouted that earlier, but I think the Monkey King just destroyed that gank. He sprung to the right tree and then did the double Boundless Strike, which set up for the double Impale, and then the double stun from the Lina. So the Monkey King set it all up, and his positioning was really, really good. Hopping from tree.
And riding the cloud of victory, Boboka. They'll look for their new target, drawing the line to try and check out the jungle, and they are going to find Arteezy. Question is, can the stuns control him just enough? Sentry wards are down, and the answer is most definitely yes. Arteezy will fall. They give the kill over towards the Lina.
IG is running them over right now, and they had a Haunt just in case EG wanted to put up some resistance, and Clinks has been shut down. Last 3 minutes has just been him running around and then dying twice. He was meant to be the one that's supposed to control the mid game for them. So now it's up to Invoker. He has his Midas. He's farming up those camps. Would love to farm, but he's kind of their only hope for this mid game.
Farm, the only safe place you've got. Invictus Gaming did this yesterday as well. Like, you take one good fight. This is even before they took out the tier 1 tower in their series yesterday. They just put down these aggressive observer wards inside the dire jungle. They're going to see where EG is farming. They're going to see where they're maneuvering.
And they have really good catch for that. Nyx Assassin for additional scouting potential, and Haunts they can call in at any time to get an additional kill. So Invoker is still the highest on the dire side, but the Clinks, I think, very worrisome. Clinks relative to Vector, and he's forced to show on the map and farm everyone on IG side feel very safe. How are they going to get kills with the Clink? Like Earth Spirit plus Sunstrike is mediocre at best, but their lineup was meant to be hitting towers. Curse of Avernus plus Clink's right click is supposed to mow down towers, but they haven't even been in a position to really get close to towers aside from the T1.
They're coming again. The games continue to work for Invictus Gaming. They're going to commit a smoke up, and I'm wondering if they're looking for some mail or if they really want to try and find Arteezy. So invading of the jungle. Arteezy has backed off the top lane. Bubba, the smoke is going to break the dust. It actually connects the long-range stun, and Burning will arrive. Jeez. Even the ultimate from Monkey King. He'll make the Circle of Doom.
And just 3 ultis for your Clinks. they expected the Invoker actually at the Ancient. That's why they were so hesitant. Well, this could be pretty bad, especially with the Shrine up, but we were not in that position yet again.
So what's the saving grace? You got IG hunting basically the entire map against EG. How do EG stop the bleeding and then work to get themselves back on top?
Their lineup's pretty well geared for defending towers. Keeper plus Invoker is really, really good. And IG don't have a great tower hitter until gets her right level 15. And, you know, they're not worried about their tower getting under siege, but you got to worry about the Spectre getting farmed. And Spectre with Blade Mail later is going to be able to destroy the Invoker. So,
oh, they're breaking the smoke. Bubba needs to jump away up to the trees and so quickly down. The kick will fly through. An extra stun, but they'll have to sacrifice the Crystal Maiden. Not really the kill that EG was searching for, but they'll take whatever they can get. Unless this is actually really the rebuttal.
They don't have enough.
Oh, Zai's recalling in? Okay, maybe not worth the fight then.
Yeah, it's not worth the fight, but they would need, let's say, the lead. Looks like Spectre is coming in and baited by the Bounty Rune. Oh man, that's so many kills for Spectre. 2,000 gold already on back.
A 306 KDA. Not too shabby. Phase boots earn, and then you still feel confident enough you can go directly into Radiance as opposed to building more combat early items.
Any damage over 5 armor, he's not scared. 20 damage is pretty decent, but the thing about Spectre is your illusions don't get plus damage. A lot of your damage from Haunt is from the Desolate. So people actually don't like getting on like attack speed or something like that. So plus 20 damage is not as good as it seems, but he's not really worried about it. To be able, but it does help you farm faster. That's definitely the best part about it.
This warding game of Invictus Gaming. Okay, Zai. Berica is watching you. We'll have another Spectral Haunt in. Wait for the extra stun. Zai, Ali's still up for the moment and running back to the tower. So Spectral Haunt doesn't reap a reward for the first time in the game.
Look at where they are, though. They're just all in between their T2 and a T3 in the mid lane. They're all scared. They're all deathly afraid.
Yep.
IG.
Well, rightly so. They don't see anything. The Observer and Sentry Ward that just got de-warded inside the Radiant jungle was their only aggressive vision, and the only other defensive ward they have is next to their own Ancients. It's a very, very dark map for EG, and they've got to be scared of the trees. The Monkey King is just bouncing around. The Nyx Invis as well. There's nowhere really safe. Universe is the only one farming up what used to be the Invoker's safest place to farm.
They can't group up with ABBA, but they can't split up. You split up versus Nyx, will die.
Yep.
Some of that. So they just have to stick together, try and bait out some heroes and counter gank. Oka is getting so much vision, playing the monkey perfection.
Well, there's your Blink Dagger on the Nyx Assassin, so jump and initiation for IG's become better. And then Nyx has had a fantastic game as well, more net worth than the spec.
Am I the same Blink? Very. Bird's life is going to be very, very difficult. You have a Spectre like haunting onto you, and then you have to worry about a Nyx being able to reflect your illuminates. It's actually, I think, a small oversight by EG not banning out. It's very common to ban things.
Stun's going to connect. Babaka's there, the kick, but then again, you do have the Monkey King ulti down. Arteezy has to walk back away from the rest of the Kings, but it won't be possible. Nyx Assassin right on the tail, and Babaka, he'll even survive. Down to 35 HP, triggers up the one charger, stays up, and Evil Geniuses thought they were setting the trap with the Earth Spirit.
He's so good at staying in a circle, too. Like, he was really low, but he's like, I'm just going to run around my circle. You're going to have to walk through my, what do you call them, statues?
Yeah.
Circular formation of soldiers. I don't actually know.
We'll just call them soldiers then.
Soldiers, yeah.
Yeah, the King's soldiers. Be better as like the King's Guard.
That's what they look like. I like it when Rubik steals it, and are those still? I guess it's more like minions.
There should be the Rublings. It'll be Rublings.
King, Monkey Princes.
They're gonna have him like it could be epic, man. He's a king. He has the King's Guard.
That's true, but they're all like replicas of himself.
Yeah. But nothing is as good as the original. All right.
Okay, so
the Aghanim's is there.
Sumail's still had a pretty bar. He's only died once, and that was pretty early on, and he still has an 18-minute Midas Scepter, which is not amazing. I think I've seen like 13, 14 before, but still pretty good situation with it. 14-3. Right now, you want to be, you know, you want to have all the T1s down for EG and looking to start Roche because you have Clinks on your team. They are just not in a position to do so. They could potentially still sneak Roche though. Curse of Avernus is max on Universe. He went 144, and then you have Clinks with minus armor. Maybe once he's not going for the Dominator to the Clinks. He's actually
He's
scared
going for
about
a BKB.
dying. No, he's going for. Oh, I saw Lance earlier.
He's got a BKB
Wow,
in his
he's
quick
that
buy
scared.
now.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is a very defensive Clings. Like even if it was like a Desolator, he could look just to take out the tier 1 house and get that injection of money into Evil Geniuses. But with a full BKB, they must be preparing for a very heavy storm that IG is going to come at them.
He has the support philosophy in mind. Get gold by not dying. BKB is really good against their team until Monkey King gets items. And Monkey King, he is building BKB. Yeah, Spectre, yeah, he has Radiant, so it's gonna help him survive. Or just getting chains done. Quite the possibility of that.
And even at this point, there's a nice sentry ward. This is a nice pick-off, especially when it's Sumail who gets the kill. 419 gold into him.
Yeah, he's sort of quite a pretty penny. Wasn't able to spend any of his died, but losing the T2 is not good. There's mass TPs coming in from the shrine from behind.
Yeah, they're looking to ramp around. Maybe they can find the opening, but they need a quick slow. Burberka gonna now go out, bringing in the King's Guard, and maybe Lilina, does she have the life with the stun? It won't be enough, but you're still fighting in the middle of both the Crystal Maiden Ultimate as well as the Monkey King. It's still enough that EG will survive, and Sumail hits the perfect tornado into the Sunstrike. Burberka cannot escape from this one. EG, a huge fight for them on the bottom lane.
Damn, they got owned. Trying to take down the tower without Nyx Assassin, and right before Spectre had its Radiance. If Spectre had a Radiance, they probably could have taken the fight. They had a lot of AoE damage coming with Alina, with the Freezing Field coming out, but not enough. But
we can have a quick look at it again. So EG really wanting to get involved in this one. That rolling boulder and silence of Alina just kept it out of the fight at the start. And Q and Burberka, like, they try to create enough space, but not enough space created.
that's a lot of Sumail action right there. Really good tornado, knowing exactly where he's going to be, right at the edge of the circle in the tree.
And now Sumail is #1 net worth, very close to finishing up his own BKB.
Spectre Radiance looks like it is coming to him as we speak. Lina has her Shadow Blade. She wasn't able to deny herself that fight, so a lot of gold going. Looks like net worth lead only 3,000 in favor of IG.
And that steel grip they seem to have on the game gets a little bit shakier now with that bottom fight.
That's when Spectre's at his weakest. He's like trying. It's like before he gets his weight. Now that he has Radiance, you're so powerful as Spectre. You farm up everything. You can get kills by not even at the fight, and just do a lot more once you have your game is much easier. And Clinks is not scary. Sometimes you might have to be scared of the Clinks killing you, especially with the threat strike. But this game, I don't going to be that much Spectre.
Not for now, unless things go horribly wrong. I think Zai's trying to find the rest of his farm, build into that Aghanim Scepter, let the global work for him. And EG actually falling back to their own base. It's Invictus Gaming who was smoked up on the hunt, moving into the dire jungle.
They could have been, I think the IGs. IG doesn't have the best Roche. Good at Roche. Monkey King, I suppose, is defending the Roche, but actually I take probably need a.
Actually, still now going to get some really good vision down. They put the sentry a little bit higher up, so they don't actually find the dire observer ward. So this maneuvering of IG is visible to evil geniuses.
Yeah, really nice observer. Oh. It's like they have a really nice sentry too. Southwest, but Nina, does she have her damage talent yet? She is.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Plus 50 is up. Ripping through the towers.
Dire's middle tower
Second time
has
Boboka's
fallen.
that ward.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that EG just can't come out and freely farm. Like both those observer wards watch the close and safe farming areas of evil geniuses.
Trying to squeeze in that farm. Invoker just picked up his beat.
Radiant's
400
bottom
gold
tower
left on
is under
RTZ.
attack.
Can't really do too much to burning. I think he probably is. Also, no way for out the haunt. He has max dispersion.
Let's jump in, middle lane, the sun's going to connect. It's going to be a big one if they can bring down Samael. No buyback available, it's a minute on the sidelines, but better is the double stun. Bobeka hit it perfectly, and Crit has to run away, but he cannot go fast enough. All by his little lonesome, and burning will desolate him down.
That's a really good blinding light. He pushed Boboka out of the. Yeah, but one of the downsides about BKB is if you get stun locked, and Invictus sure do have a lot of stuns, it is not particularly useful. But I think he needs it versus Nix's assassin. Like, not really any way for him to not get stunned and fight unless they start. But no Orchid. Purely be relying on the Earth Spirit to control. Nyx is getting big. He's going to have Scepter soon, too. You're going to have to start.
He's going to find Arteezy even sooner. Jump forward, able to land off the stun. They do bring in the dust, so once again, Reveal is there, and Clinks is now down.
He did buy his BKB, so I think his gold loss was very, very minimal, if any. But
and with that fight like succeeding, you're still going to lose the tier 2 tower up on top lane. Nothing was really going to stop that buyback or not.
Now IG just have to play around the Haunt cooldown. Haunt is seconds coming up. The only big fight that they lost was when they fought when Spectre wasn't.
Yeah, OP still hits, like, he don't even hit like a full truck yet. Like,
Magic resistance. Pretty good. Invoker, Earth Spirit, Keeper. Yeah. Almost straight 12% damage reduction.
TP is coming down the bottom lane as IG is just stopping the push from Evil Geniuses. There's took 4 heroes down here. So it's like EG would like to find a pick-off. And Lina is the one running directly in through the middle of them. On top of the Observer and Sentry Ward, able to get the original stun, plus Laguna Blade onto Crit. The OP, he did a little bit too deep, gonna lose his life. Almost, and it will be, in fact, almost instant respawn up for him. Bobeka will fall. Arteezy will trigger his BKB. But the Lina is back up and ready to fight.
They were in a way better fortified position. Their Abba was sitting behind the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit didn't even die that fight. And Keeper was there for the immediate blinding light. Not even a Bloodstone charge.
And Abaddon actually finishes his own Radiance 25 minutes in.
Oh yeah, minus Radiance on Universe. Pretty well. Just a few minutes behind Spectres.
Oh, Arteezy. It just is not a fun day for him.
Even if he had BKB up and hadn't used on bottom lane, died. Not great for him.
Someone needs to go over and deward the orbs.
Keeper has Ags too. Dire side is still farming. RT kind of transitioning. Position 3, perhaps 4 soon. But good thing Universe is there to pick up the farm.
And the more he's able to pick up, the stronger that big group maneuver of EG can be. And that defense hold. But that's still IG's major problem. Yeah, we're getting ourselves a fantastic late game carry in the form of the Spec. Lena's pumping out a lot of damage, but they still need to go high ground. They still need to bring down the racks against the D push that is EG.
And they still need better anti-BKB in actual team fights. I think they're really good at picking off people before, but if
Roche?
Yeah, EG can easily do Roche with one of the big benefits of having Abba. It's just incredibly good.
Spectral Dagger just
doesn't have enough damage.
He's
oh
trying.
My God,
like he
so
actually
slow.
he had to consume a Forge Spirit while they're doing this push. Illuminate trying to keep burning back as Nyx jumps in, looks for the stun, and then you've got the ultimate out from the Monkey King, covering the area. Roshan is still alive and rather annoyed everyone's knocking on his front door, but they're backing up. Laguna Blade crit dropping down low. OP needs some space away from Sumail. He'll turn around, but he gets hit by the meteorite. He'll burn down the Magnetize. Even in death, the work is being done by the Earth Spirit, and the completely bone-dry burning. Moving back to the T1 tower, Blinding Light bringing him back closer towards EG, and he will go down as well. EG. Roshan was their original target, but their real target is now the entire extermination of Invictus Gaming.
Wow. Zai is having the most godly blinding lights. It pushed Monkey King out of his ulti and it trapped him on the cliff in one blinding light, and then everyone else couldn't fight because of the blinding light. That was ridiculous. Blinding light plus BKB, and they were near immune at the pit, and now they will claim the prize Roche. They fought without Haunt, and RT did do a good job of baiting out that Haunt. That was his contribution in the past few minutes, but now he's able to accrue a little bit more net worth. Definitely not going to be the bearer of the ages. Far more valuable.
Keep that Invoker alive and watch the graphs go the way of evil geniuses.
They need BKBs on IG. They have no physical damage on. This blinding light was so good.
Invoker comes down and then the push straight back out again.
No one can go inside the pit. Burning doesn't have his haunt up, and RTZ just quick work. Lena has a dumper combo onto the Earth Spirit. Just leaves Sumail free to do whatever he wants.
And the perfect fights for evil geniuses. And they keep their dream alive of getting up into that top 2. For their group stage, if they can get this win, the path is still there. Invictus Gaming, the one sitting pretty at number 1.
They don't have a good way to deal with the app. Not terribly easy. They don't have any silences, so they can't prevent him from popping his ulti. They can try and stun lock him, but if they stun lock him with like Nyx, it's not even going to be close enough to proc him into 400 HP.
Are you still gonna be happy though with like the spec going into the late game? Like, okay, we're talking about like the Abaddon being an issue right now, but this game looks like it could still drag on for a good 20-30 minutes now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Yeah, it's not going to be great for Spectre, because like Abba can get Ags to counter the ulti, and they can just all huddle up. It's perfectly okay for them to huddle up in the team fights. Like the chain stun is going to be annoying, but if Abba has ulti and Keeper's channeling Illuminate, I don't think they'll take any damage on at all. Desolate will be gone, they'll heal up, and all the damage reduction for Ags is going to be... And the thing is, Universe can farm up a lot of items this game. Going for a Lotus Orb, like as his next... What is Lotus Orb great for here? They don't really have that much single... Luna, I suppose. But
is it to just spell?
Yeah, dispel what, roots? Or, I mean, there's not that many... Curious as to what... Picking that up. Let's say Ag. It's pretty useless against Spectre. Spectre... Don't at all. It's not particularly good against Monkey King either. Assassin, I suppose, might... Small contender, Laguna, I suppose, is also... I think pretty much everything he... With the Lotus might be better with the Ags, but maybe he's thinking about the future. Potentially thinking that they're going to try and shut him down with a Silencers. there's nothing coming out. I guess Lena's do build Bloodthorn later.
That's a pretty forward thinking right there. He assumes he's not going to get any other items for a while. I can understand that. The Klingsu's also just kind of like scrapping a whole bunch of earlier game items together. Already having the Crystallis. Now looking to build into the Desolator still at this point of the game.
They haven't itemized armor. They're itemizing against magic damage right now. BKB already picked up on Lena, so he needs way more physical to make up for the fact that.
I see Burning actually trying to go against him. Is a Blade Mail in his quick buy?
Blade Mail is one of the best items in Spectral. Just do so much damage, you just haunt into the middle of them. But it's not so great versus Abba. Because Abba does.
Radiant's middle tower is
Can at least
But
get the
it's good versus
clinks off.
everyone else.
Get the clinks off your tail.
Yeah, it's good versus Clinks. It's not terribly great versus Invoker because Sumail has. But it's one of the better items. You don't really want to go BKB on Spectre, although I think this game it's probably going to be necessary for him. Come. Blinding Light is. Blinding Light also mitigates a ton of damage. MKB.
Yeah.
Really a thing.
For something a little bit more specky. EG is going to push through the top lane and to the tier 1 tower. Invictus Gaming. Choice to defend it if they wanted to do it, the Aghanim Scepter on the Nyx Assassin. But at the moment, they're just pushing down through their own jungle on the bottom. A heavy showing from Evil Geniuses on the top, and IG will know they are not ready to fight this, but in fact, they won't get there in time. It's tier 2 tower or completely let that top lane go.
Their 5-man is so strong. Nyx Assassin can't get an angle because Keeper Ags. It's daytime right now. And they still have Aegis on Sumail. So there is very little way that IG can maybe if they're like going high ground and Nyx can set up some stuns with the Ags. These two towers are done for.
Yeah, it's the Lena showing herself, and Arteezy, with the Alacrity buff up, now all of a sudden doesn't seem to be that, well, crap at damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
But the bottom lane's pushing in thanks to Spec Illusions.
Dire's bottom tower has
We're going to wait 4 minutes and a bit, almost a half, for Roshan to come back up again.
They smoked almost dead on the 5-minute Aegis expiration. They saw BKBs on EG, and it's up to XXS to prevent them from popping BKBs. I guess a little bit of Bobo Cut too, if they hit a good boundless strike to combo them into the chain stuns. But let's see.
It's the kill they want. If they can find the stun, they're going to hit it as well. That means follow-up with Laguna Ultimate from the Spectral Haunt. 80 seconds on the sideline, and also grabbing Zai. Blinding Light will create a little bit more space for him. Have they got one more dagger, one more stun to throw the way of Zai? He's still ticking down bit by bit. The punch will do enough, and then Burning to slice him up. The Gem of True Sight going to be gathered up. OP also finding an extra kill. It was Crit on the back lines. Universe trying to help out, but now he'll also get stunned. EG, one by one, they start to fall. The stun from the Nyx will hold him there. Jump into the burrow. And Lotus up, try and protect him, but OP, the damage is enough. The stuns to fly in as well from Monkey King. Nowhere to run to. Evil Geniuses killed just on the footsteps of their base.
Sumail was just trying to farm up a little bit, farm out that extra wave, but it ended up being a chain feed as they lose 4 heroes and a gem right outside their tower. IG couldn't really ask for that much more. Maybe he kind of thought that he still had Aegis or expected smoke to come that quickly from IG, but IG were spot on with that smoke time.
And Evil Geniuses, 34 minutes in, they did so well to get control of this game back. And Invictus Gaming, one fantastic fight for them. Now the stun over on Abaddon. The Blinding Light again making this very difficult for Invictus Gaming to fully finish up the bottom racks. And they're looking even deeper. Nyx Assassin's in way too deep. The Sentry Ward is there.
Oh, he's
So no way to survive, and he will go down. But you claim half of the bottom racks. And you stole the gem from EG.
That's a big deal. Makes Nyx's life a lot easier. That was during daytime too. EG, they were balled up for so long together. That's how they got back in this game, how they swept Roche, swept all those towers, but as soon as they split up, they are so weak for Spectre. I think if they just stay as 5 for most of the game, they'll be in. Because they'll be able to pop their BKBs because Abba will be able to get them. Nyx Assassin won't be able to jump because of the keep Ags. And Desolate won't do any damage if they're balled up as 5. Yeah, EG.
With that
looking
fresh
for another
Aghanim Scepter, Samael, he doesn't even see it coming. The Laguna Blade hits so hard.
He's getting picked off a lot.
And he's down with no buyback.
Yeah, I don't exactly know what he's trying to farm for at the moment. I guess he's going for Octarine, which is important for him, but it's also important to not die. And there's so many invis heroes in the game. I think he's overestimating his abilities to like pop BKB, let's say, Nyx and Pale. He's not going to risk getting the Vendetta hit. He's just going to try and stun him. All you need to do as Radiant is prevent him from popping his BKB. So just hitting one stun like a Light Strike Array out of a Shadow Blade from the there, or just a or Impale coming out from the Nyx assassin. Don't bother with the Vendetta. Samael does not have buyback.
No, he does not.
To Radiant.
Oh, but IG, if they will even push this, just try and force the buyback out. And when the buyback never comes, they'll understand it. Like that tier 3 tower is still dropping. Illumina's making it difficult to push. Again, that missed chance from the Blinding Light being a pain. And Invictus came in, they are backing up a little bit more. And they're not coming in with their second creep wave.
They are able to heal up with their urn. Still important. Burning can still fight. However, there is no haunt. Just need to wait another 40 seconds to that. I don't really fight right now.
So they just take out the shrine. That's easy enough.
It's actually up to Zai to control the fight. It's usually on Earth Spirit, but Zai, he's the one with the Blinding Light and the mana leak, and you can't Manta out of both of them. That fight he chose to... He got blinded. It's kind of one or the other, and Zai needs to be careful about stack spells. So that
EG are looking for some space if they can create it. The smoke gank into the Radiant jungle. Crystal Maiden is the only target who's really close by. Potentially Lina, if she moves over as Q, he'll actually break the smoke.
You don't want to go. Sorry, you don't want to kill CM. That's just not even worth it. You don't want to give weight of positioning for that.
But can they actually even properly kill her? Like, she's got a Sophic Ghost Scepter.
They could.
The kill is going to be difficult even with 5 of them.
Oh, Radiant has used Scam. Boom, red, we know exactly where you are, and it's time to bounce. But splitting up is where they're at their weakest. They were S5. IG have avoided the gank. Haunt is up again. Now they can look for kills with the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin and Q on the hunt.
Oh, they're so close behind. The push forward. Crit's able to rolling boulder away. Spectral Haunt comes down. It didn't block up Crit, but it's EG in full retreat back home where they know it is safe.
That's a miss. Now Roshan's up, and now they might be in the same position that they were in earlier, where they used Haunt. They didn't get a kill this time with it, but it looks like they're going to try and sneak Rose. They do have the Solar Crest on the Monkey King, which should make things a little bit quicker, but
they're uncertain about it.
Yeah, EG are in a really good spot right now.
Are they baiting them? Are they? No, they're still pushing up mid lane.
So how are IG going to handle this Roshan?
Well, they're looking at it. They're probably thinking EG's going to come over at some point, but now it's EG who get the vision of Burning moving into the pit, and Q being up so far, rolling boulder forward. The Ghost Set will protect him from the initial attack of Arteezy. As that Crystal Maiden is basically being pummeled on the back line by Arteezy. Throws out the half-a-second ultimate, but on the front lines, that's where Laguna Blade gets the big kill. Samael will fall. Universe is trying to do as much work as he can, but you've got OP just running in and killing off whoever he really wants to. And the bigger one is the teamfight controller. Zai will fall. Crit will go down as well in just a jiffy. And maybe the help from Arteezy. The damage is really big. Arteezy's gonna find the kill. He's still got more work to do. Bobica becomes his next target. Couldn't get the last searing arrow off. So Arteezy was going to fall as well. He'll have buyback available. But the 3 other dead heroes of EG do not.
Samael was unable to pop his BKB once again. It looked like Lina was able to stun lock him, with a little bit of help from the Nyx. But they have to be able to allow Samael to cast spells. And it's either he has to pop his BKB super early, it's still 8 seconds on him, so he can still pop it early, or they have to rely on the Abba to get him out of the stun lock, and I think Nyx Assassin was able to control both at the same time. I'm still not a big fan of the Lotus Orb. It hasn't really done anything for Abba, and everyone else is dying around Abba, which is your worst nightmare as Abba. If you're one of the last heroes alive, then that's never a good thing. They didn't cast Solar Crest on the ideal target here, and OP just got slaughtered by Arteezy. Able to get probably 2 extra kills, I think. They cast a Solar Crest on him. XSS just tries to care it up. Still, 4 kills. Still pretty happy with that. I think it probably should have been better considering how quickly they killed the Invoker, but considering they didn't have Haunt for that fight, IG should be happy.
the fact that they're still able to claim Roshan after, and yeah.
Yeah, Spectre with Aegis. Oh
Yeah.
man, that's not good.
The double spec. Potentially even triple if you hold on to your buyback money.
Man, Nexus SM has fallen far in net worth. It was doing very, very well. It's kind of slowed down post-Scepter.
Well, he keeps getting caught out like that. Like EG have to expend a lot of money for it. Like they're buying up the gems, they're putting down the sentry wards, they're finding his position, and then Crit gets the quick silence. Bottom lane, Zai wants to be protected. Got Diffuser bladed up, so he's a little bit slower. Blinding Light tries to create a little bit more space to Samel. He did get the BKB off, and as Nyx Assassin being thrown around inside the ice wall, and nothing can really save the Coddle or the Clinks. Caught up the hill and away from friends.
And another death without BKB being used. Just one of the threats of playing against a Nyx Assassin. You just always have to worry about getting stunned for so long.
And a buyback from Arteezy, which doesn't really achieve anything.
Yeah, he knows they have to buy back sooner or later, so might as well start the cooldown now, I suppose. But yeah, the Spectre is very difficult to deal with. He has heart now, so you have to. I think you just have to kite him with a keeper, but keeper's not even up right now.
Nope.
So no blinding light spam, no mana leak. That's the only thing that's going to stop him from taking the tower.
You put the pressure. You put the pressure on the 2,500 net worth Earth Spirit to be your controller in the fight. Very best of luck, Crit. At least burning is dry again thanks to the EMP.
Oh, he didn't Manta dodge it. That's not particularly good for them because he has a lot of HP regeneration. Be able to cast his spells. Be able to Manta out of the mana. Be able to Manta out of the. And without that, they're actually not going to take the rid. Where you're like, I wish I had Recall, or I wish I had Arcane Boots.
Someone would be wonderful. Hey, he can add the Vladimir's offering. That's the given now over from Monkey King. As they move in for the fight, Universe, Lotus Orbed up. Here comes your Tornado, catching the spec with the rock falling down. That Deathling Blast is good damage from Samel, but he's taking so much back as well. OP hitting like a truck, but he has to bail out. Arteezy's attack, it flew, but it wasn't going to be enough. It's the big stun out from the Nyx Assassin. They're still doing the work, burning, standing his ground, and actually surviving through all of this. Now finally he will fall, of all things.
OP denied himself to heal up burning. He actually sacrificed his bloodstone charges.
That's what the life was. Stun forward, Invoker's gonna fall. No way really for Samel to survive this unless Crit's got more to throw out, but no, the Monkey King's rod can extend that far. And they just try and hold the Earth Spirit in position. No one has buyback, and that is good game well played.
Boboka is a monster on Monkey King, and XXS continues to deliver on these stunning offlaners. How many times did they die without being able to pop their BKB? That was actually ridiculous how many times they died. And IG had to be really, really happy.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back.
Yeah.
EG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Monkey King.
Lena.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remain.
War Chief.
EG's turn to pick.
Earth Shaker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Silencer.
EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. EG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. EG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Weaver.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
That Monkey King, his rotations were wonderful last time around, and again, you're expecting more of the same in this game.
I'm worried about Silencer. Silencer owns their lineup.
Yeah.
Badly.
Yeah. Silencer is definitely going to be problematic, to say the least.
I thought they were going to also pick a right-clicker BKB hero in the mid lane. By IG Ban, I believe, last. Tia has one of the best matches versus. I actually think Tia.
And they decided, did they decide against it or was banned out, you said?
It was banned out. It was actually what a lot of teams use. Because you don't care about the burst, and Lina has a lot of trouble versus the Refraction Charge. And also their lineup's not particularly good at taking down Refraction Charges. Curse at a silent.
Well, off we start. They should get that Sentry Ward in range of the Observer Ward. There's one so close, yet so far away. So in Victus Gaming, we were talking about it in game number 1, just how great their vision game has been. Now, a little bit more of an uncharacteristic Observer Ward just off to the side of the mid. Should give a lot of warning bells, at least.
So what Monkey King does, everyone's scared. IG 1, 2, 3 bounty runes. Oh god, Monkey Kings, what do we do, guys?
That's about, I guess, the only safe one. Is that when you feel a little bit odd with the pickup of the Phoenix? Because, like, what's the Phoenix really meant to achieve? Like, what's Zai's real job? Like, we've seen Zai with these wonderful stun, initiating / control heroes. Now you get the Phoenix in the first 2. How does he make this hero work in their lineup of EG?
Cut down trees.
that's the secret.
Why are people picking Phoenix?
I don't know.
Sunray is okay, I suppose, but ever since it's best, they have ways to deal with the egg, even, I would say. Lina, really fast attack speed and massive range. That's kind of your worst nightmare. Unless it's a troll or a meat. Slightly worse.
Yeah, Troll is what you were thinking might have also been coming up. Also note, too, that EG did try and split the lanes up a little bit and change things up by putting Arteezy on the bottom lane, and that leaves Universe on the top. Universe was going to get harassed out, almost guaranteed, if he tried to run the off lanes. They put Arteezy in that position instead. Crit, try and initiate into OP. The Mana Burn's going to do some good work.
Ooh, some good old Quas Wex Invoker.
No XL point early on?
Well, he was tired of getting dumpstered in lane by Monkey King, plus much better build when you're actually afraid of early pressure. Universe, no mana for you, sir. No shrine for you. What does he do now? He has no mana.
It's a good question. Burning doesn't have a hell of a lot of life, however, so Consumable's going to have to start to be consumed up on the top.
Quelling Blade, Universe, not chopping trees. I have seen teams just like chop down trees everywhere. It's like what Timbersaw dreams of if he did. Great skill set at killing trees. But maybe you can get Iron Talon plus Quelling Blade and just chop trees down with Battle Fury, Octarine Core.
You become the hybrid Beastmaster. It's like dual wielding axes.
It'd be sick. Way to kill.
Yeah, would be a fantastic pickup. Even then, you could probably even throw him into the jungle and get a little bit more experience at this early point of the game. Simone committing with just harassment, Cold Snap. I don't think OP really cares too much about that. And this mid lane CS, it's 11-3 up against 5-6. So even with the creep wave underneath the tower, Sumail is still, again, behind in the CS. But I suppose this is to be expected when you go in the Quas Wex build on the Invoker.
Yep, wins most matchups. But I do like the Quas Wex. I think I realize how difficult life has to play a little bit against Alina. isn't even anywhere to be seen. And like, it's not even worth my time. I can just mess with Arteezy. Whoever's up here.
Yeah, and they actually just switched the lane, so Arteezy is on top lane, and Universe TP down to bottom shrine. So he's now on the bot.
Well, that's some... Yes, get this bear out of my lane. I'm happy to be versus Shaker.
The Centaur's already had a great lead. He's #1 in CS. Like, it's a 16-11 Centaur War Runner at the moment. There's a reason why both the Magnus and the Centaur were banned out in the first phase by EG last time.
You can't ban out X.
You really can't. You talk about the depth of the heroes of IG. I know OP kind of came under scrutiny a little bit with some of his heroes, but the real unsung hero for this team is still going to be XXS.
He should have been M, or at least tied.
Yeah, next to Baboka. Those guys did so much work.
XX Baboka. The Monkey King's different this game. It's not blue.
Was he changing his gems halfway through?
You have different styles for the... Gets tired. Cosmetics matter, Toby.
Obviously it does to him. Or else he wouldn't be doing such a thing. However, the leader cosmetic, I think, is still one of the greatest ones. Like the Iron Man style costume for OP.
What about the Indiana Jones? What about the Indiana?
As long as we don't add a set to Conquer where he starts making a boulder roll down, I'm okay with it. Top lane, that's a good Sunray Q. Losing life way too quickly, so the Silencer will fall. Even with the curse, EG commit heavily, but they do find the first blood on that safe lane.
Crit's getting a lot more done this game than... It is really important that he does. Because I mean, you can only do so much on the... Generally need to combo it with people.
The lane seemed to be a lot more simpler for him too. Like roll up towards the top lane, that's a perfect kick. Drop Baboka down, and now they may have just enough damage. Keep him on the ground, don't let him take to the trees, and Arteezy will find the kill.
That is how you deal with Monkey King. Apparently his styles unlock as you level up in the game.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
The stronger the king gets, the more royalty.
But he turns blue or purple.
Purple the royal color.
Yeah, maybe he's like purple like level 3. But he has apparently 4 different colors and one for start the game at level 1.
As Crit getting involved once more. So it's good for EG, they find the kills, but we have to keep in mind that was kills on 2 supports. Universe is still very much behind, 18-0 against his counterpart at 38-21, and Arteezy's on the run. Burning has the second highest CS, and if he can claim with Shikuchi forward, he's going to take the life. In fact, it's going to be Baboka who takes that life of Arteezy, and +2.
Don't make Arteezy either. He has low intel right now. He's at 18 intel. I'm talking about his intel just in-game, Toby. What are you talking about? Well,
I don't know if you thought like he became Samson, shaved off his beard, and then life just becomes instantly difficult for him.
Does it have some sort of magical power?
Well, if you know the story of Samson, yes, okay, Rock's missing, Tornado misses from Sumail, and because these abilities don't connect, OP may survive. He turns around and takes Zai out as well. Critical misses, and IG punish.
Nice Stampede usage too. XSS was ready for that one. But Zai was at that great range where you can turn no matter how Alina tries to juke. We're too close. Turn rate is a little bit too slow. But he had plenty of stick charges, and he had a range drop that wasn't even used because they missed all their magic spells. So that was unfortunate.
That's something EG just have to shrug off and focus on the task at hand, and that's murder. Baboka going to be their primary target. Have to keep that damage on him again. Keep him on the ground, but Monkey King takes to the tree lines. The fire sprites fly out, but he'll move up, he'll move down and around.
They don't even have a Quelling Blade on RTC. Chop down the tree. I usually see a lot of carries get Quelling Blade if you're against Monkey. Even if you don't need the plus damage versus creep, you still get it just so you can make his life potentially very miserable if you cut down that right tree.
Instead of relying on Crit to kick the tree roots out. Crit's coming back up to the top lane. But it's still very problematic. Universe is forced off the lane. He's at 1,700 net worth to the 3.1k of the Centaur. That Blink Dagger is going to come up even faster. The fact that they had Stampede for that mid-fight was already like something EG was probably going to be accepting of.
Oh god, he already has Hood? Oh, scary. I wonder if he's actually going to take the Mana Reach in Helen. They often pair up the Centaur with the Crystal Maiden, so it's a no-brainer to get. Now that he doesn't have Crystal, will he take the mana regen? Probably not. I've seen most of them. I don't know. You already have Hood.
We'll cross the bridge when he gets to it. For now, he's just enjoying the very much freedom of bottom lane, knowing that Universe cannot zone him out. The ES just doesn't have the kill potential at the moment.
He had to shuffle around the lanes. He started off bottom and then went top and then went bottom, so you're going to be at a gold disadvantage because you have TP around, and you're going to be at a disadvantage because there's so many creeps.
That's why it just feels so much more structured and confident from IG. Like, even when the first 2 kills went the way of EG, it still feels like overall Invictus Gaming's laning phase is stable. Like, the only rotations they have are the supports moving around to change things up.
Exactly.
Yeah, Crit was fantastic. He was helping out Samel in the mid, but the top and the bottom lanes is more chaotic for Evil Geniuses.
Oh, Boboka.
Yep.
What a clown. That's some good-natured, in-game bad-mannered.
It's bad manners until he properly hits the stun, Samel gets caught out too close to the leaner, and then he's dead. Because it's the burst
time to
damage you
stop
get from
XXS.
Laguna.
They are smoke-inking him. Sumail will make a detour for that, but XSS... He has a Hood, though, and Stampede. This is not going to be easy.
Well, at least Samel's going to get the vision, and, well, Cold Snap, and Stampede gets off, starts his run up. Still hasn't even triggered the Hood yet. Crit will run through. Boboka is here, and the fissure from Universe, that still won't be enough. Jump down, and it's actually Zai who dies. EG are the initiators. Crit's on the run, but he has got a Scarab Beetle on the back, infesting in, and Burning will take the kill.
Downsides of Quaswex, oh damn.
Yep. And that's the roaming gang from EG. Like, is that a low chance of working? Like, what really went wrong there? They had the vision on the Centaur.
They didn't ban Centaur.
Okay, yeah, that's... Unfortunately, this game doesn't function with 20 bans.
You asked what went wrong, Toby.
Yeah. Yeah. They actually banned they banned the Abaddon as opposed to the Centaur in the first 2.
I much favor XXS on the stun offlaner. He's really good at setting things up. Yeah, consider about. But yeah, with the Hood first, it's just...
It seems so happy as well for him. Like, how many, out the IG games we've cast, I think there's only been 1 game where he hasn't had the one-on-one matchup.
Yeah, they do give him pretty favorable. I mean, last game he had Nyx and he was zoned out kind of early, but he still managed to catch up quite nicely. Definitely set up for... I think Q has been spot on with his rotations as it's sitting behind Zenta right now. Think about trying to stop his... Oh, did he pick up a point exort? He has. So Invoker looks like a 4-4-1 build. Pretty unusual. Invokers. I usually see 3 in Quas when they go for Quaswex. They either more Wex or Quas is quite a lot of Quas.
Burning's Invis is wearing out now. So he could potentially throw out the Beetles, just harassing Arteezy and making sure Arteezy never feels comfortable on this map. Something game 1 Arteezy had to get used to was the Clinks.
What do you take? Oh, he took mana.
But balance out the fact that you didn't have the CM.
Yeah. And regions, I really have to... He doesn't have Tranks. That's actually kind of nice for him.
Do you change up a Lina build as well? Obviously, you're still going to go for the Bloodstone, but do you look for more regeneration on her because you don't have the Crystal Maiden? We've been seeing OP mainly going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Bloodstone gives you enough.
That's enough?
Yeah. I think you really need Shadow Blade allowed. Kill the Invoker, which helped them win the game. I think you still need that.
Boboka, can he actually do this solo?
Oh.
He goes for the stun, but Zai is able to get the Icarus dive off. But Burning, he knows Zai can't go anywhere. Our kill is still the kill. The rolling boulder forward, but the kick, it's going to be right on target. Able to do so. The silence held in place. The EMP burn will help out, and Crit is already starting his TP. Right underneath them as Burning was on his way into. Samel has to hide under Ghost Walk. They know he's there, but no detection for Invictus Gaming.
He does have an Arcane Rune, so Tornado's going to cool down way earlier than normal. Only up for
He's got no friends.
He's got no damage.
He's got no damage.
They have no damage. Where's the damage? A lot of setup.
Oh, it's meant to be the Ursa, right? Like, that's...
Yeah, a little bit
he's-
from Phoenix, too.
Okay, you got help. Earth Spirit's on the way. He needs to get the proper kick, and maybe just with Cold Snap, it's going to be enough. Sumail gets the solo kill. Unfortunately, Silencer is a lot more powerful and holds on to the intelligence. No +2 for Smart Invokers.
I wonder if Invoker's going to...
He
hasn't taken a talent.
Is under attack.
Solo kill. A lot of the time I do see they don't build HP. You get it from Scepter pretty.
Well, smoke up from the Ursa being purchased, so
He doesn't have life
turns
steal.
your attention a little bit towards Roshan.
How are they going to do it without life steal? I'm going to take it.
I would say you could use Phoenix, but that's going to be a pretty obvious thing if there's a single Radiant Observer Ward around the pit.
The Fire Spirit's not as good versus now that the attack.
Bottom lane, blink is up, and goodbye, Monkey King. 4 swipes, instant enrage from Arteezy. And IG will look for a bit of back trade-off if they can take out the T1 tower. The kick goes off with a Stampede and Horfstomp. Perfect! Catching out to Phoenix as well as Sumail. Sumail's on the run. Silenced up. Can't do anything to stop it. Another double edge.
What a monster.
He really is.
They missed the Boulder Smash, though, after the... He tried a Tornado into EMP and Boulder Smash. Weren't able to connect Boulder Smash.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Run away. But yeah, great positioning by the Centaur and making very good use of his early farm. Ursa was not able to transition into a tower kill on bottom, and they're back to how they were a couple minutes ago, minus a T.
So both teams reveal the early blink daggers. One team gets 2 kills, the other one gets 1. And
the tower.
And the tower. Not to mention, it was a support and a core for Invictus Gaming and just a support for EG. And IG are going again. Hey, why not? Yeah, you don't have Stampede. Arteezy's going to be close, but not close enough to trigger the smoke.
It's pretty unusual that he's farming right there.
But Crit's really close. The Boca jumps up, and goodbye, Crit. He was on a warding mission.
They're doing a really good job of controlling this area. This area is what you want to do. Ursa does not have a lifesteal, as they probably already figured out as he check on the bottom lane, but just need to prevent him from getting that first. They don't have a good Roshan lineup, but you still have to worry about them tanking with like Force. Sumail giving Alacrity. Things are still possible, and Roshan almost IG's Bane last.
It's kind of looking to see IG having more aggressive vision, but most of it was, even with the smoke, yeah, and I think EG is looking for the same thing with the sentry wall they put on top of the shrine. They're wondering where IG left the vision after they went for the smoke.
Oh, he's going blink hard?
What, straight into heart?
That's what he has on quick buy. Usually you'd see Scepter at this. I think even the ability to run over trees is very useful.
Oh, Sumail. Tornado's going to connect. He's still silenced up, and with the Stampede running forward, there's your bonus damage and a quick jump to slap. The Boca kill secures on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Burning is on the run. Arteezy would like to catch up to him, but they don't have enough control. You've still got time-lapse available for Burning, and EG just cannot hold him in position long enough to kill him.
Trying to sneak Roche, bait out Sumail, force Hero's bottom, he dies, whatever. IG's too wise for your shenanigans.
How do you even keep doing the damage on Ursa? That's almost a fully completed Diffusal Blade over on Burning. Like, how is Ursa meant to keep up?
Not sure, especially because he's hard.
Okay.
He wants a Abyssal later. Pretty good, but you have mobility issues. Global Silence is even pretty problematic for him, not to mention Stampede. Let's see.
Isn't that when you look at the Aghanim Scepter, you look for something to dispel? It's
usually I would say Basher is fine for him, so you can just get a lot of solo. Decent for team fights. So, you know, if you get a lucky bash on the Weaver, he can't pop his ult. You get a good bash on the Silencer, he can't. Looks like he just won up. Perhaps Sumail didn't lose any gold there. He bought his Staff of Wisdom. He had all in all, economically, it was not that poor. Still looking for opportunity to get Roche. Been 18 minutes in, and only one attempt has been.
Well, how do you still take Roshan? IG, you still don't know where their observer wards are. You committed 3 sentries around your own shrine, trying to find that vision from Invictus Gaming, and they didn't put anything down for it. And in fact, now it's just XXS just jumping straight through it and find the Invoker.
That was so greedy, tornadoing creeps right there. As soon as he did that and he saw the Invoker, he's like, what? Or and then he saw the Sensor, he's like, what have I done? So Blink reveal from Earthshaker coming out pretty soon. I would say 18 minutes is a pretty good timing considering his start. But IG are unrelenting in their control of this top half of the map. They are just shutting down the Ursa completely. And Ursa, he hasn't been able to get many kills. He hasn't been getting roached. And you do not want to be in a farm war as an Ursa at all.
Yep. This isn't a war, man. This is a slaughter. You don't have Ursa with anywhere to farm on the map. You just lost your tier 2 tower. That aggressive vision from IG after that successful gank on the Invoker is now down. So even if you go into your jungle to farm there, Invictus Gaming will know about it.
They're mass TPing to the bottom lane. Looks like trying to make a move. Perhaps a Centaur.
You don't have the Blink Echo Slam, so there's no instant control on the Centaur. And Burning is also rotated up, so the Fissure will go on to Burning.
Oh, the Fissure just...
Yep. But they brought everyone. It's like they want the fight to happen here.
There's still
5
global
heroes down for EG.
Q, is he going to be able to hit a clutch global? That is the question. Ready.
Are they going to bring everyone else down? Like, Lena is still not on the bottom lane.
You really
That's when you start... Like, she
global?
doesn't actually have a TP scroll either.
It's a scary place for EG.
That's like they try to force the fight, reveal the position early on. They don't get it. XXS actually thinks EG is further forward, hence he went for the blind blink into the tree line, hoping to find something that EG was planning, some kind of trap, but EG's already backed out after being the ones to drag the attention to bot lane.
He's just wondering what they're doing over there. Like, there are just 5 over here farming out 1 creep wave.
Doesn't make sense, right?
It did not make sense at all. But they didn't the Lena and the Silencer didn't TP because they thought it might be another maneuver to try and drag them away from Roche. So they always have Roche in the back of their mind, and they're not letting that slip. I do like that play and vigilance from IG.
And how many sentry wards been wasted by EG? They threw down another one looking for the Observer ward in the mid lane. But they're not finding, I don't think like, when was the last time we saw a Radiant Observer ward actually dewarded?
One of the benefits of having Monkey King, you don't need smokes to place Observer ward. It's kind of like old school Riki.
This is now just becoming the Baboka ward.
Yeah.
Every time he throws it down, and it's every time against the dire side Invoker of EG. And they're going to go for Roshan themselves. Double damage rune on Burning.
That is the best rune right now. They take this away from EG. EG have very few ways to make big plays into the game.
Icarus dive down. It's just to put an Observer ward on top of the Radiant Sentry ward that's already there. So if they want to get rid of it, they can do so.
That is really disheartening.
And now you're also going to lose the Earth Spirit in mid.
You lost your Obs, you lost your Roche, you lost your crit.
Things are falling apart. Like, at the seams.
It was completely unexpected they would be able to get down that fast. From EG's point of view, there's like no way they could do Roche that quickly, and they Sunstruck. Like, ideally, it'd probably be around like 40% health. They can TP their Shrine and going with the Tornado to sweep things up. But with the TD, it's
the TPs are coming in. They want to try and fight Arteezy. So Baboka starts with his stun, then the jump down, throws out the ultimate. The TP is out. Arteezy
he
not able to complete in time, and no buyback is available.
That was actually a mistake on Arteezy's part. He didn't ult before he would have saved him for sure, but I don't think they had any other stuns yet. They used Global, they used Hoof Stomp, they used Boundless Strike. That was it. But that was a great silence though, because Baboka scouted out the Earthshaker, waiting for them to go on the Ursa. It's ridiculous how on top of their game they are.
Yeah,
right now.
They're really reading this map perfectly.
Plus 125 health for him.
I didn't see him again. Okay, this time around, that's the better way to do it. Icarus dive through, find the Monkey King out of position, and Samel's Sunstrike will get the kill.
Nice kill for them. Got to repel this Monkey King somehow. Still done incredible amounts of work.
Yeah.
Man, poor Zai, look at his net worth. Oh, man. 1,300?
Yeah, it's a very, very sad Phoenix. There's definitely no doubt about that.
He can hope for level 15 for 150 GPM.
You know, the really sad thing is, though, like we talk about, like, the kill on the bottom lane. Okay, you just killed off the Monkey King, but you're still killing off the support Monkey King while the top 3 net worths on the field all belong to Radiant's side. And, well, goodbye, Crit. He just got deleted. 15 Bloodstone charges now for the Lina.
Look at that mana regen, 26.
And now it's going to be bottom lane. Universe just jumped in, so Burning, hot on his tail, support's coming in, and with Diffuser Blade charge, there's just no way to run away. It's such a, like, there's no maneuverability for this Earthshaker. He still wants to get the 4 stuff up and running, but he can't outrun a Weaver.
Not at all. Can't TP away either. Because have a Monkey King there to hit with the Boundless Strike in case I try to make...
Arteezy and Zaya underneath the Observer Ward.
Centaur did commit for the Reaver, by the way. I'm pretty surprised he went for the Reaver, but
he's committing for heart. It's all in, man.
Yeah, they can't kill him. The only way they can kill him is if Ursa has a lot of uptime on him, but I don't think that's going to happen.
It seems to make a lot of sense, though, for IG going into the base, where OP and Burning can just sit on the back lines, and then this really tanky Centaur sits on the front line. It gives you your vision of high ground, and let's Lina do the work. Because OP's having the time of his life at the moment. No one's able to get close enough to him to really do the damage. Like, you're going to rolling boulder forward, get the silence quickly into Invis. Sentry Ward is down on the back lines. Silencer controlled up, but he's still got the global silence off. Centaur got there just in the nick of time, and Universe is now the one on the retreat. You can Sunray all you want, Zai. The Burning will stand its ground. He'll bring you down, and the sole survivor from Evil Geniuses will be slaughtered, and the good game is called. Not even 25 minutes on the clock. And Evil Geniuses, they admit defeat.
How do you ban versus IG? That was just plain flat out destruction that we saw coming out from IG. What a team. Baboka and XXS again.
He's perfect. Like, you can't take out both the Monkey King.
OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Monkey King.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Tusk.
Lena.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Warlock.
OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Shall Warlord.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
In the
Reserve
spirit.
OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Needs assassin.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Bat Rider!
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Legion Commander!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Asking for Monkey King. He's been saying it over and over again to
Yes.
Fly, and Fly's
Oh,
been like, but now they are secured through. This is where they're able to try to experiment a little bit, not in a disrespectful way, but just because they're through. They might as well, right? Like, what's the point in not doing it? So letting Jarex get a little bit of practice on this hero. I also do like the way that they built their draft. They now have the Nyx Assassin to counter the Ember Spirit and the Lina. So Ember and Lina are going to be, we can actually take a look at who's going to be playing them quickly as well. So the Ember Spirit is going to be on aggressive, and it looks like he might be going toward mid.
Mid with it? Yeah, I mean, most would find the safe lane the more unorthodox position, but
Looks like a safe lane Lina based off of his item build.
very unorthodox altogether here, it looks like already for VGJ.
But yeah, they already have the, so the Nyx Assassin is going to be in the mid lane from Ana, and he's starting with the
Wow.
Poor Man's Shield.
Okay.
So the Nyx Assassin is very good both versus two of the major cores on the side of Vici, the Lina and the Ember Spirit. So he does have a lot of different ways to catch for that. And we have one of OG players on one of his most signature heroes that he's probably played one of the most, the Bat Rider, S4.
Yeah, he's gotten to already have a good showcase on his Magnus yesterday. Also notoriously known for his Bat Rider. We'll see what he can pull out here. Shouts, of course, to Wepas, who's going to be our obs for this one. But just to take it back a couple of notes what you were saying. First pick Monkey King immediately got me giggling. I already know and probably overpraised Jarex for how solid he is on his Earth Spirit, probably being the best in the game. So you give him a fun hero like Monkey King, and I just hope he can bring some new tech or be a little bit innovative. You know, show something funky that maybe other Monkey King players haven't done yet. Because right now it's all been about what, like Miposhka and Baboka and what they've been able to bring. But let's see
Here's
what
one
Jarex can do
strat,
with
right?
it.
Get a courier, so turn yourself into a courier so you're faster, so you can block the mid wave better. There you go.
Okay, that's some new tech I'm talking about.
That's a little bit, but it's a nice little cheeky play. OG does get some two nice aggressive wards in the enemy jungle, so they're able to watch the movements from the Tusk, and the Monkey King's able to play around that if Jarex does want to. S4 does, as we see, pull the wave, so he's going to be able to get himself a nice double creep wave for himself if he times it properly.
Just classic S4 here.
Yep.
We are seeing Jarex rotate towards that top lane now, and ROTK, as we saw yesterday, and can get a bit susceptible to being really punished in the laning phase. In fact, a lot of the games they should have had to sack the lane and just put ROTK straight into the jungle. So he knows he could be especially a bit vulnerable in this particular game, and they have to keep a watch out. But it looks like they've been able to ping Jarex nearby, as Warlock will rotate over to help ROTK.
I like this adjustment already. Last night we were a bit like, we were watching Vici and we were like, man, they just seem very disconnected with each other. There seems to be some stuff going on. But a lot of that actually was because in the laning phase, ROTK a lot of the games was going just straight to the jungle. So the supports from Empire were allowed to just do kind of whatever they wanted. This time they have a different approach. They're contesting the safe lane, forcing the supports to stay up there. So they can actually just predict, they know what the lanes are going to be like, and they know that they have what they want as the setup.
Yeah, it's just so weird to see like a time when you think back, Vici Gaming, FY Fenrir, these guys were the bullies of the early game, shuffling, rotating through the lanes, being a presence, and we were witnessing them like at least the last day or so feel a bit more passive and reserved, kind of dealing with the situations as they develop. Here, putting more of an assertive tone in the laning phase seems to be a good uplifting note for VTJ rather, heading out of the gate. So, well, S4 is got a quick level 2
He's got
here.
6 stacks on FY already, but they do have a lot of burst damage to be able to bring him down. He has to be a little bit careful in the way he positions himself. So does FY. If he stands on the Firefly for too long, he might just burn down quickly. Snowball coming through. He's got a lot of stacks on him, though, but they're able to bring him down first.
Very nice. Now, he will get the return burn kill, but obviously the XP boost going to be going the way for Freeze on this one, and VTJ securing the first blood makes it all the sweeter here.
It's a lane that we haven't really seen too often, but Tusk Lina, there's an immense amount of burst, and you have the setup for the Lina, so S4 does have to be a little bit careful in the way he plays in the aggression. But I think he got what he wanted, It doesn't really matter if he dies at the end there. he unfortunately doesn't get the experience, but at least he forces the wave. You know, he forced him to go on him, so the wave equilibrium gets messed up, and now he gets a double creep wave coming under his tower. So very important for S4 to be doing that. And he's going to be sticking to this. He's not going to resort to the jungle. He puts a bottle into his quick buy, so he's going to keep just pressuring that lane, force the Tusk to stay there.
An unfortunate misspell, some Kale on the keyboard here. Problems, I guess. No Tail is going to get back into the action. We'll see. Jarek's rotate back up towards his top lane. RTK has been able to kind of manipulate and pressure the pull camp a bit, but this time they're looking to maybe punish him. He's been able to kind of pull some of the creeps out and towards his side. It doesn't look like they're going to glimpse him back or go for any sort of setup.
Yeah, only level 2.
Yeah.
Not having the glimpse skilled up just yet. Jarek's only level 1. They don't really have the greatest amount of chase potential just yet.
But attention totally pulled away from No Tail. He'll get the lane to work with here, and Fly can just kind of be the babysitter and scout out. I'm wondering if Jarex is going to continue to plant himself here, or if he'll eventually try to make course elsewhere and maybe pressure the mid lane, because that panning out right now. On aggressive.
Ana
is
doing
up
very
18
well.
and 2, 17 and 1, etching a bit ahead, but in a matchup we don't get to see very often. It is looking pretty nice. Plus, look at this full wave going to be under the tower for Ana too.
Yep.
Very nice.
Definitely very well played from Ana. You might see Empress pull a little bit ahead in this matchup, but the natural base regen of the Nyx Assassin allows you to be able to stand your ground toe-to-toe for the most part, as long as you're pulling the creep equilibrium as he does use his flame guard so you don't get burned too much. That being said, Freeze in the bottom lane is actually struggling a bit on the CS department. The stickies are actually messing with his turn rate a good amount, and them going for the kill, missing a couple creep waves. He's only sitting at 8 on the safe lane. Lina, RLTK right now getting some pressure done on him. They don't have Glimpse, no they do, they have mana. He's got Fenrir there too for some backup heals.
Yeah. Okay, is obviously going to be able to shrug off a lot of the trouble. The Fatal Bonds even do good damage there onto Fly. He'll have to sidestep it a bit as he waits for the 4-minute bounty rune to pop up. So, getting back to this mid lane at Nyx Assassin, refresh, I've not been able to see it too often here. Where do you go? Like, what's the next step for it? Because you can obviously get a quick build up to your level 6. He's already level 5. Is it putting that Vendetta to use right away and maybe look for some setups on other lanes? Or do you just take advantage of the lane while you got it?
They can just take advantage of the lane. They can come to his lane and gank for him.
That's true.
It's really dependent on where they want to make the moves with the first rotation from the supports. He's going to be going for treads too, so he's going for that scaling type of build already, rather than going for like Arcane Boots, which you do see very common on the Nyx. That's like a support or offlane thing. He's mid. He wants to be able to transition. He wants to be able to do damage. We'll probably see him go for, I mean, this is much later on, but the agility talent and all that. We'll get there when we get there, though.
Yeah, that'll be interesting because there's that kind of spellcaster backup. We'll have to see what kind of options he does. 4.5 or so at about 5 minutes in. Not as high and mighty as he'd like to be with the solo lane, but as he steps on forward, scouts out FY, gets a few spells, but the creeps will be pulled back towards his tower here a bit.
Yeah, force the Firefly. Get him out of there.
Ooh. Careful there. Does have the bottle though. Back up a bit, but nothing to be too concerned with. Still also sporting a level 4, but okay. Did I speak too soon? Snowball in with the Dragon Slave, and that's all it takes. Ooh.
Immense amount of burst damage, and he doesn't have a raindrop picked up on S4, so he doesn't have that able to nullify it. We'll probably see him, if he wants to keep contesting that lane, we'll probably see him pick up a raindrop soon, just so he isn't able to just get bursted down so heavily from that heavy nuke damage that they do have.
Little pounce right there from PJ, and they etch ahead now 2-1. Then Jarex had rotated through that bottom lane, gave a scouting ward, and it looks like a courier kill.
Oh, S4 again.
But at the same moment, Snowball in for S4, and they're going to get a second kill back-to-back. Jarex does get the finish on that courier at the same time. He'd been adventuring in those woods, getting that ward down, but yeah, nice swing both ways. Top lane, ROTK now in a bit of trouble, but jumping on in is going to be aggressive, latches down the chains, onto Fly. Can they get the finish? It looks like they will. One more right click will come out, and it's going to be aggressive who secures it. 4-1. Hot start here for BGJ.
Very nice rotation by Aggressive. It's literally as soon as the Ember Spirit hit 6, he went toward top and just instantly makes the rotation to just gank the safe lane, putting pressure onto OG.
Also getting like a few licks on the no-tail possibly will take away that pull camp. Turn his business to the mid lane, I'm sure. There he goes with the T. But at that moment, maybe Ana has stepped away from the mid lane, and now they're going to be the team possibly looking for an opening, and it looks like down here in the bottom lane, hoping for a grab, I'm sure, onto Lady Lina. But he's also crossing paths with a nearby support. It's FY. Need a +1. It looks like they're hoping to get Jarex over.
They want to get the bigger priority kill. They want to get Freeze here. They do have a offensive ward placed from Jarex earlier when he did snipe that courier, so they saw FY rotating in. And
trying to pump fake, but he looked to jump in here. Nice snowball. But he will eventually roll into Jarex. They look to turn it back. Fly can't quite get the connection with the kinetic field. S4 steps in with the flight. FY is just drawing their attention all the way away from the Lina. It looks like he eventually should go down, but you know, OG were not able to get that more precious prized pick on the Lina.
Took him a bit longer than they wanted.
Yeah.
A couple spells off the mark.
Leaves a little bit extra time for aggressive there in the mid lane, and obviously for OTK in the top lane to only be dealing 1v1 against No-Tail, which it looks like he's been pretty happy to kind of get in the face with No-Tail.
Yeah, he can do just fine in that matchup since No-Tail did have like the tri-lane split of experience where ROTK was only dual splitting it. They're tied up in levels, so they can both stand toe-to-toe versus each other.
So would you
quite
say right
nicely.
now this is seeming like a win for VGJ in the laning phase? I mean,
Slight. It's
very
slight. It just the only thing is just because of S4 is a couple that extra death in the bottom lane, that secondary one where he tried to go very aggressive on top of Freeze. That one was a little bit. There's just quite a big mistake by S4, but he's just trying to force experience, force pressure.
All right, level 6s are just about to come online for some of those side lane cores. Here comes OG with a rotation up here to the top lane. It looks like they have 4 at attendance here to try to get something done.
Under a ward.
Yeah.
Spotted.
Already stepping back in a way as VGJ, as they will avoid the trouble altogether here. But look at this, it's aggressive rotating up there, so maybe they're going to hope to bait ROTK out. See if they can capitalize on that.
Oh, that's
that's a nifty ward.
That's a new one.
Straight on the side chop. It will spot ROTK. Derek's frantically jumps back out. I think ROTK is really trying to bait this one. Then rear. Now aggressive steps in. And there goes the Remnant. He's looking to
he missed
get
the chains,
grab
though.
onto Fly. Yeah, and as mentioned, with the chains missing, he'll just send him right back packing.
Oh, that's a lot of wasted time for aggressive. That's like a minute, over a minute that he was kind of just waiting there as well. And I think they expended a smoke as well when he was sitting in the back line, so...
He just stops and he's like, I'll just kind of try to find some farm with the jungle nearby and eventually rotate back to the mid lane. But a missed opportunity for VGJ. Now it's Ana back on the move, gets hit with the LSA, then the shards. He's like, do they know I'm here? No, they don't. But he does end up moving past them, and he's looking for the setup play, but...
Sentry's down.
Oh, they just popped the sentry. He's going to look to run back. The snowball's already going to be there, though. They turn it back.
He gets the
Carapace. Reflects it right back in
man.
her face. Wonderfully played there from Ana, and they're going to get the kill. And mid lane, they will end up losing their precious Jarek's Monkey King because aggressive will be able to slash him apart. But
ouch.
favorable
Poor Freeze.
trade for OG on that one.
Yeah, Freeze just... I mean, the snowball duration, the stun of the snowball is very low on early levels. It's only 0.75, so he didn't have the timing window to get the Laguna, but Ana, with the preemptive play to pop the Carapace and just gets a perfect reflect. Nice pickup there for him. Solo pickup as well. It was very important.
Bottom lane. We have a lasso now onto the Batrider, but they're going to be the ones making the move. Trying to tie up S4. Ardent's blast past him.
Laguna still on cooldown. S4 knows this is up.
Oh. Feeling a bit frisky here. Backup's on the way in the form of the Jarek's Monkey King. Fly is getting toasted up here, but so is S4.
Yeah, FY almost dropped that one. Very close. Luckily that he had the 6 sticks charges to put himself into survivable region with 40 HP.
Highest net worth still belongs to Ana on this one. Aggressive just kind of behind. No-Tail had been still residing in that top lane, continuing his grind to farm. Has the phase boots for now and is truck on 4. Surprising here.
Yeah, just the phase Vlads that we've been seeing majority of players do.
Things do get exciting once you get that ultimate online with the Monkey King ult, I'd imagine. See what kind of global presence they're going to be able to have. Lots of setup potential. Jarek's kind of flying through the trees on a Vendetta, and then that global pressure from the Troll. OG have strong kill potential as we begin to creep into the mid game here.
Yeah, that's actually reminded me of something I was going to touch on during the draft. That was another reason why I really liked the way OG's draft was set up. Is they have a lot of different ways of vision to like be able to just scout where Vichi's movements are. And Vici has a very team fight oriented lineup. Just looking at them, of course, the Legion Commander and the Ember can kind of go for like these type of pickoffs. But for the most part, it is a very team fight oriented one. And with the Monkey King and Nyx Assassin and Batrider kind of scouting you out, OG might be able to pick and choose when they want to take fights and when they want to just be like, okay, let's just go for pickoffs, force reaction, split push, and go for like maybe gross trades or something with the Troll.
Got to give VTJ's lineup credit, though. It looks like they do have some good counterfight in there. I mean, imagine a dramatic rock turnaround, a snowball clutch play. I mean, they could turn fights around very easily here. The flying courier, monkey courier, hiding and scouting. Slowly sees a certain little Fenrir here.
Scouting everybody.
Ana also creeping in. You're talking about the vision here. OG put it to display, seeing a lone little warlock all by himself, but do they know the other VG members nearby? Now FY shows himself. Little do they know, they are under the watchful eye
Freeze
of
is
OG.
already out, too. These guys are going to get dove. FY and Fenrir.
Is it safe to show ourselves in the daylight? They come out under the tower, but this is just feeling like sharks in water right now.
OG's like, are we getting baited?
It's like,
Are we getting really baited? What's going on here?
no, can we get this done fast enough? Will they be able to TP in and counterplay us?
They've got 5 down there now, though. This is definitely going to be the aggressive move coming in for them in a second here. As soon as this wave pushes
I feel like I'm
in.
watching Nat Geo right now. Will they just eventually pounce onto their prey? Yes, they will. The move is made for Fenrir. Can they burst him in due time? They drop down the beautiful Static Storm right onto the head of the rotating in forces from VGJ. Aggressive might be barely able to make it out from this one. The duel's already going to be committed. It's ROTK trying to hold on, trying to get the Jarek's kill. They will be able to burst him down, but ROTK will lose his own life. It's a 3-for-2 trade at this moment. Ana caught under the tower, eating some pot shots while Aggressive is trying to hide and avoid S4 here. S4 trying to dish out the stacks. Look at this buyback party beginning to come out from VG as they try to rotate in to make redemption out of it. They do end up losing out on their precious Ember, but then they'll finally get the S4 down. What a ridiculous long-winded fight, all under and behind that tower.
They don't get at the objective, though. They don't even pressure the objective, really. It's a full HP. That was actually a very clutch press the attack by ROTK in that fight, though. Aggressive got lassoed. It got instantly pressed the attack off, and he actually ends up surviving for quite a lot longer. They don't really end up netting themselves any like other kills from it, other than the S4 Batrider who dove to try to get Aggressive. But yeah, there's a pretty formidable defense coming out from Vici, knowing that OG had all 5 heroes, and Freeze was not there. Freeze was like, he bailed right before anything even happened. He was just like, peace out, Fenrir. Good luck, FY. I'm out.
Like, this is fishy. But how many buyback? 2 buybacks for that? Return play, I believe?
I do believe it was just FY.
Oh, just FY's buyback. Okay.
Which is, I mean, he gets more from coming back at this. It's so early in the game. The buybacks are so cheap. He gets a lot of experience for picking up that S4 Batrider kill. Definitely worth it for him.
Now I'm going to think big picture here. What do you think about late game? Because you're talking about OG not being able to kind of get the objective done. Should they be pressuring to get these objectives done? Are they the team with the weaker late game and that they don't want this one to really pan out further? Or do you think that they should still feel pretty confident sporting what feels like almost a single core troll?
They have pretty good high ground defense, and they actually have objective takers. They have the troll to take buildings and to take Roche, while you look at Vichi's, they don't really have that great of building hitter. It's what like the Lina and the Legion Commander.
Jarek jumps to a tree. It gets immediately taken down. He's insta-stunned and insta-killed.
First duel, ROTK, first showing of the Blink Dagger.
Wow. Quick hit and run right there in the top lane, and OG look for a response here. Rotations come out, smoke from the 4 as they begin to head up north.
So we kind of thought that Aggressive was going to go for the Veil build because of the massive amount of magic damage that his team does have. Okay, as I'm speaking that, we'll
hold that theory because they've already made moves. Hog tying up ROTK just after he gets his first duel. They'll duel onto him and finish him off. Ooh, the shards barely missed the connection onto the proper no-tail target. The other side, Ana, good carapace onto Aggressive, but now they turn their sights onto him. Here comes Jarek's trying to jump in, but no, the tree goes down and he gets stunned.
S4 cut his teammate's tree.
Now they're able to get the good glimpse back, looking to go for FY. They drop down the Static Storm onto his head. The stun's going to miss that mark, but will catch onto Freeze.
This is awkward for OG.
Super awkward, but they will be able to make it back to the high ground and avoid the extra pressure here. A lot of swings from both sides, but how many go down? 1 at the end of the day?
Yeah, it was just ROTK in the beginning of the fight, and that was it. But Warlock ult was expended, and they had to use Static Storm and the Vendetta, which are much lower cooldowns with that. I think OG's pretty happy with them not really losing any heroes after that kind of weird scenario.
Jump in on Twitch. Good stun connection. ROTK had just gotten back from that previous takedown, and they're going to look to bring him down once again, and they do. Rotations in. FY could also be the next target as he's snowballing in through this mid lane. Meanwhile, a chase on for Fenrir here. Ana in pursuit, moves in, swings once, gets the connection on the second time. Carapace looking to go for the stun on Aggressive, but Aggressive gets the finish onto Jarek's. Now they're looking back for Ana, and they'll get that one too. Double kill for Aggressive on this mark. S4 will head out the other side, and it's going to be a promising trade for VGJ as they go 2 for 1.
Oh, these are the dream games, dude. 11 to 10, it's 15 minutes. We just have kills nonstop back and forth. Everybody's just running at each other, constant aggression. Even when the ults aren't up, this is just really good Dota right now coming out. And these guys just running at each other. I mean, the good Dota, I mean, entertaining Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota.
Non-Alchemist Dota. Very good words coming out from OG, so they're always able to like read the plays that are kind of coming out from Vici there. They're always kind of getting the vision around the Roche pit. You can tell that they're setting up the fight there. Look at this replay really quickly here. ROTK, unfortunately, gets brought down right after he respawns. FY tries to go for an aggressive play here. Fly makes a play on the left side here. Ana actually here holding his stun. He gets actually the 2-man stun onto Freeze, but
Yeah.
Aggressive coming in with that nice triple Remnant, able to clean up while S4 cleans up Freeze as well.
Fenrir got a
Some nice
decent
trades.
fatal bonds, and it did soften up OG a lot, but they just didn't have any way to kind of get those clutch finishes. I mean, losing one of their DPSs and ROTK at the start of the fight certainly doesn't help, but...
And we did just miss Jarex actually dying in the mid lane too. Aggressive just with a haste rune runs in and just brings him down very quickly.
Oh.
So, as I was touching on, Aggressive is not going for the Veil whatsoever. He went rush for the bots so that he could get involved in the fights as quickly as possible, and then he's going back for a Blade Mail.
Okay.
So being able to
A little bit
deal with
old, a little bit of new.
Yeah, a little to deal with that raw physical damage from the Troll Warlord, he's able to just pop the Blade Mail.
Like that.
Pretty good.
Okay, here comes OG now. Creeping on in. FY. Close. Dropping down the ward here to get some extra. Peeking into that mid lane. FY Fenrir, the dynamic duo. Oh god, Fenrir does get spotted. They hit him with a Thunder Strike. They could glimpse him back into a safer spot to go for the finish, but they decide to commit on in.
Static Storm.
That Static Storm right on top of the head of both him and FY will allow for the easy double finish. Did I speak too soon? Turn back Snowball, jumping for RTK, but the Carapace stun locks him in his place, but they'll still get the finish of the dual damage going the way of RTK, but he will not survive much longer. They will be able to slash him down. Turn around from Aggressive though, stepping in, securing a mega kill streak as he slashes back onto OG and now runs right back at him. It's going to be S4 stepping off once again with no tail as it's a 3 for 3.
The place that they took the fight, though, I mean, it's a 3 for 3 trade, but they're not getting the objective that they want. Like, they want to be able to set up for those kills, get the kills nice and freely, and then pressure the tower easily. But that's not happening because Vici's responding instantly, and now Warlock ult's going to be up again.
Yeah, I was going to say that was also done without the benefit of the Rock, too. I mean, Vici are very good at just getting quickly at attendance and being able to take strong counterfights. So,
Yeah, I had thought that they were going to glimpse him back so that they took the fight in a little bit of a different position here, but...
Can't fault them, though. They get the beautiful double Static Storm. RTK's waiting on the outside, and then Freeze is able to come in cleanly. FY takes a bit too long to go down, but at that point, it just gets a bit awkward for OG.
That Carapace again onto the Lagoon. I did see that Weapus was trying to indicate that to us during the fight as well.
Aggressive hitting him from behind right there also just really hurt. Good shot in. Now look at this. ROTK, adamant, right to the Monkey King. Flexes his muscle as now he's sporting sweet 30 extra damage. Okay.
Ana
jump
with a
in.
3-man stun.
Mini Ravage right there from Ana. Finds himself in chains though. Right under the tower. Rock gonna be committed for it. Okay. Ana steps back. So I guess they're gonna like, oh, we got the Rock out. Let's go for the tier 2. OG
they don't really have
this one.
They don't have good building hitters though. I don't think that they can really go for this one too easily. There's Glimpse too. They really have to watch the way that they go for this pressure here.
They're in that kind of awkward spot where they just got to make the most of the situation they're in here. Ana.
Nice press the attack again by RTK.
Hands out the stun on Aggressive here. They go back and they're now barely able to get the tower down to half of its life, but now the jump's going to be made from S4, getting a commitment on for FY. Pull back. Stack Storm going to be dropped from Fly. Now they move in, trying to get the finish on Aggressive, and they'll zap him down. Lagoon on the other side almost gets the finish. They'll finally get the grab. It's no tail on the other front. Going to get dropped. And now FY finds S4, gets the uppercut, going for the TP. Do they have a glimpse? Doesn't need it anyways. They'll be able to finish him off.
So a 4 for 1. Well, 4 for 2 because Jarex dies right in the beginning earlier, and then Freeze actually had to use his Bloodstone Suicide. So kind of 4 for 1 trade, but yeah, great front from OG. Jarex coming in from the left side, forcing the fight into like this weird like Venn diagram that we do see. We saw the Monkey King ult come out, and then the Disruptor ult right next to it, so that like Venn diagram of doom. Even though
so crazy.
Even though Fly's Static Storm actually wasn't like perfect, it did the damage that was proper to get the Ember Spirit locked down.
There's so many different like battle zones, especially for
really
VG that they have to
zones.
avoid. Like, oh god, Stack Storm over there, and oh god, Monkey King ult over there.
And there's Firefly on the ground over here. Watch out, guys!
There's nowhere safe to fight. Everywhere is lava. It's making it really tough for them to find a good comfort zone to kind of, you know, rally as a team and be able to turn it around. And, you know, at this point, it does look like OG have been able to kind of reclaim the net worth advantage. Handing over a fair amount of kills on the side of Jarex. Didn't help earlier in the game, but now they're being able to bring it back. Still have plenty of objectives ahead of them to get taken care of. Mid tier 1, top tier 1 still stand. We have had a lot of trouble being able to follow up these skirmishes, and here we see a bit of a deja vu. Back at mid lane we go for OG.
They've had very good vision this entire time around this mid area near the Roche pit too. They're really just trying to they're trying to get like a big fight to be able to claim this tier 1 mid and then go straight for the Roshan.
Oh, they drop
Ana
a sentry.
Get spotted.
Lurking on their side, no ideal opening for OG. But they have pulled VTJ at total attendance towards this mid lane, dragging away from any sort of free farm off to the side. Finally, Freeze will step up and go the other direction, but now it's No-Tail and Aggressive swinging a bit. Aggressive will peace out back towards that mid lane. And VTJ probably consider moving forward down that lane a bit to see if they can grab any OG members. It's Jarek's nearby, up in the tree. ROTK jumps towards the Ancient camp here, spots out Jarek's and actually goes for the duel. They have the Shrine nearby for the TPs, but it's going to be S4 jumping in, looking to go for the lasso. The burst will be there from Aggressive to go for the finish. The rock's going to get dropped, coming out from VG. OG step back a bit, but No-Tail moving in, goes for the finish on ROTK, gets hit with the Laguna, tries to run back out, gets trapped within the shards, and will end up getting taken down. Ana now looking to move in, actually
Stun
misses
off the
on
mark.
the stun, and has
Big
to
fight for
blink out to
Vici.
Safety. It's going to be Aggressive with the double kill. Hoping to get maybe a little bit more, but drawing fight for Vici.
Fight almost looked a bit awkward for a second, but then, yeah, the Static Storm not being on the mark, Aggressive being able to jump over it. They just were able to fight because of the response and where it was the fight was taken, right next to a shrine. They're able to just all TP in and take the fight. So he would get a chance to look at this again. Duel coming out, TP's coming in. Lasso coming through. Ice Shards kind of isolates, but see, the Static Storm wasn't able to really grab anybody.
Yeah.
Beautiful rock coming out, and then Aggressive in the back lines here, able to clean up. Now
Okay.
S4 going for a little bit of harassment onto Freeze.
So when you have a good game is that right after a replay, there's already more action happening. Here we go, shift back after S4 makes a bit of assertive move through the bottom lane. Now could find himself in a set of trouble. Aggressive blinking in. Ana's there to help out. Steps in with the stun, but ROTK, he wants more. Can he get him? No, suddenly No-Tail shows up. Hits him right in the face with a tomahawk. It says, get the hell back.
All of OG's rotating. Is Ana going to be able to set something up? No, they decide to just pack up.
Throwing down.
Vici's responding very well to the aggression, though. OG's making extremely aggressive moves, maybe in some places that they probably don't want to be picking the fights, maybe being a little bit sloppy, a little bit adventurous, but Vici responding very well to every single time, bringing 4 or 5 heroes. Freeze. Spotted by Ana.
Hit. Can he get the finish here?
With the troll.
Yes!
With the troll plus
ulti.
Agi treads.
Gets it done. Superior pick there, taking out Freeze, taking down more of those charges.
It's a big chunk of money, too.
Prowl does not like that.
Yeah, now Ana's going to be going back for that Midas, so, you know, scaling as much as possible since he's a mid-Nyx. He's running around a lot, not really hitting creeps. You know, Nyx Assassin, you're not supposed to be showing on the map, so he's doing the job perfectly. Going to be going back for that Midas so he stays relevant.
Poor little Fenrir there we saw. He's trying to at least get that Midas online for himself, sitting at that bottom of the net worth. Would love to get a little bit of extra greed going so he can bulk up that ult a bit, but this moment in time we'll have to find elsewhere to spend a little bit of that me time. Same where FY farming the supports.
OG's probably feeling, they're not like unhappy, but they're not probably as happy as they should be, as they want to be, because you're playing a troll lineup and you never claim your tower in the top lane. You actually never even hit the top tower, and the mid tower is pretty healthy as well. So they're not really getting to like claim those objectives and claim themselves the opportunities to go for the Roshan, because when the tier 1s are up, it gives Vici a lot more options to be able to contest that. Even though there is the shrines, of course, as well, it does. You want to be able to close that map control just a little bit so you get access points into their jungle.
Okay, back in the mid lane we go, moving in immediately, jumping onto S4. No, that was Fly. Gonna get hit with the nice setup there from FY with the Walrus Punch. Stack Storm will be dropped. But,
Didn't expect the Blink Dagger, I don't believe.
Yeah.
It's an initiation coming out. Both Aggressive and FY having blinks now.
Debut there for him. Other side, Ana and Jarek's. Stalk him a bit. Are they thinking about moving into going for the Rosh? It looks like it here. ROTK, who has to be kind of doing all the dirty work inside with Freeze.
They don't kill that Rosh too quickly, though. I don't think they can really do this one.
So I think they'll opt to pull away here. OJ will be able to rotate over.
That's
okay. Snowball back in for mid lane. They have vision onto Ana, moving in with the duel with the uppercut. They'll get it done.
They keep losing a lot of heroes in that one spot.
Yeah.
Ana and Fly back-to-back deaths right there. Now Vici's like, okay, now we kind of have a window maybe to go into the Rosh pit.
Farm heroes are still sporting the highest net worth, farming the bottom lane during all the meanwhile. I think OG are still considering this. S4 Bat Rider always has something to say as far as Roshes go, but can he find his way to get close enough? They're already able to kind of zone him back. They dare go for this. Long bump of the flame break. Gonna just see this one out.
Not without Ana. Without their mid laner, it's just a bit too risky to go in like that. They don't really have the disable without him. I mean, it's pretty much completely relying on Fly landing a clutch Static Storm kinetic.
Oh, they want
more.
Ana. They want to make a fight happen here. They get the chains, but the force Creates the bit of space there for Fly to avoid the trouble. Risky stuff right now. VGJ, it's not like, oh, we got the Rochos backpedal a bit. They get it, and they're like, let's take fights now. And they move in. Double chain setup from Aggressive. They turn around with a Static Storm. Helps a bit here. They might be able to get the lockdown finish for OTK, and they will. A 1-for-1 trade, but now the Rock going to be committed onto the top of OG's head. S4 barely holding on. Him getting the lasso, hoping that they can get the burst with the assistance of No-Tail, but they will end up losing with the help of Laguna.
Aggressive isn't even going to lose the Aegis either.
Oh no, he's still alive holding on. Still on the high ground. He's trapped up there, but it doesn't matter. They get the finish, and they wipe out OG. Triple kill for Freeze. A hell of a fight for VGJ, and as you said, not even costing him the Aegis.
There's so many different forms of lockdown. Freeze was just kind of chilling in the backsides throughout, I mean, every single spell, all over the place. Every ROTK is like, oh, I'm getting Static Storm thrown on me. I'm perfectly fine with this. If Aggressive is able to get out of those Static Storms and Freeze isn't in the Static Storm either, that's like the perfect fight for Vici. When ROTK does those type of moves, it's just, yeah, it's exactly what they want to happen. He wants to be the damage soaker. He wants Fenrir to be able to get the Golem off. He wants Aggressive to be able to do all the damage possible. And Freeze just still sit in the back line, land multiple hero stuns and a couple Dragon Slaves and the nice finisher onto the Troll Warlord with a Laguna.
Yeah, he got a lot of charges back on that stone, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Sitting at 14 now, and he's very close to that Aghanim Scepter to burst the Troll, even if he does have a BKB. And the BKB is going to be coming out shortly, so it's kind of like a little bit behind timing that No-Tail would want. He would want to have the BKB in that last fight. Now he's going to have it, and Lena's going to have Aghanims in order to pierce through it.
Can't be too little too late, though. Do you think OG can still make something happen on the back of this BKB pickup?
Yeah, they can still make something happen. It's just that, yeah, it's like you would want your BKB to come up just before the Aghanims, but now it's at the same identical timing. It's Vici just being in a great position.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe credit to Vici. They didn't pump the brakes after that Aegis. They just took it right to OG and capitalized on that window, and they're looking to get more here. On a deep commitment in with a duel. Will secure the extra damage for OTK, and they're looking for more. They spotted out Captain Fly nearby. He has a glimpse. Well, may try to send someone back, but it is not happening here. He gets easily taken down. Another twofer going to be claimed from Vici. Look at the fight back. They hang at the bottom of the group, but they're taking it to the top seed right now.
This is looking pretty grim for OG.
This is ridiculous. Here they go, ascending into the high ground and sieging away onto the tier 3. Freeze easily doing work from the low ground. ROTK takes the melee range, but now an assertive jump in comes out from Aggressive, chaining down S4 here.
S4 is just not really able to find good initiations because they have two ways to kind of avoid the lasso. They have the press the attack and they also have the snowball. So it's like, and then the Ember Spirit is super hard to actually grab with a lasso just because he can have the reactions from the Remnant or the chains as well. So they have a lot of different ways to deal with the initiation from OG.
Deep dive from Aggressive could get punished here. They get the lasso play. Remnant at the last second, but does end up getting taken down. Okay.
And they claim the racks because of him doing that aggressive move there deep. So pretty important move that he did.
Oh, they had a sentry in the mid lane. Just as Anna was creeping out, he does get spotted. Gets off a stun combo, but possible reinitiation here. There goes the Rock right on top. They blast down No-Tail. He does have the BKB and is able to walk away barely alive from that one. Upheaval, just a slow molasses play here as Aggressive will be able to get the finish, taking down Anna. Gonna be out, no buyback.
No-Tail getting used up, the re-engage coming out. He's gonna get dropped here.
Yes, he will. This could be the beginning of the end for OG in game number 1, who haven't dropped a game yet. It could be to VGJ here.
It's looking very likely. There's so many different ways that Vici can just pull away from the fight. And they have so many different forms of lockdown that it makes it really hard for OG to really do anything. OG, it's like they need to land this very nice impale into Static Storm, but Fly's not getting the positions to be able to get that kind of setup for those Static Storms. He's getting maybe one hero inside of it, but not the hero that he wants to. And then they also had the Aegis in that situation, so Aggressive with the beautiful zoning play, letting his team get the racks, and then just, yeah, with the Aghanim's Laguna showing how much potential it can do versus the Troll Warlord. His BKB's down, they can re-engage with him with their massive burst and low cooldown spells, which Vici does have drafted.
Man, oh man. The value of this Legion Commander pick is feeling pretty good. I mean, they managed to creep it as their 5th pick, I believe, in this draft.
Yeah.
And, you know, being able to kind of put S4 in that bit of a pickle where he can't really get the grabs, can't really get the initiations. Well, maybe I spoke too soon there. Caster's Curses, he gets a nice little sweet pick onto Freeze.
That's a pick, though. You know, he was completely isolated. It's not like it was one of those team fight situations.
S4 can't quite find openings to get kills and gets a kill.
gets a guy. No, I agree though. RTK, even though maybe he's not having the most wow, RTK, that was a beautiful duel, beautiful setup and everything, which he has had a couple of those, and he does have 8 deaths, so you might be looking wow, he has something. But that's his job in this game.
Yeah.
Tank the spells, use your Blade Melt. If the Static Storm and everything gets used on him, he is perfectly happy with that.
Allows easy cleanup coming in. Breeze, aggressive and company. It will BTJ who kind of hold their heads high. It's starting to feel like a lot weighs on the shoulders of No Tail and his kind of single late game core troll at this point. On has been, doing some work through the early game and finding the setups here, but only so far his Nyx Assassin will be able to go.
I mean, it's hard to land those type of,
Yeah.
I mean, every single impale. They have the Monkey King stun too, but it's
His Basher now,
still tough.
which is nice for the ult, but he also feeling a bit weak. It's blasted down in these fights pretty damn fast.
yeah, just some immense amount of AoE damage coming out from Vici with the Fatal Bonds on top.
Bonds, Rock, Veil, all that goodness.
No Veil.
Oh, no Veil.
No Veil. Yeah, he did skip the Veil.
Here comes BK after claiming a tier 2 tower. And one more outer tower does remain on the side of OG here.
I like this pickup by FY2. I think it's, I mean, kind of obvious that he would do it, but Blink Dagger on Tusk, obviously, but then the Solar Crest. Since there's only one like physical damage dealer on OG, he can just throw the Solar Crest on the target the troll's focusing, and that kind of
It makes it so terrible.
kind of
for the
hurts a
troll.
lot. Yeah, it
Troll's
makes
just
troll
like,
feel
"Are you
pretty bad.
Yeah, it's like, come on, really? No MKB in sight.
And
It's
knowing
gonna be
No
a tough
Tail,
time.
he would probably exactly be like, oh, come on, Solar Crest, come on.
He's talking about before it ruins the day of Clink, so I imagine
Yeah.
Troll's like a bit of the same.
Exactly.
It's like, I just want a single target DPS with physical damage, man. Crest says nay. But OG getting the most they can through the lower half of the map, trying to build up as many resources as possible. Yes, they are down once at Arax here in the mid lane, but they are going to keep on fighting here. Seeing what they can build up for the next big swing.
You can tell they feel very awkward, though. They don't really know. They kind of feel like their window in this game has been totally messed up from the way Vici's been taking the fights.
It's past, but we've seen other games in this very tournament where the OG have been down and being able to pull it back, but this is one of the best games we've seen from VGJ, at least personally.
Oh,
they got some good sleep last night, because this is not the VGJ who came to play last night.
Yeah,
And
last
that's
night
against Empire.
I mean, last game of the day as well. It does definitely wear you out throughout the whole day. So they did look quite shaky last night, but they are playing much better this game. In the laning phase, they did look like they had a little bit of shakiness, but then come mid game, they've been just running into OG, matching up every single time that OG tries to go for a setup. They always try to bring more heroes.
So BKB was just picked up on S4's Batrider. Do you think that might help the case a bit? He hasn't been able to find too many lead-in openings. Maybe this could be the tool to help capitalize on someone from VGG being a bit out of position.
You can try. He does have he has the BKB Blink Force set, but they still have the tools to be able to kind of, I guess you can say, counter away the lasso, because they have the Rock follow, the Rock counter initiate, but then they also have the Snowball, the Presti attack, as I was mentioning before. They have a lot of different ways to just mess with S4's attempted initiation.
What would you think would be the best case scenario? Like get a hold of Fenrir far from ROTK and take him out of the picture first so there's no Rock? Or is it maybe taking out ROTK from the fight first and foremost?
You would want to get Fenrir, but that's impossible. Fenrir's going to be sitting way the hell
I think
in the
he's
back.
in a different game.
I mean, he
there.
even got the 150 cast range talent too, so he could actually be in a different game and throw the Rock.
Here comes VGJ though. Kind of took things a bit passive for a while there, but now possibly to hit OG where it hurts and walk away with another set of racks, or maybe even the game altogether. Smoked up his 5, waiting just out the front door. OG got to be very suspect. Nowhere showing on the map.
They just picked up their BKBs on VGJ, the Lina, and ROTK. Although it's going to be very hard for OG to fight once the main heroes on VG turn yellow. It's going to be very difficult for them to really make an engagement. Just that magic immunity is very strong versus what the majority of OG has. It's just basically the troll ult, or the troll and the Monkey King ult, doing anything through those BKBs when they do come out. And I mean, No Tail's farm has completely stagnated. He's the same items he's had for the last 9 minutes or so. Unable to really find any places to farm just because of the constant pressure on the lanes from Vici. They don't really want to walk out. Ana's like, I can't even run around Vendetta because we're just trapped in our base. No one else can join me if I do go find somebody for a pickoff. It's like, well, you can't even bots on a creep wave because there is no creep wave to come to.
Like their hands are tied right now. But lots of credit to VGJ for that. Kind of farm and cripple OG into a position where they're just kind of starving for farm at the moment. Only giving bits of residue to No Tail where available. Here you see a matchup between the 4 positions. Started pretty strong for Jerax, but here you see FY21 to Jerax's level 14.
That 40% experience game, delicious.
I'm sure that plays a factor.
Yep.
Double damage, ROTK, taking it to Roche here. Doesn't look like OG are considering countering at all. Instead,
too
countering
hard
the
for
vision.
them.
Countering the vision instead. That's just outside their base, I'd imagine. Yeah, you could see fly there.
With that mid wave, the racks being lost, like the waves just constantly pushing in on them, they can't really even farm effectively at all. Everybody's just kind of sitting around. They do pick up a gem now onto S4, so they're going to try to clear out some of the vision that Vici does have, but Vici has a gem of their own to keep that aggression up.
Haven't been able to see OG in this kind of position in this tournament very often. Only one other game I can really recall that they had to pull out one hell of a comeback.
They might not pick Jarek's Monkey King anymore.
Don't
Even
say
though
that.
it's not because of him, but anyway.
Grab,
Look at this. They do
pull
grab
back,
Fenrir. He
let
gets
slip.
grabbed, but the press the attack coming out.
There it is. Not good enough. ROTK will be there to assist, but as I say
getting
that,
bash locked.
aggressive just inside the base, being a bit too aggressive on that one. Will quickly lose his Aegis. Now the lead-in duel comes out from ROTK. Quad remnant almost forward to go for the finish on No Tail, but they can't get it. He wins the duel and the damage. Looks to turn back onto aggressive. He tries to avoid the rest of the trouble, but eventually they will catch him. He goes down, does a buyback. Not looking to commit it here. Laguna flash onto Jarex. We'll get the finish. And now with Ana up in arms with FY. Goes into Burrow, gets scooted back, but that regen's not going to be good enough. And he ends up going down. Now the buybacks might be forced out here from OG. The first one going to be coming out from Jarex. FY still stuck inside, looks to go for the snowball. S4 takes him to the low ground here. Jarex bops him with the stun. FY still stuck on the inside. It looks like they'll get a few last right clicks to go for the finish. Yes, they'll finally get it. The turnaround play from Fenrir gets off a pretty good fatal bonds. Lingering damage onto S4 as he tries to hide back and away here. BGJ have just been hanging through this mid lane. Still fighting this ridiculously long-winded engagement. Freeze will finally get the finish as he pummels down Fly. But no buyback was forced out.
That was through
No Tail.
Aegis. That was through Aegis that they actually did that. Oh, No Tail bash locked aggressive all the way through the Aegis, then aggressive comes back up, and they were able to actually clean him up a second time with the follow-up ultimates. That was fairly impressive defense from OG, but still Vici coming out ahead.
Love to see this. Started out with, as I was mentioning, maybe one of your best cases here, but you know, ROTK a bit too close, able to kind of take off that lasso, and then aggressive, just like, oh, I'll take it up on myself to move right in, and he just gets locked down.
No Tail just living here too was pretty crazy. The bash is coming out from the Monkey King ult over and over again. Aggressive jumps in, gets caught by the mana burn. He doesn't have any remnants left to be able to survive, gets blown up. FY takes out and cleans up No Tail, but then Freeze, again, just still being able to do what his team is making space for. Freeze is just sitting in the backline and throwing like 15 spells in these team fights.
I feel like if that Monkey King ult was also just a little bit lower, it would have had connection on both Fenrir and Freeze. Fenrir who was like channeling out the upheaval, and Freeze who's like free throwing out nukes from far away. That could have been a bit concerning with all the bashes, but fortunately just a little too far up. But hey, props OG, they put up a pretty good hold for now. And it puts VTJ in a bit of an awkward spot where they're going to have to probably stall out a bit. But as I say that, they seem to be congregating here through the mid lane. They might begin to engage on a new game plan. But nearby is OG, being in that high ground.
They still have to be, you know, the game isn't secured by any means just yet, so they still have to be a bit careful. Wait for the rock, don't play too aggressively. They did have Aegis there, and they saw what just happened, so they're probably feeling it a bit. They're probably like, wow, we just had Aegis, and we went on high ground, and we didn't really claim any objective. We got some cool kills and stuff, but
They have rock yet. They're still like moving down this mid lane.
12 seconds.
Yeah. But, OG
They do
might
get
get
a
to
scan.
jump onto him.
They scanned them though. They did get the scan on the left side before just before a couple seconds ago, so they think they do know that something's coming up from behind them, but they're not really in a position that it
No
seems
Tail
to be.
pops his BKB, and they've already made their move. The jump-in lasso play is there. They're looking to go for the pullback. Can they burst through the Lina in time? The counter rock is going to be able to come out on top of the static storm. Freeze able to barely wiggle his way up, but Fly's trying to get the finish there. He'll turn around. Laguna Fly right in the face.
The upheaval.
No Tail stuck. ROTK looking to go in. He's able to get up the life. It goes down. The Bloodstone sacrifice to ROTK keeps him alive there just barely as he swings against No Tail. Now it's aggressive. Hanging with ROTK, trying to go toe-to-toe against Ana, and it looks like they will be able to do it. It's VGJ able to come out on top of this one, but Ana's taking a lot of tankiness here. S4 from the outside shows himself with a flame break, and that's when Aggressive looks to make
And he
his
cleans
move.
up ROTK with the flame break, but he pays with his life. With the chains coming out from Aggressive, he's going to be cleaned up. Oh, is he?
Or is he? Or
Yeah,
is
he
he?
should be. Yeah, he should be.
Okay, he's done for. 4 go down from OG. The only buyback available is on S4 at the moment. Maybe it.
Yep, this may be it. Very good the way they're taking these fights.
Another Bloodstone sacrifice, keeping ROTK in good form in that fight.
No Tail as soon as his yeah, that was a really nice Bloodstone sacrifice to save ROTK and actually end up cleaning up No Tail with it. But No Tail as soon as his BKB goes down, He's crawling in that upheaval. He couldn't
Yeah.
move. He couldn't get away from anybody. It's actually having a really big effect, this upheaval in this game.
They tried to trigger that fight a bit early, and if it was just a few moments earlier, the Rock would probably not have been there at all.
Aggressive
But
going in on S4.
very
The
deep
Laguna
dive.
coming out. He has BKB, so he can't get hit by the rest of Nukes. Oh, Nukes with 90 HP.
back inside. Aggressive even trying to go for the final little slash right there, but they're able to kind of force OG back and easily clean out a second set of racks here for themselves. 41-25, taking it to the top seed.
This is looking pretty secured now for Vici. I would say it's very, very, very low chances of OG being able to come back in this one in any means.
Yeah. Desperation mode smokes maybe could be in order.
This'll come in handy.
We'll have to see that, or if they want to just anticipate maybe a misplay. Greedy finish from VJ, but
They might need a lot of misplays though.
I don't know if there's much room for that. Wonderful game already. Let's see. Tremendous amount of hero damage here as we see a lasso play. Top lane.
Yeah, they do get RTK.
And a snipe on
Isolated.
their OTK. All right. While on the other front, Aggressive looking to come in for a bit of redemption. Aggressive tries to hide under his Shadow Amulet, and they actually don't have detection, so sit in the fire a bit and wait that one out. And it's going to be Aggressive who's forced to pull off. So, all right, more time here for OG to feel good as they claim a little bit of extra net worth.
They're not giving up. That's a great thing.
They're
That's the
fighting.
thing about OG is that they have had actual games kind of like not at this point at 42 minutes, but in this tournament they did have a game where they were like down 3-18 and ended up swinging it back. So not counting them out just yet, but it's very, very low chance of them to be able to win this one. They do now have the Lincoln Sphere finished up on the Troll Warlock, so he's able to block the Lagunas with his BKB up. Taking a look at a couple of the other pickups. Jarek's finishing up the Shadow Blade. Fly just has a Yule Scepter, so he's going to be able to set his kinetics up for himself and be able to break the Lincolns. And what's that Fly got? He's level 25. Old Tusk.
Orb. That XP though.
That XP. Look at that. 700 health. What tank he is now.
Jesus.
Look at his armor, dude. 39 armor with
He's a beast.
2600 HP. He's going to be extremely difficult to bring down.
Wow. Well, G, making what they can from the map right now, in hopes that they could this one breathing for them. It's all a matter of kind of getting back out, getting the ward, getting the vision down. But it does look like BTJ have ascended past the river. Here they come. Final hurrah here. Will OG be able to hold? Scouting up above. Uh-oh. Jarek's has been spotted.
They've got a
Goes
gem
to the
though.
low ground, and they will be able to take him out. Ah, the monkey.
Quick cleanup.
The lesson was.
Okay, one man down now.
And he has no buyback either.
Tough. That ulti could have been high value if you want to be able to stop some of that channeling. Those upheaval. We'll see what they can do. Oh, immediate blink in from Aggressive here, able to change down No Tail. Looking to fight back, pops out the ulti. The stack storm will be dropped. A commitment in from S4. The pullback trying to grab Aggressive here, but he has that Lotus as he's going to be able to reflect it right back onto S4. The duel's going to be committed here, locking S4 in his place, and they will be able to get the finish. Both him and it looks like Ana will be taken down. Buyback already going to be forced out. There's the stun on forward. Freeze able to dish out the right clicks, and No Tail will be dropped. This seems to be it for
Yeah,
OG
they
in
call it
game
GG.
number 1, and they throw in the towel.
Woo,
They
Vici.
finally take a loss, and to all people, it's going to be Vici J who claimed the first win.
I would say that Vici definitely did have some great highlights in this game. I'd say that OG had some sloppy moments when they were going for some kills and stuff that you could tell that they were like, why are we fighting here? Fly unable to get some static storms just because it's really hard for him to place. It's like, okay, either Ana gets the impale and I get a follow-up static storm, or we're getting chased out and I have to do these like awkward like static storms just kind of to block an area, but then it's like, oh my god, we don't have our big team fight ultimate. It's like,
Dire team ban. OG's turn to ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
OG's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Winter Wyvern.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. OG's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. OG's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
In the
Reserve
spirit.
time. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dazzle.
OG's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Outworld Devourer.
OG's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
OG's turn to pick. Naga Siren. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
Looking to go for a bit of redemption, but let's get into it. BJ already with the first game win, the first team to get a win against OG in this tournament. As you said, of course, things already set in stone for OG being in that top seed, but things do matter still for VGJ. It'd be nice to get a better seed even in that lower bracket. Could allow you to make it to that next round, stay alive, get cash in even further higher in the prize pool.
Definitely.
It all matters, man. So they're going to be playing with everything they got.
OG's got a very like Naga lineup. You know, they're very dependent on this Naga Siren to just kind of carrying them. I mean, that's usually what it comes down to when you pick a Naga Siren, so it's not really too unexpected to last pick Naga, but Vici has the heroes absolutely to deal with the Naga Siren. PA with Empower. PA is already kind of I can't say like a direct counter to Ember, but it's pretty damn good because Ember's a very low armor hero, so he's susceptible to getting bursted down from that. And Naga as well, when you have the cleave, you're able to bring down those illusions super quickly, etc.
Is it
as well as
be
the OD, sorry.
Yeah,
OD Arcane Orb, I was trying to think of the last point that I had.
Is it going to put PA in a bit of a position where she might be forced to go into an earlier BKB because of the song and all those kind of antics right there, so you can get away from possibly getting locked down with the follow-up black hole and such? Or is it still her to play like more burst heavy? How would you play like and build up the PA in this particular kind of a game?
I have not had the luxury of watching too many PAs lately, but I think BKB could be pretty decent this game because of the amount of like wombo combo that there is coming out. But that being said, too, he does have a lot of different ways of save for himself. So BKB doesn't allow him to get astraled. It does let him. He still can get graved and all that, but we'll probably see him just go for more like stat items first before he tries to go for that one. You don't really ever want to go first item BKB unless you're at a detriment.
So what they have here,
aggro try.
Yeah, aggro try set up here from BJ to really pressure into OG. While OG have S4 straight in the jungle for his Enigma, and they're letting Jerix take the off lane to, I guess, get some soul XP. He can always hide within the trees to avoid some sort of pressure. FY will probably try his best to stalk him and see if they can make him bring him down from that tree. But they all get a decent share of XP, it looks like, and there's not really too much from BTJ to pressure the Enigma, so he's got pretty free time in the jungle here.
Yep, trade-offs. I think Vici's happy because they're like, okay, RLTK is going to get free levels and farm in the top lane, whereas in off lane he would be struggling a bit. Just trade off while S4 is going to farm, but that being said, the OD versus the Ember matchup. OD does win that by a good amount. I mean, Ember can farm, but you do start getting pressured once he gets a couple more levels in the Astral because you do just keep getting right-clicked over and over again and denied because he is obviously a ranged hero versus you. That being said, Freeze does get chained under the creep wave, takes a little bit of harassment damage, but with the Astral, harasses Ana just right back.
Bit there. Garrick's obviously going to benefit from a little bit of solo farm here, taking away the aggro onto himself, manipulating with the help of that shapeshift, but does secure now his level 2. Watching over S4 nearby. It looks like FY kind of invaded a bit. I think he might have just planted that ward down so he can kind of oversee what's happening on S4's side of things in case they maybe want to consider a future invade. Just trying to keep tabs.
So yeah, always keeping an eye on him is great. Just seeing how well he's doing in the jungle. If he's low, maybe you can walk in and just get a free nice kill. Just watching if they use the shrine. They now know the shrine was expended as well. No-Tell getting just some trade harassment from aggressive bottom lane.
Yeah, you know, he's with Fly on the Wyvern, not known as the best laner. I mean, whenever the curse right there is up, the Arctic Burn, there it is, looks like curse. Not curse, I know. Whenever the Arctic Burn is up, which is a ridiculously long cooldown, you can definitely put in a little bit of damage there on your opposing laner, but it's a long cooldown otherwise, and you don't want to be spamming out the lane with your splinter shot, so it's a bit awkward at the start for a Wyvern usually.
As long as Fly can do the timing properly, where you pull, you get your pull done, you go use your Arctic Burn, pull resets, you go back, pull again, Arctic Burn resets, you keep doing that kind of thing. You can work really well around it as a Wyvern.
Yeah, you can make a good little rhythm for yourself, but BGJ did want to kind of press the Wyvern on the side. It could be a bit troublesome for him, but here, Freeze, taking it to Ana right now.
Going for the double no build to just secure himself the lane a little bit more. But that being said, Ana is actually winning the mid lane in overall last hits, but Freeze does have a couple more denies over him.
Much expected there. Here, obviously, might try to go for potential opportunities. Looks like he did put a level into the poison in case they
First
see
rotation coming out.
to go in.
FY is going to be going for this mid lane potentially, but Freeze has no mana, so he just got right clicks to follow up. So they're probably going to try to just chip him down a little bit more and then walk in with FY.
Force him to bottle, if anything.
It's going to be a really tough kill, yeah. He's already got the Flame Guard and everything. He should be okay.
It's a long stock here from FY.
Maybe
waiting
FY
up
just
for the
camping the
4-minute
rune.
Yeah, 4-minute
exactly.
rune is going to be coming up. I bet Ana might just head up north for it right here. And then maybe Freeze could catch him, and that's when they're going to make their move. Oh, they try to sandwich between, but look at this. Ana turns back onto the Odie instead, and that's when FY is going to have to step in to help him out. Looking to time out the burrow. Does wait for it and does get it done. The patience from FY pays off.
That was
BGJ.
That was like very good patience. Didn't even show himself going for the rune either. And then, yeah, Freeze walking down, trying to make it look like he's like, oh, I can die here. Ana, go for me. And yeah, that's what happened.
Swing in here at each other here. Garrick's ROTK.
Jarrett's getting a lot of levels up here, though.
Yeah, I mean, if this was like a core farming offlane Monkey King, it's like swinging it against the Magnus, not the worst thing ever for him. And when the Sand King's not around, he certainly would feel a lot more comfortable.
He's kind of acting as like he's acting as the offlaner entirely right now. Level 4, saving his last skill point, deciding if he wants to be that, just going for the Boundless Strike or not. He's definitely just still deciding what his role is going to be just because he is farming up there, so.
It's definitely a different approach than they had the previous game, obviously.
S4,
where he was just looking for setups, but first early rotation. Normally you suspect these maybe when he has the black hole online. You don't really suspect the rotations from Enigma before that. As they hustle and looking to go for it, he pops out the Eidolons, gets the stun onto FY.
Oh, they cut the tree,
burrow,
the skewer.
But they catch down Jarrex here. He's going to be stunned up from falling off the tree.
No mana,
tries to retreat out the other side, but as you said, they have no mana. Jarrex could hide to the tree. Go for the TP. Oh, but they ate the tree! Oh, well played from ROTK. That's one of those things, like, did he have the mana to spring after that tree leap? I mean,
he had the mana to spring down, but he didn't have the mana to TP right away. So he made the choice. It's either I, jump down and I just keep running around, or I just do maybe a slight misplay there by Jarrex.
Yeah, it's tough though, but hey.
Good prediction. Oh, good noticing of ROTK to know exactly which tree it was that he had to cut.
BGJ had their Wheaties this morning, man. Playing pretty good. Another strong early game already for him. It's only just 6 minutes in, but...
all 3 lanes farming.
Yeah.
Very well.
Farming very well. FY again. Hanging through this mid lane, and as long as he remains off the radar, Ana's definitely kind of scratching his head here as far as his commitments. But here they set it with a prison. Is he going to fall into the burrow?
Here.
Yep, but hey, flying out through the trees is going to be a wild monkey man. Turnaround chains play on for FY, and it's going to be OG who get themselves on the board now with that takedown kill. Ana bottling up a bit. Freeze is getting baited in a bit by Jerix here. Does get the finish, bringing down the hammer, and a double on top of it.
Who's
going
baiting who?
for Freeze. Here comes Fly, desperate to make a turnaround, but Freeze says, do you want to go? And says, step off. What a Freeze play there.
That was very well played by him there. Just with a double null, having enough mana, and to be able to just spam out the Arcane Orb enough, building up the advantage over both of them. It's beautiful. A lot of people don't skill the Sanity's Eclipse, so they probably weren't even expecting that one. So beautiful just decision-making there by Freeze. 1,744 damage coming out from him at 6 minutes in the game like that. That's something you would never expect to happen.
Whoa. Arcane Boot pickup for No Tail there on the bottom lane for his Naga. Spamming out, of course, your Riptides is necessary.
Yep. Fly trying to run away.
Oh,
FY goes for the blind stun. They're still going to try to chase out. They have the dagger spam, but now they just throw one on No Tail to harass.
yeah. Level the song, so doesn't have that available if he needs to bail out from trouble. Like no dive will be committed from BJ's side. Offlaners though, you have S4 waiting, parked back here with the black hole good to go. On the other side you have RTK with the RP in his pocket. We do have a rotation up here to the top lane. Look who shows up. It's aggressive here. They may try to make an RP happen. Jerix, oh, he's moving a little too far forward. They'll see aggressive there.
Oh, he's got the
but they're
perfect
going to
black
go,
hole,
turn
though.
around. Black hole onto 2. He needs more right clicks. Jumps up to the tree, but does not spring back down. Not enough follow-up damage to make the first black hole worth it.
Save Jerax,
But-
least, you know?
It's a heavy price to save your Monkey King, but
Yeah, definitely.
that one, though, is going to be great for VGJ, knowing that that thing's going to be on cooldown and they still have an RP to work with. We'll see if they try to take an advantage of this window.
I'm sure they were probably like, Ana, TP, and Ana's like, I just TP'd mid, dude. It's still cool down like 15 seconds. Is unfortunate timing for them, but nice little aggressive play by aggressive, making that rotation.
Well played here. Jerix, though, I mean, he's level 5 on this, quote, support position Monkey King. He'll get his level 6 pretty dang fast here. Aggressive after kind of tussling a bit. He's also getting towards his level 6. Bounty room pickup for him. ROTK takes to the jungle right now, and
He's
he'll be
pretty
heading-
huge.
He's going to go right for the blink now after already securing those arcanes. He's doing great timing here. 1,200 gold.
Freeze has his Midas already now too on the OD after that big kit pickup in mid lane. FY getting some pressure down bottom. The mag
Burrow.
TP's down. He's got RP if he wants to on the ready.
Give it to me, baby. Hits with a shockwave. He's gonna. Oh, gets it. It's only gonna be onto the 1. Follow with the burrow.
Oh, FY actually gets brought down.
Okay, well, turnaround from No Tail will be there, 1 for 1. But No Tail happy to kind of take the kill at the end of the day.
Just
RTK.
some trades.
Yeah, gets a kill with his own RP. Jerix is here now. Spring down to the low ground. They hit him with the stun. There's the Riptide, but a rotation does come in. FY's on the return. Does he go up with the burrow?
Tranquil
Yes,
boots.
he does. ROTK is able to add in some extra pot shots here. Now they
ROTK,
pop out the
careful,
spring.
man.
Ooh, flying in is going to be the splinter shot. It is going to be Jerix getting the last hit on ROTK here. But now they turn it back the other direction. Here's Fly, though. Has that cold embrace ready, so you do not want to commit. Sprinter blast. Okay.
Oh, he actually gets him with that.
Nicely
nice
done.
play by Fly.
Hits the creep, allows the reflect of that splinter blast. Finishes out with the Arctic burn. Beautiful stuff there from 5-position Wyvern to get down.
Yeah, very good spell usage there coming out from OG.
4 to 5 now suddenly. Meanwhile, as you see, mid lane Freeze continue to do his thing. Success, of course, getting that first Sanity's Eclipse gank. So it's high net worth, and there's our new Sanity's Eclipse. Prison, hammer dropped. Ana comes out from the Shadow Realm, realizing he's a bit weak. Can they
One
get the
more hit.
finish? Whoa!
Oh, super close.
Calculated, of course. Ana back home and safe.
Tower is under attack.
Gonna be put on cooldown now.
He's got a Midas. He's like, ah, whatever. Get out of my lane.
Oh, he's already back though.
Yep.
Comes right back to the shrine, hits it up a bit, and we'll be able to get back into action here. Or Black Hole's going to be coming up here in the near future, so see if OG look to kind of make some use out of it, or if they're content on playing this farming game. You got a Naga, so are you always okay playing it passive, or is there any reason for OG to, you know, maybe start looking for tier 1 takedowns?
They could look for a couple, but I mean, they do have a Naga, so they could just be playing the pass game. But it does look like S4 is going to be going for a BKB, so they do want a team fight
Ooh, yeah.
relatively early away from the Naga. You know, they want to be able to have those 4-man team fights.
Straight Midas, and then read his way forward for a huge power peak and picking up that BKB.
And we did say mechs don't get purchased, and yep, mechs do not get purchased in this Dota.
Why is that? Is it not too expensive? Cost too much mana? It used to feel like it was the the days of you have to have at least one mech candidate on your team.
Mech was like that, that's where the patch comes in. Mech was like for Death Ball, you want to be able to group up and be a unit, but this patch recently just doesn't make it, it's not beneficial to be able to group up like that. And people are playing a lot more greedy, so it's like if you go for a mech, either you push and you win, or now it's like the other team buys a Midas instead of your mech, and they're able to farm up and take it later. Jarex now committing the ult, gets a Boundless Strike. They get the Root onto Freeze as well, and they should be able to bring him down with this Monkey King ult as well. But the RP coming out from ROTK, the follow-up coming in, the Burrow Strike as well, bringing them both down, and Freeze with a double kill ends up surviving. Massive timing from ROTK, perfect rotation coming out from VGJ, great response.
Man, we saw that in game number 1. The counterplays coming out from VGJ are just unreal. Quick to be there at attendance for these fights and just make them regret committing altogether on the side of OG. Unbelievable stuff. Pulling ahead now 7-4. Freeze looking like the man right now.
That was literally like perfect timing from ROTK. Could not have been more perfect for him to get that Blink Dagger finished.
He's doing work on this Magus. I'm starting to see why we don't get to see play it very often.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we saw all through, of course, his runs. He had some great DPL games with it. Stars, imagine, but
oh my God.
Since then, being seeing a lot of respect, but
Freeze is already hitting it so hard on this OD. Level 11, about to be level 12. He's going to have... what's he actually going for here? He has the staff, and then he switched to his Shadow Blade. I was assuming he would just go for the Force Staff that it looked like he was going to go for, but he switched his item inventory to Shadow Blade. So looks like he might want to be a ganking OD.
I mean, there is the Naga factor at the end of the day. It's like I always like to say, it's that weed that slowly grows. And then you start noticing the weed, and you realize, do I have to deal with this right now? Or do we have the pressure to kind of be able to nip it in the bud? But right now, working towards picking up that Radiance. Derek's here stalking out through the ground. FY very hesitant in the lane. That OG are a bit missing. They'll wait for the security of ROTK nearby.
As soon as he steps up, he's like, Splinter Blast, I knew it! Ana jungling a bit, same with Noto. They get a Curse out.
To set up a Monkey King ult, the stun shortly to follow. They hit him even with the dust, and between the two supports, they easily take down the SK.
He knew something was up, too. He was so reluctant to step in there.
I knew it! I knew I shouldn't have gone in the lane.
Exactly what he's probably thinking. Bottom lane, Jarek steps up, and well, boom! Bursted down quickly. So it looks like Aggressive's going to be going for the Vlad's pickup. So not stats, per se, but he does get the bonus health from the Talon if he opts to go for that. So just Vlad's gives him with the Empower, gives him good base damage upgrade.
Okay, Freeze looking for more. Gets hit onto Ana, but a Black Hole does come out from S4. Says we'll be the ones to counterfight on this one. But as I say that, here comes VGJ again, rotating in through this mid lane. Pump fake for the RP. Good chains. Stop them in their tracks.
Got clipped by the Midnight Pulse. It looked like he wanted to blink and go for just a skewer. He didn't want to have to commit the RP, but yeah, the ends of the Midnight Pulse actually don't allow him to go for that. But it's like, do we really want to dive in there? They felt a little bit in question. Sleep coming out.
Song. Boy, they hasted FY, who could potentially set something up for TP by, I guess, but
180 seconds.
Yeah, it's a long cooldown, but No-Tail looking to play this one extra safe here.
I think they can go for tower pressure right now on Vici. They know the Black Hole is expended in mid lane. They know Naga Sleep is down. They have all their ults up. I think this is go time to go for bottom.
Until using Scan to make sure his nearby is safe, and it is. Well, bottom lane is where the attention is actually being drawn right now. Long dagger over, ROTK.
Ana has a Remnant down. Not too far away, though.
Keeping it within the trees, Jarex will hop up and above here to scout out the nearby area.
Jarex strong and ult down. Looks like they're going to make their aggressive plan out to aggressive.
ROTK might need to turn around, but he gets hit with the stun, so no blink will come forward. Freeze does show up, but it's too late to save aggressive ally.
Yeah, unable to get the Astral on him in time.
Nice little pick right there. A good setup. Timing together both the chains and the Monkey King ultimate.
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to go for a bit of pressure into the bottom lane, but not just underestimating how much damage the Monkey King ult under the chains can actually do. Jarex definitely, like we said, the last game, he did have some good ultimates. There's just a couple of his other things show that he maybe has a little slight of inexperience, but this time he looks like he's making a lot more plays. He did have the the option to as well, because he was kind of left top lane getting all that experience.
So get all of his tools right away and be able to flex them and put them to work.
But still, Vici They know that these big ultimates are still on cooldown. The Wyvern ult is up, but the Enigma, Black Hole, and the Sleep are still on cooldown. This is definitely their time to try to go for a tier 1, get some aggressive wards down, keep the eyes on OG.
And you got to do it. You're going against a Naga. You got to try to restrict the amount of farm that's available to her. She's not getting involved in these fights. She's about to have her Radiant. It's only going to get worse from here. So they got to make sure they press the objectives in this game. I don't know if you want to risk going late.
It keeps looking like they wanted to go for the pressure, but then they kind of back up. They're just very reluctant because of Fly. Fly is just sitting there, and he's like, you guys want to push my lane? I'm just going to Splinter Blast every time a creep wave comes up because he has the Arcane Boots. He has the ability to be able to do that. He has the Mana Sustain.
Couldn't even see him get an 8th of the lens just to do it from even a safer distance. Look at this solo RP. We've had enough of your shenanigans.
Yeah, that showed that right there. That's like, you know,
stop it.
This tower is ours. Get out of here.
It looks like they will be able to get it, but OG will respond with their own bit of farm here between the mid and top lane.
The tower is important for the jungle access, but it's also important just to get the wards down. The wards to watch the Naga's movement is very important.
Which they start planning now, yeah.
No-Tail's going to have his Radiance at a very good timing. He's got the Relic about 300 away from that Radiance now.
Naturally, as VGJ will be able to shift through this bottom lane, they'll change their pressure towards the top, and No-Tail will have to go down there and under that vision.
That's why top, JerAx going for a big play here with the Monkey King ult again.
Dust. No-Tail just tries to sweep him with the Riptide, and JerAx will be able to get the finish. Almost a solo pick in itself. Wonderfully done from JerAx to set the whole thing up. FY just kind of getting scouted.
Yeah, 1100 damage from the Monkey King ult with the Boundless Strike just because of the positioning where the Monkey King ult was. If you see, like, when the Monkey King ult comes out, with the position that you target it, there's a spot where there's multiple monkeys, like in the middle, right, smack in the middle, where you do the massive amount of damage. So JerAx actually did it perfectly with his Boundless Strike inside of the middle of those 3 or 4, or maybe even 5 monkeys that are there.
Learning fast. Probably had some good pub grinds on the hero, but exciting to see what to do with it. Now begins to scout things out from VG Jungle as they smoke over. It looks like they may be spotting out RTK, who's going to be forced to skewer to the high ground to make it away from trouble. They will also see the mighty Ancient stack that is there waiting for the PA. Look how sweet and girthy that thing is. They would love to get a piece of that pie if possible.
You said mech was a non-existent item, right? ROTK is picking up a mech next on the mag.
Dare say otherwise. Okay, sustained power.
Interesting. The Guardian Greaves to be able to remove the chains and to remove the net.
Well, this is as opposed to what would you normally expect to see in that kind of spot instead of the mag.
Like the Force Staff. I've seen a lot of people doing the Blink Force Staff, and they even go back for a Midas sometimes on the mags lately, which it's like, okay, the greed is good, as we've been mentioning a lot in this tournament.
This tower's done for.
Gets the solo RP, but
the Song counterplay is going to be there. That will allow him for a possible new setup. They move for the setup of the Black Hole, and it does connect onto 3. Fenrir waits on the outside, and we'll be able to get the Grave onto Freeze. Can Freeze make the most out of this moment? Drops the Arcane, but it's not going to be enough. They will finish onto JerAx. No one goes down yet from VG. As they pop out, they will be able to get the finish on for Fenrir.
No-Tail's getting chased down too.
Finally,
Freeze gets brought down. No-Tail gets brought down at his tier 1.
Not the biggest fight here for OG considering the start they had leading into it. Now the Epi going to be coming out from FY. Will get the finish on for Fly. Re-engaging now. It's going to be on it, but it's aggressive, slashing it home with a triple kill. Looking to go for the Ultra. Needs one more. Ana hiding within, gets the chains, a re-remnant in. Him and S4, can they go and get the takedown? They will. Aggressive going to get dropped, and now in pursuit, looking to go for FY.
The Arcane Rune. Oh my god, Ana with that Arcane Rune in that fight was able to dish out so much damage. All of his spells just always up. Looking at him, 3,800 coming out from the Ember Spirit. That is, I mean, look at it. Look at the spell usage. 6 Sleights of Fist, 4 Remnants, 6 Chains, like Arcane Rune. Perfect timing for that one, but beautiful setup from No-Tail. Instant reaction as soon as the RP comes down. They get a pretty good Black Hole on top. Not everybody was really brought down with that from a great Grave coming out from Fenrir, as well as I believe the mech. Yeah, the mech was out there too, so he was able to heal them up a bit afterwards.
Yeah.
But overall, OG would come out ahead in that one just because of that Arcane Rune and the way that they can kind of kite the fight around. And the Epicenter comes out a bit towards the end of the fight because FY doesn't have a blink, so it's a little bit harder for him to set those up.
Yeah, credit to VGJ, able to kind of survive as much as possible through that onslaught, but still do end up going down. But they will make up for it here. Or at least JerAx is going to be happy to get a piece of this XP. Ana, though, steps in, hits it with the chains, looking to take what he can here away from VG. They spot JerAx. They go right in, but have they gone too far? They turn around with their own chains play. Can they get the finish onto aggressive? JerAx hides within the pit, pops out the ulti. Aggressive, though, does bounce back to the high ground. And now it's Freeze, forced to get hit with the Shallow Grave to try to stay alive. The Song comes out to lock them all in their place. They're also weak and wounded. Can they clean it up? There goes the Riptide. The Self-Astral barely keeps him alive. ROTK is going to get dropped on him in pursuit. Will be able to get the ground on for aggressive, and Freeze also went down. A total sweep here for OG as they will claim the 4th life. It's only FY to survive here in the bottom lane who, hey, I got to kill on Fly at least.
He solo killed Fly. He didn't even use Epi. Fly definitely wasn't expecting him. He was probably farming low. He just got
maybe
caught.
Watching the other fight too,
Yeah.
who knows. But yeah, elsewhere in the world, the real fight that matters, OG clean house in the mid lane.
Without their ultimates there.
Without
that
their
was with
ultimate.
with the Monkey King ult, which is beautiful placement from Jerix. The way he baited them actually onto the low ground there, makes them move into a very awkward position. Maybe it was a little overzealous from Vici to jump down, but the miss skewer really hurts them here.
It did.
The 2-man stun as well from Jerix, perfectly timed, catches the OD on that, and then he gets grabbed inside of the Monkey King ult. Great grave coming out from Fenrir, but the damage is already done here.
And
they're able
then-
to just reset the fight with the sleep and then the cleanup.
So beautiful. The chains even connecting our OTK. I mean, at first it seemed like it was okay for OTK to be skewed back into the high ground to avoid that Monkey King ult, but as he tries to come in to help out, he just gets locked in his spot, and they just get crushed.
Is under attack.
Wicked sick for Ana there. The OG just taking the reins of this game right back, confidently so. Top in net worth actually belonging to S4 still. Ana just barely trailing behind. Overall net worth advantage going about 7,500 in favor for OG. XP even more detrimental, 10K.
Dire's top tower
Super hard for them. I mean, with the blink now on the Enigma 2, blink BKB, it's like almost impossible for them to really stop the black hole. It's like he has to RP behind him to stop that black hole because RP does go through BKB, but he's the initiator on the side of Vici. So now it's like ROTK has to, they kind of have to change their game plan when they see the blink and the BKB on the Enigma. They're gonna make, maybe FY kind of has to force with the blink and the stun in order to force some reaction from OG.
Yeah.
So we'll see how they play, but S4 is very patient when he tries to use his ultimates. We've watched many of his clips before where he has opportunities to get maybe 2 or 3 man ults. Super patient guy, always looking for the best opportunity.
Pays off. Here is Beach now, kind of smoked up.
So he's got his BKB now. This is a big peak timing for aggressive. BKB Vlad's finished up. They've got Freeze with the Shadow Blade as well.
They might spot Jerix here on the low ground.
Blink Dagger on FY too. Yep.
They'll get him right away. Can he make tree up? Oh, okay. Nice little pick off right there. It's a tank of the gank for Jerix to spot out the smoke play there from Vici. Not the worst thing for OG, but it's a little booster there.
They are playing at a detriment now versus a Naga Siren and an Ember Spirit.
That's the thing. These there's still a tier 1 in the mid lane. There's still a tier 1 in the top lane. The objectives have not been advancing at all for Vici, and you're going against this high scaling Naga. It's still a huge concern. Aggressive pops his BKB. Song comes out, and now it's just aggressive alone, isolated here, and No Tail is trying to walk him home. Waiting, holding out. Now the turnaround. S4 commits into the black hole, but it's only going to be on Fenrir. On the other side, a Wyvern ult committed as they spot out Freeze. They'll freeze him up. S4
No Tail
doubling
gets brought
back.
down. This looks awkward right
On
now
the
for
other
OG.
side, they're split totally apart. The epicenter helps to get the finish on a No Tail. Now a drop of the hammer here. Ana quickly to sidestepping away.
Nice remnant there by Ana. He actually dodges the whole damage from the OD ultimate. Now the Jerax ultimate coming out from the tree on the Monkey. Oh my god, where'd they go?
Ana just said, get the hell out of here, and blasted him down with a triple remnant. Now FY on the high ground. Can't even realize what the hell hit him and his team. Tries to go for a deny, not going to be able to get it. S4 claims that one, and OG.
Ana's trying to clean up aggressive right now, too. It's the man fight, and he gets him as well.
Ana's playing that.
Ana's playing outrageously good this game.
9K gods.
Let's see his damage. 3,500. Woo! The Veil, plus having that level 18 already, very early. He's level 21 on Ember, so that extra bonus damage from the Veil onto his Fire Remnant. He throws down 2 Remnants on top of them with a Boundless Strike on top. They just evaporate.
This guy gets under the gun all the time from the community whenever this doesn't do bad, but hell of a tournament, if I have to say.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a late black hole coming out from S4. Like, he held it for a second, so he was trying to grab I think the Sand King and the Dazzle in it, but FY actually gets his Blink out, and then they're able to get the Burrow Strike and Epicenter to clean up No Tail. So they did kill No Tail in that fight, but it costed them way too much.
But
at what cost?
What at what cost? No follow-up still from Vici here. You have to press the matter at hand. This game isn't going to get any easier for him in terms of scaling. And with as it stands at the moment, top 3 net worth all belonging to OG. I don't know if it's soon to be desperation mode, but there has to be some sort of swing of momentum here.
They still have massive wombo combo factor,
They do.
which always can come into play. You know, the PA, Mag, Sand King, and OD ults, like these 4 can, if they get if they get it proper on multiple heroes, they can still
Yes.
just instantly turn the fights around. So
That has
OG,
to be always respected.
yeah, it definitely needs to be respected. OG still needs to watch their positioning in these fights and watch the way that they take these fights and make sure that they have the Naga in position to counter-initiate with the sleep. The same thing with the Black Hole as well as the Wyvern.
See how ridiculously high Jerix's normal kill participation is, like 81%. Unfortunately, with his Monkey King games, it's been a little less. Him just getting comfortable with moving around and being a part of these kills, but
He went for greed this game too. He went for it Midas too. I mean, why not when you have all of this, all these like massive team fights on your team, and you have the late game with the Naga Siren. So, well, you should have the late game with the Naga Siren.
so that's what you're hoping for when you're a drafter.
Yeah.
S4 Octarine Core. I don't know if you acknowledged that yet.
I did not actually. He's almost finishing it up, and he's gonna have the cooldown reduction.
Wow.
Ana getting some pressure on him bottom.
2. No one from OG close by. He may be forced to just walk away. Wasn't much
got
of a
Blink
force,
Dagger
but
up.
re-engagement possibly for freeze. They blink in. Ana's actually stepped away. Who shows himself with the slight and then says, "See you later." Jumps right over.
But yeah, I mean, Octarine with Enigma is beautiful now with the cooldown reduction he gets. He also gets the minus respawn time. It's going to be pretty hard to play around his cooldowns. Black Hole is already down to 136. Once he gets Octarine, it's going to be 100 seconds, which is very scary. 100 seconds, that's like when... That's the old mag ult that people were like, man, mag ult seems like it's always up. 100 seconds is not a long time.
That in this particular game seems to be like could be once a fight.
Yeah,
for sure. And definitely makes more fight opportunities for OG to go for closure on top of it. Makes it more scary for BTJ to actually come together and finally push forward on these objectives.
I don't know if they're ever going to be able to get to the point where they can push any objectives out. It's starting to get to the point where Naga's taking over the map, just keeping the lanes always pushed in. So OG has all the information on the map. They even claim a top tower. Vici is just like, man, we can't handle these illusions right now, even though they have Arcane Orb and PA.
Can likely see Vici not take another tower this game. Just continues to progress like this.
Yeah.
Hopefully not for their sake. They put out a hell of a game one. They're really strutting their stuff here today.
Freeze had an incredible, performance so far on the OD in the laning phase. So
let's see if they can be able to bring a little bit of a fire back here. Can't emphasize enough that their wombo combo is always something to still be feared. But they are going to have to try to find those opportunities. OG don't have too many offensive wards up here in the jungle, so...
Octarine's so good on Enigma. Man, his spells actually become such low cooldowns, and with his BKB only being 44-second cooldown as well. And his Midas gets reduced too, down to only 63-second cooldown.
I'm sure he loves like all the regen he gets from like the Midnight Pulse.
Yeah, it's a lot of healing you get too.
Deep ward committed here from Jerix inside the base, while Ana stalked and spotted out FY. Jerix is en route. He may be the one with the detection necessary. He actually dropped the sentry over on the other side, and then they'll finally be able to get the finish.
Beyond godlike. I think Ana went, what, he was 0-3 or 0-2 at the start, and then he's gotten 12 kills since. Very impressive.
That's what people say about like Sumail games, you know, when he's playing that Spirit in the mid lane. Turning it around from a 12 kill run. Crazy. Well played by OG.
Very well executed.
All right, now they feel so good that they're beginning to creep in and start getting some tier 3 damage here. Could open up more money.
They are probably just trying to force back the OD. That same play that we were talking about a lot yesterday. Just like show 5 heroes top. As soon as the other team shows 5, then you can start backing up and farming. But No Tail's just gonna do Naga things. You know, he's just gonna go mid, send the illusions bottom, cut all 3 creep waves.
This is when the restriction occurs. They've gotten that noose tied up and they're getting to throw it over the neck of BTJ, and it's BTJ trying to make sure they can prevent it from like getting so tight that they can't even breathe. They need to be able to make it out from the base. They need to be able to continue to get aggressive his farm and can't get stuck inside. But maybe OG, if they overstep, if they get caught in this precious high ground choke point.
Oh, bottom lane freeze.
Oh,
there's gonna be the black hole.
In. The black hole is there, and OG will be taken down. Does have a buyback, but OG happy to take that one.
Yeah.
Now
Excellent
cross country to the top lane, and maybe they can even force out the buyback. Look at this play. Jerix shows himself from the trees with the ulti. ROTK going to be taken down. No buyback. No RP for the defense now. Going to be there. FY, though, going to be forced to step in. Dishes out the epicenter, looking to go for Jerix. Jerix in the middle of the epi, pops out the TP. Will not be getting away.
Uh-oh, Ana's got no remnants now.
Oh, no. OG. Whoa. That's a pretty penny to be handing over.
Oops.
Overconfidence after the OD takedown in the bottom lane?
I think they just like overcommitted, and I think Ana he tried to go for the dazzle again there rather than just trying to like use the last remnant to just get out. So I think that was a little bit of a misplay there by Ana. Jerax, however, though, with that Monkey King ult, if you saw, he, instead of using the Boundless Strike on the mag there, he looked for the dazzle in the backline. He threw the Boundless Strike, gets the stun on the dazzle, so dazzle wasn't actually allowed to grave ROTK and save him there. So it's really good perceptive play there by him. But yeah, slight misplay there probably by Ana, overstaying and being a little bit over-aggressive.
You gotta give credit to that high ground ward to be able to set up that kind of a play, plus spot out that dazzle coming in too. So
absolutely
good stuff on Jerax. Unfortunately for OG, they do end up on the bad end of those trades, and it kind of breathes a little bit new life here for VGJ. Allows Freeze to kind of get back into action, and back to this bottom lane though. He is pursuing pretty hard here. Fly is going to be forced to fly on back, as they don't have too many OG members nearby to kind of take advantage of this. It's just VGJ kind of pushing things out and trying to give themselves any sort of breathing room.
Yep, Noto. No hesitation. Oh man, he gets an arcane. Oh, he actually just pings the arcane. I thought he was going to grab that one. I guess he's saving it for Ana. So he's just going to keep pushing the waves in constantly. Same thing that we see all the time on the Naga.
Yes.
Cutting waves, sending them in every single time, and just limiting the map control.
Can they go for the pick on Fly? Long dagger from the dark does come out. Fly is not going to be making it away from here. Can make him sweat for it by getting off the cold embrace, but eventually they will bring him down. Well, up and above, S4 and Jerax. Spot out little FY here. FY super elusive, though. We'll be able to make it into a corner and out from trouble.
Placing a very, the high ground ward from FY so they can watch the Monkey King's movements in that top lane.
Finish out what looks like his own Octarine next.
Yeah, he went back, he went the Maelstrom, and then he went back for the Lincolns. So he can stop the Burrow Strike, and as well as the potential, I mean, Astral, I guess, for now, but majority, it's just the Sand King Stun and the Euls right now that they have that are the big targeted spells.
S4 is still, not for much longer it looks like, but still top of the net worth on his Enigma.
Dude, it's the reduced cooldown on his Midas.
I guess so, right? He's like grinding away some serious farm on this map.
No, I mean, he's 5-0 and 7. He's been landing pretty good black holes in positioning.
Oh, here we go. FY again. Caught out a little bit here.
He's just committing the hole.
Wow. Okay, they'll take him out of this. Deleted from the game. Oh, a weave does fly out. RP.
Gets the RP onto Ana. Do they have follow-up?
The Lincoln is there, though. And it is popped from the poison. Two-man connection with the Veil. He turns it back in. Oh, the sleep actually cancels out the damage. But it does set up for maybe a re-engagement here, and a Wyvern ult. Catches between the two of them, and it's actually going to be on the Dazzle. Aggressive looks to move in, but he gets stunned. They will be managed to slash down and finish off the Dazzle. Aggressive trying to make it away with the BKB pop, jumping over to ROTK. They will scoot themselves back inside where it is safe. But they have no Dazzle for this defense. Are OG going to keep moving in? Nah, it looks like they're content with stepping off and just kind of getting back into, you know, pressuring all these other lanes.
FY's probably pretty happy about that. When they use Black Hole on him, he's like, I have the minus 30-second respawn talent right now, man. You Black Hole on me, I come back up in no time.
Octarine party here for OG, as Naga also finishes hers. So.
And Ember's going to be going for his soon as well. I mean, not soon, but he will have his eventually in this game as well.
Yeah.
Triple Octarine.
Always able to kind of fight. The long-winded cooldowns aren't as much of a factor anymore to kind of play with.
Excellent.
So, get too excited with the advantage they still have here.
Sure, once ROTK reveals himself bottom, they now know that he's gonna have a Shadow Blade. I don't know if they caught glimpse of it in the last fight because he blinked in and got the RP. He was initially Shadow Bladed, but we might see a gem purchase coming out for OG quite soon. We already see Fly carrying like dust and sentries, but
not very good Roche team, unfortunately, either, because I'm sure they could have just easily gotten Roche now if they wanted, but they just don't feel like they can do it fast enough.
Interesting. Did you see that? He went for the +2 Searing Chains this game rather than the 20% cooldown reduction on Ana, just feeling like the chains have been doing a lot of work this game, and they have been. So it's the decision he feels like he wanted to make this game, and
pays off.
Player preference. Well, yeah, we'll see.
OG now.
It's also that he's been seeing that Aggressive's BKB is since he bought it so early, it's gonna start ticking down. Once it gets down to that 5-second point, you're just gonna get chain shackled over and over again afterwards, and you just get kited, unable to do something. So, could understand why he would be going for that, because that BKB was purchased very early from Aggressive.
Fresh high ground ward there from Jerax. Is set up for the top lane.
S4 in position. Oh. He's going for a Black Hole. He gets it.
He's going to commit in for it. The BKB was popped, but obviously the Black Hole is still going to be able to pull him in. Midnight Pulse doing a serious amount of damage, brings him down to about a quarter of his life, but he looks to pop onto Jerax here. The ulti comes out from the Wyvern. Can they go for the finish? On the other side, ROTK, though, gets an instant blast takedown, and No Tail instantly out of this fight here, but they did already lose Freeze. Now the Dazzle going to be going down. Epicenter, and a re-engagement from Aggressive secures a double kill as they get the takedown onto Jerix here. Ana looking to step back and join the side of Fly, but it's actually OG on the run as Aggressive makes his move in. ROTK will skewer on forward, looking to go for Fly. Self-cold embrace, keeps him alive for a bit. Nice little blink to the low ground to make it away here, but they're still on pursuit. Step back, and here comes those chains. Few trying to hold them back, but they will get the finish. Fly's going to get dropped. Another chains, locking down on a triple remnant going on in, but a quick jump back.
BKB, though.
He pops it out now. He's looking to move in. Can he get the crit necessary to get the finish on for Ana? No, doesn't get it there. Gets shoved on forward. The Midnight Pulse gets the finish onto Aggressive, and then they get the cleanup job on the ROTK. RNGesus not favoring Vici on this day. OG run it right back in. They're looking to go for the 5-man wipe. Can Ana get it here?
It looks like he will.
Yes, he can. Double kill for Ana at the end of that one. They do the full 5-man wipe and finally get Vici down.
Ana just surviving for so long. It was a freshly picked up MKB for Aggressive in that fight, so No Tail gets RP'd and he got blown up absolutely instantly.
That was crazy.
Yeah, like literally in like 2 hits pretty much died, and then the cleanup was coming out, but Ana being able to peel them away, make them chase him forever. S4 comes back into the fight, has his Midnight Pulse up, now Refresher finished up on the Enigma, and he has the double black holes up and ready to go. It looks like he might want to be able to spend it right away.
Oh, yep, it's going to be up right now. And
no! One of them off the mark.
Own up to it, buddy.
He's holding it.
He's holding up to it, buddy. It's okay, though. He's got a second one. Maybe they don't know about it. We'll see. If he misses on the second one, come on.
He doesn't want to use his Refresher just yet because his cooldowns are so low. And now he uses it. He's ready to go.
Gets a grave even. But Dazzle's going down, it looks like. Ana chops, finishes them off. He'll be taken out of this one nearly a minute without a buyback.
No Tail's doing a really good job of keeping all the waves pushed in as well while they were doing this fight. He sent all the illusions toward bottom and mid lane too, so all 3 lanes very pushed into Vici's base, and this could be where OG just closes this game out.
Rax's top lane done for sure. Aggressive though back in just a few seconds here, and OG might just totally pull off. Yeah, and play it safe.
Pick up their items. I mean, they have 6,000 gold on Ember. They have a bunch of gold on a couple different heroes. Octarine now picked up by Ana. And here we go. They're going to keep the suffocation continuing. Yep. Curse comes out onto ROTK. Gets brought down. The setup for the black hole. Oh, just short.
Aggressive. Wyvern's greatest weapon. Able to use it and just shred right through ROTK and even force out the buyback. No Tail steps in as Vici tried to move out the front door. They're going to catch him with a song. They're going to try to catch him with a setup. Where's S4? Maybe looking to set up a... No, he wanted to wait. RTK could have stepped in with an RP and ruined it. That's patience. Patience here from OG. In with the chains. Damage with the pops from the Maelstrom here, but OG used that song mostly to kind of zone them back.
That was really nice from No Tail again. I mean, he's doing a very good job of microing his illusions. Like, he slept there. He sent his illusions all over kind of the perimeter of the tier 3 area in the mid lane. So ROTK was actually kind of in a position where he's like, I can't blink. There's literally illusions with radiance everywhere surrounding me.
Ana re-engaging again. Dishes out the chains. Will connect onto Aggressive. Hits him with some good damage. The follow-up's going to be there. It's a black hole to get the finish onto Aggressive, who immediately will buy back and TP right back towards that mid lane. See that and step off a bit.
Jesus, these cooldowns from Enigma are actually insane. His Refresher's up in 20 seconds again, and he already has black hole. Like black hole was just used like 80 seconds. Just feels like it's coming up every time, and the amount of damage the black hole actually does is insane. The black hole with the Midnight Pulse. Get an Aghanims. Let's go. S4. Once he gets it,
yeah, we don't get to see him play the hero very often.
And he's playing it. I mean, he had a couple, like 1 or 2 like black holes which weren't perfect, but he's 7-0 and 12. He's doing his job perfectly.
Yeah, everyone will probably just remember that one missed hole.
Yeah, he's actually going to be going for the Shiva, so more of just like a safe thing.
Okay, Monkey King ult from the tree line there. Freeze does get the bailout with the shallow grave. Can Fenrir do his best to keep him alive? The Force will also create a bit of space necessary. Chains coming out. ROTK on the prowl here. Hoping to go for an RP, maybe skewer back inside the base. Oh!
Sleep right away again.
Sleep right there as they spot him out. He had already bought back. S4's waiting for it and drops it down. The black hole will catch the 2 of them, and then Ana steps in to slash him up. And this could be the beginning of the end here, possibly, as jumping in is going to be Ana, looking to catch Freeze from inside the base while Aggressive is stuck on the low ground. He jumps back inside to try to hold it out. A new grave will keep him there, but then there goes the Wyvern ulti, certainly putting the nail in the coffin. RTK says we've had enough, and it's going to be OG able to at least draw out this series 1-1.
Damn. Those, I mean, the black holes, it's just they don't really have a solution to be able to deal with it. He just BKB black holes a target, and they just get focused down. I mean, overall, OG, I think, had a much more disciplined gameplay and game plan in this one. Ana also went pretty ham, you could say. Like, he had a lot of individual plays which were really good. S4, 9-0 and 15, ending up at the game.
Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Slada.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Sand King.
Radiant team pick.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Silencer.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sound Warlord.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Weaver.
Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Yeah.
Radiant team pick.
War Chief.
Liquid's turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Monkey King, or will he roam as we've seen him with the Sand
Got a
King?
poor man's shield. Going mid.
This is
Prepare for battle.
very, very interesting indeed. He's going to be up against a Juggernaut in the mid lane.
That's
So
alright.
you've got the range melee advantage in terms of the length of that star.
The range melee advantage.
You know what I mean?
I
It's-
know exactly what you mean. It's just funny hearing
I mean,
it said.
I want to say as well, I think you can probably hit him outside the range of the Blade Fury. I want to say.
Probably.
You can reach across the blades and hit him without the Blade Fury touching you.
Yeah.
If you're able to kite him out.
300 range. We see like a boots rush rather than going for a fast bottle. I mean, both Jug and get approach, but yeah, I'm curious to see how this mid lane goes.
I mean, he's what kind of backup? I mean, IGV. Do you think they might send someone to sit there with Cicada, or do you think they'll just kind of let him deal with that matchup on his own?
Some silence or harass could come in.
Yeah.
Super's also theoretically meant to be helping secure the safe lane, which is a tough lane with mind control going for the early poor man's shield. Can't harass him so easily with Weaver right clicks, but yeah, Slaughter dogfights, he can roam around, look to run in, get some crushes onto Miracle, set up some Blade Fury harass, so what dogfights can do with his Slaughter. But similarly, Sand King is not going greedy. We're not seeing like a jungle mag, we're not seeing
No.
GH jungle. He's got boots first, he's going kind of an aggressive Sand King this for a first spot at top. He's going to themselves into the trees and hoping that Centaur pushes up with the wave. It gets a bit greedy. Often Centaur will expect like only 2 heroes to be around. He also bypassed the Observer Ward, so may not have seen Sand King in the neighborhood. So chance that in July gets too aggressive here and gives up a first blood.
You can see in the mid lane, Dogfights is going to be the one to come in and help out Cicada, and in fact, straight away, getting a fair bit of harassment with the body blocking as well. Miracle's in trouble. They're going to move in for this, and that's going to be where the first blood
Well top.
ends up happening. And indeed, in return, Liquid, can they get this in July? Still has the Who Stomp, only gets it onto the Sand King though, and it looks like that won't be good enough to save him, and indeed it won't. But at the end of the day, Vitality the first ones to secure the hit in the mid.
It was a good setup at top, but Sand King knopping around the mid lane means there's no response to dogfights just swooping in and setting up what was a pretty free, straightforward kill on the Monkey King. So you asked if he was going to get help against the Monkey King, and the answer is very much assuredly yes. Cool. Himself off to a bad start. Powder already with boots, bottle queued up. He's good farm.
Cool, we'll get the stacks up now, so Got that extra bit of harass if Cicada comes close. Indeed, Cicada doesn't want to get hit. At the same time, they're trying to use it to sort of bait Miracle into a false sense of security potentially. Dogfights, sprinting in and out, looking for some sort of a crush, but GH there with the rotation if anything goes down.
You don't get the bonus damage on denies, do you, from Jingu? Or how does the Jingu
I
want
want
to
to say, I think it does use up a charge.
Okay, but do you get the bonus damage? You wouldn't get the. Do you get the life steal? Do you know? You're.
I should know. Yes.
You're a slack.
I don't know.
You're a monkey king picker. You're down there with the.
I'm
the
pretty sure
riff-raff of Dota
it does
2
cost
players.
a charge. We'll see.
Yeah. I was hoping it went
intrigued
for a
now.
deny, and I'd find out there, but do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's like like Kunka's Tiebreaker where it doesn't use up the splash.
Yeah.
I know.
Jeez.
One
Solo
control.
kill.
Waltzes in and with a quick skewer slow to pick that one up and
Race to
dog
the
fights.
rune. Doesn't go for it.
With that, in fact, Miracle will have to be a little bit careful. And we'll obviously know that that Invis rune is there on dogfights. So no sentry, of course, in the mid lane. Miracle has to be wary of this. Very apparent of Cicada's movements, and as soon as Cicada starts to go kind of aggression and tendencies, Miracle should know.
Do Blade Fury, so a bit of extra damage from that spin if you can get in close for it.
Going for the crush there.
Still fairly close to tower, so
Yeah.
you don't want Jug tanking tower shots while he's Blade Fury down at half HP already, so.
Put their eyes on GH instead. Level 1 with that burst. With the courier. It's going to be a bit of a courier bait. Dog fights. Holds GH back away from it. Hits the crush. Any further follow-up? We did see in July relatively close, but didn't end up coming the full way around. Focused on just clearing up these stacks. Self these early levels and early farm here safely.
Coming back in though, he knows that this is what Injuly's doing, and at least try and keep tabs of him, try and leech some XP where possible, but still level 1 Sand King. TM getting the farm in the jungle will hit her level 3, perhaps even getting second point in Aura or Nova, we'll find out. Getting that early Aura helps your team a lot. Your entire lineup benefits a lot from this. Perhaps Troll a little bit less than others.
Hold on, Lane, how's he getting away with this? Mind Control is going in fully ham, and each and every time killing off at least the support. And in fact, oh, hang on. Very, very close to Paparazzi being in danger as well, but I mean, you do give a kill to the core, but you're getting solo kills on your own and instigating the action.
Mind Control's I'd say he's almost been the stand-up player for Liquid this tournament. So it's been the most consistent. He's always getting a lot in his lane. He had a really good Legion game we saw. But even the games where they're losing and struggling, I feel like Mind Control is always playing very well.
Mid lane. We go on to Miracle there with the first crush and the Blade Fury follow. Miracle falling low. The Fairy Fire comes out. Cicada's going to look to chase. Has got those phase boots in a second. Miracle starting to salve up. Turns around, gets one hit, two. There's the control, and he builds up the Jingu. Takes the kill.
Why is he chasing that? I guess he's banking on the phase boots, but Monkey King has very high base movement speed compared to a lot of heroes, and he was chasing very recklessly into a boundless
bottom lane.
zone.
I can't believe what we're seeing. The third time Mind Control's just waltzed in and killed the Silencer. I mean, he is giving up kills to Paparazzi, so twice I'm starting to question if that's worth it for him.
Yeah, it's a bit more borderline. Yeah, he's also spending a lot of time dead, so he immediately comes back to lane, gets a kill, but then dies, so he's not getting CS, he's not really getting a ton of XP out of the lane, so that death probably not quite as worth it, but ultimately still really keeping the Silencer busy in that lane, creating some good space for his team to work with.
Yeah. And I mean, you're letting the Weaver kill you, but at the same time, you're drawing him away from the CS. I mean, you look at the difference at the moment between Matumba and Paparazzi is certainly there. 42 on the Troll, and also on the borderline of taking a tier 1 as well. So Matumba Man certainly with the freer opening, and in fact with this scan as well, they've hunted down in July, hiding in the tree line. And that's going to be a bit of a kill involvement from Matumba. He'll make sure that he gets the tower and also turns across looking for the kill, and he'll pick it up as well. So gold, gold, gold going the way of this Troll Warlord.
Really good start for Troll. Towers, kills, CS, he's got it all. He is rich right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Good. Gonna make a move, it looks like, through this enemy jungle towards the mid lane. They are lurking around, although Cicada on the Jug, not the easiest here to gank by any means.
Level 3 Blade Fury, the phase boots as well. Very hard to get those stacks built up with the movement speed of this Jug. They begin to count. It's coming back across towards that mid lane, and with, yeah, as you said, hanging around, but doesn't look like they will be able to see an opening. Middle, and then about in July, his neighborhood. A bit of a wraparound here, so pinch from in from both sides. Do they have the control and damage? That's the question. In July still has that Who Stomp. Dogfights is coming across as well to help out, and with that, July's going to be fine, and a good TP in here from Paparazzi looking to get involved. We'll look towards the easier kill first, surrounding Kuroki. They'll take the CM. They get Matumba as well. They've got another crush if Dogfights can close the gap. Still a good amount of time with the sprint. And in fact, Matumba Man misses the slow onto the Slardar. GH is there to try and help out, but Paparazzi dukes out the stun. Matumba Man will turn, though. Gets the kill. Paparazzi, though, again, he should be able to clean up, and he does. A double kill for the Weaver. So Matumba Man at least getting something on the way out, but it's Paparazzi that he's getting some big kills this game. A couple of kills on the Magnus, and now turning up top and taking down Matumba +1.
Yeah, made a really nice sidestep there. Sandking went for the two-man burrow, kind of anticipating Weaver just to run in a straight line to go for the kill, but Weaver dodges the burrow strike while getting the kill, making sure that he does. If he gets caught in that, perhaps Matu survives. I don't think Weaver dies. He had a lot of one charges, but very likely would not have been able to get the kill.
Got a bit of space down bottom whilst that was all going on. From CS. I now actually head down here to look to pick up farm. Paparazzi, of course, already just in space up top, so just on the map it offers. Miracle as well, interesting. Phase boots and has queued up the Echo Saber, something that we're not really seeing Monkey Kings do, but I guess that's because we've been seeing this position for Monkey King that pretty much always just goes straight for the Basher to get it as soon as they can. But in a core position, the Echo Saber, I guess, certainly more favorable, just to have something a little bit quicker, have those extra stats, and mean that you can get something done before necessarily waiting for that big pickup.
Yeah, it's a nicer build up, and you know you're going to get the Basher. The thing with the support
eventually.
one is it's like, well, you may only farm up one item, so you'd rather have a Basher than the Echo Saber for that. But Dan's Miracle, pretty good spot in terms of how he's recovered. That jug dive really was a bit throwy from Cicada, bluntly, but still, like, he managed to get the early kill and lose a bit of his lead, but effective on this Juggernaut. This Ventus had a rough time. He's struggled the most. Hasn't got his level 6 yet. Less farm than the support Sandking. What plan is there for recovery? It looks like he's going to take over the safe lane now that Weaver's getting more active and roaming around. Present on the map.
Yeah, I
Super was
imagine
like,
so,
good
yeah,
try,
try
so.
it.
Next coming in. And yeah, I imagine Liquid are pretty happy with the state of things. Matu can start power farming through the jungle, the Ancients. He's got Empower to work around with. Level 1. Just having some cleave. Full there. Gonna go straight into a casual Morbid Mask as well. Don't even... Oh, we're seeing a lot of Vlads on Troll. But definitely this is the best series that benefits from lifesteal. Jungling for Roche. Sometimes you get the casual Mask, save it later to upgrade to Satanic, or you can go for the early Vlads.
Paparazzi as well, this game, obviously Weaver, one of those heroes that a lot of variants in times of just build up the Dragon Lance first, and I guess it makes sense just that have that early bit of tank as well against a lot of control. You know, this Weaver was picked into a lineup where Liquid certainly have ways to catch him.
Stuns and all the stats he can get. Probably should pick up like a casual Blightstone or something, slot for it, but deal. Money elsewhere, and yeah, I mean, as it stands, I feel like Liquid perhaps slightly better off in the laning stage, but things will change very quickly when Blink Daggers start coming online. You've got two good Blink heroes on the Radiant side, Magnus and Sandking, two good ones on the Dire side, so it's going to be how the team play the mid game when it comes from the big initiators and how well they can kind of enable their core. Troll's very reliant on the Magnus and Sandking to set up kills for him, otherwise he gets kited around. Jug maybe a little less reliant, but still important to have that set up for him. Weaver definitely not so important, but Weaver needs the control to protect him. Was Dota? Or been very smooth, you were saying?
We have,
earlier?
yeah. There's one delay really yesterday where we had on the second stream. IG versus IGV. It's new, one of those two. I think IG versus Newbie. A little bit at the start, but must be lag issue. But for the most part, the PC's here. Hasn't been to see any issues really from the players with them.
Everyone just assumes they go to shit. Kind
It's true, and I think people will be disappointed because this one's been pretty smooth.
Yep.
So
The track
unfortunately, the
record's
memes can't be made here, boys.
Their track record's not awful. It's just they had one
No,
really awful.
It's they've got a lot of offsetting to do.
Last
after.
DAC wasn't perfect, but it was still a good event. That was the one where.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, people remember good things about that.
It was. I mean, the games were really good. The results were. There were some hype matches. I remember it was the DAC where Charlie had to go to IKEA and buy a bunch of chairs.
Oh, that was the chair one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the chair one.
The chair one. We've got good chairs.
DX
The
races.
chairs look really fancy this time. I like the kind of golden rimmed gamer chairs.
I'm gonna complain we didn't get jackets. Even
We
coaches and
dude,
managers
those
got
jackets are so hype.
Yeah.
Those kind of gold gangster bling jackets.
Those
We need
jackets.
some of those.
That's if you want us saying good stuff about your events on air and
If we had those jackets.
Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I saw. I think the coaches got them, and I think the managers as well.
Even at PI, the players get them.
We had to buy them. I think I bought a jacket last. Doesn't have my name on it.
Get the Sharpie for put like a highlighter.
OD pixel. We might get goodies in the main event. I remember Shiva was saying that last DAC they were giving out.
Days.
I think they turn it around. Yes, he does. Oh my goodness. They both end up going down, but suddenly here comes GH and Mind Control and Matumba Man with the absolute total annihilation.
Easy peasy.
Vitality. I don't think they were expecting that. I think they probably just come back after that pause. And Liquid were more prepared than IG Vitality were to continue.
Normally after a pause, you're like, okay, there's a post-pause truce where it's like, all right, that was just a pause, guys. Let's
where you work out where
farm
everyone
for
is.
2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
No fighting because we just had a long pause, but nah, Liquid are like,
Liquid are straight
screw
in.
that.
And they might find more here. Engaged. Quite go for the burrow strike there on Super. We have been focusing that around the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Very active, pushing towers, roaming with his team, playing this, not playing this farming. Troll, much more active, roaming around.
What's the, as you said, just the casual mask and then the SMY. Standard stuff.
Bit more late game oriented build, not going for the Vlads. Keeping the casual mask is like, hey, I want to build a Satanic later on. And also just not team pushing item.
Up and a beeline for this bottom lane. I know that no RP,
Dire's middle tower
not necessarily the easiest of fights unless they can find someone out on their own.
He might get his level 6 bounty rune. The epicenter.
July 900 towards that blink. Magnus. Mind control after that great little fight he had in the mid lane. Is dog fights, I'd imagine. Just a little bit further away, still halfway. Some space up on top lane. It really is, yeah. But to my man, in the best position so far this game. Clear 1,000 ahead of Paparazzi's Weaver.
Got some good farm. Go back to the jungle. Just farm away. Be a quiet little potato farmer. Wait till he farms up enough to go fight with. Perhaps even just wait for an RP cooldown. He's happy to just be left alone in his little farm. Little hellbears and pick what he can.
PH has nearly got his blink action.
It's going to beat
It's going to be the first one.
Centaur and Slaughter to the punch, which is... A game like this can be a big deal. It means you're the ones who kind of control the tempo. You get blinks before your opponent, so you can start smoking around, finding picks, jumping, getting the jump, perhaps slowing down IGV's blinks if you get some key pickoffs on them.
Miracle trying to be a bit proactive here up on the top lane, but I've got any vision here on this high ground. aware, of course, that he's around.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Getting
attack.
himself out. Does have to be careful with Cicada dogfights in the neighborhood. But just drop a stun out.
Level 5 on slot, that's leveled. Gold kind of is an alright place. Matu going to continue pushing towers.
Radiant structures are
A lot of pushing power here. Bad in power and mind control backing him up as well. Top lane. Miracle continue to keep eyes on the rest of IGV. And they'll finish it off. More money into the pocket of Matumba as he gets the final touch.
The ash out of your backpack, mate.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh yeah. Efficiency, come on.
You'll notice, but it's a matter of how long.
There we go. He switched it over now, taking the Quelly Blade away for it. Miracle. Maybe, yeah, he's calling him, he's pinging behind the trees.
Position to be in. They can get the jump on the silencer.
Certainly can. Let's see what they can
Magus
do.
without a blink.
And there we are, straight up with the ultimate and the stun, holding super within the Wukong's command. Dogfight comes in, takes a fair bit of damage now with GH blinking
Wukong.
forward, finds the Burrow Strike. They found a second Liquid. Cicada will come in with the Omni Slash, but it will be shared and mind control. Gets the RP onto 2. GH comes in with the epicenter as well. Cicada will be fine with the Blade Fury to duke out the damage. They've picked up a third as In July to full as well, and Liquid they aren't done quite yet. GH once again blinking into position with a follow through Burrow Strike. Cicada will get taken out as well as Liquid very, very easily clear up on this top lane, getting that bottom tower and protecting the top one.
Great initiation for Miracle. The ulti with the Boundless Strike, getting Silencer instantly killed with the help of the Shockwave, and Slada tries to go in and contest it, but he sprinted into a Wukong's command, takes
That's so
extra
much
damage, got hit like 3 or 4 times instantly and just melted. Got destroyed. It's not a fight for him to take.
Very, very good for Liquid. Of course, that last fight allowing mind control. Get his blink complete. He'll cure that Midas next. Miracle, a few hundred gold away from Saber completion.
Scary pickup when you consider what he can do in the Wukong's command team fight like he just did. You're going to have Empower as well.
Mid lane here, we're going to see the setup, the Burrow Strike into the skewer backwards. Do they actually have the physical damage to bring him down? And no, not at all with these three. Don't quite have the punch to take him through the Blade Fury. Need that Troll or the Monkey King, really, if they want to try and bring down Cicada like that.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Still opportunity.
Dire's structures
Now
are fortified.
poised to perhaps strike again in this bottom lane. RP coming up soon. Paparazzi has to be... There's so many things that can kill Paparazzi this game.
They've got a lot of answers for him.
2 blink stuns. There's a Boundless Strike with a long range stun. There's the bash from the Troll, a Frostbite. Good game for...
Haste.
And is it from the GH? Epicenter back and available. And good kind of timing with mind controls RP.
Ultis, yeah.
Is under attack.
I'll be ready to go. Take any kind of a team fight now and fight the scary of the two that stands. Doug is very underfarmed, underleveled, only level 9. Scraps to put together towards his Diffusal Blade, but I really feel like that's gonna... I mean, there's no item that I'm like, oh, that's gonna turn around Jug's game. Regardless, it feels like, similar to the Weaver, there's a lot of things that can kill him. These blink insta-stuns, and there's no good, reliable save. You can silence, but if you're already stunned and being right-clicked by a Monkey King or a Troll, you may just die during that silence.
This smoke instantly getting dispelled from Miracle hiding on the tree line. And IGV's play will be foiled. Quick in reaction though, Liquid smoking up behind the cores to try and catch IGV off guard. They've continued to group together IGV heading towards the top lane now. If Liquid can find this wraparound Matumba with the D ward. And
Go
could,
Roche.
yeah, just, they could go Roche with the Empower. It could be still a little risky. They've got...
It's not really risky to
I
the
guess they
extent
take it
that a team
quick.
fight is just scary. I mean,
Yeah.
IGV can come. Like, they don't care if IGV know because they're happy to take a team fight right now. Monkey King will scout out the heroes coming in, puts himself on the cliff. He's ready to fight. And I think contesting this Roche in the RP epicenter Wukong's command is just nightmare waiting to happen. I think that's something IGV can do. And that's with a Global Silence. I feel like this Silence effect just doesn't work because even though they've got Global Silence, they still can't initiate easily.
What can they do?
Find out.
Injuli's got the blink. He's going to have to go for it blind. He's going to have to go for it quick, and he's not. It's already gone. They've got the Aegis. He will still jump in after Roshan's been taken down, and Liquid, they don't only get Roshan and Aegis, they get a kill as well for Matumba. And they may not be done yet. Miracle already with the chase down. Here's the two-man stun. The ult's out, the slow onto dogfights. They pick a second. Liquid getting everything there that they could hope for and more with IGV turning up on a silver platter.
I feel like even if they get there early in time to contest the Roche, it's probably an ugly fight. A really well-timed global silence is the only way that fight can happen for them. They global as they blink Centaur stun and instantly delete a hero, but Jug doesn't have they don't have a good follow-up to Centaur. He blinks into the pit from the north, and the entry to the Roshan pit is to the south, so his entire team have to like work their way around to get into the pit. There's no Jug blink, there's no... I mean, Weaver can Shikuchi for some extra movement speed, but there's no follow-up for Centaur because of the angle that they initiated with. It's very difficult to take that fight.
And with IGV coming around as well, they don't even get potentially one of the objectives they could have. That tier 1 at the top lane still standing. Very low as well. Liquid can deny if they head over there. Try and go for the blind stun, but just off point. Nonetheless, Liquid bringing the creep wave round. They still have those two big RPs, the big ultimates, the RP and the epicenter. They're feeling very confident with this push. Aegis, of course, still my man yet to be touched.
Well, just trying to chomp trees.
I was there, where's Miracle? There he is. He's here. He's this tree on the tree. I was actually looking. Okay, there he is. He's going to go straight up for the ult. They're ready to fight it. GH in with the Burrow Strike onto Dogfight. Silence has already been taken out, and they're also going to lose in July. Matuma Man surviving by the skin of his teeth, and it's another 3 easy kills for Liquid. Vitality just getting caught out, out-visioned. Miracle's positioning, just allowing Liquid to set up for these plays and making it very hard for IG Vitality to come out and hope to form some sort of a defense outside of their base. Double sentries are out for Liquid. A little bit of a misplay, but of course it doesn't matter with the lead that they have, the pressure that they've got going on. They can afford to waste a sentry.
What's 100 gold? Hero's not getting items anyways this game. He's playing that hard support. It's been the case for some time, it feels like, with Liquid, and, well, a very convincing push from Liquid. They don't get a tier 3 tower, but they take the tier 2, they take the fight. They back off. They've still got Aegis in hand and pick up a couple more big items to work around as well. Magnus is going to go for a mech for the team, so a bit more team-oriented. It's I mean, if this is GH, I'd be like, whoa, that's a surprise, but it's mind control. He's doing what's needed for his team.
And I guess kind of similar to the situation yesterday where we saw the Timber build one. It's going to be very nice against the Silence. If he goes for the full Greaves, and he's already got those Arcanes, so yeah, indeed. Very likely, yeah. He's got the full Greaves queued up. That'll be nice to have. Top lane, RP straight up. Take every kill when they can, as Liquid, of course, in a position where they don't really need the ultimates now for the team fights. They just have so much of a power edge. Kuroki will be taken down. It's just a CM, and of course, Mind Control is already well out of that.
Really ideal to trade 1-for-1 when you're ahead this far, but bigger of a problem with still support. EM and Liquid pick up a Shadow Blade now in Miracle. He's more elusive tools to play around and be pesky with.
He's the Desolator as well.
The Troll?
On the Miracle, yeah.
He had Shadow Blade.
He did have Shadow Blade queued up.
Coming out.
Yeah,
Okay, no, he went Deso.
I guess he changed his mind after he got the cash influx on the top lane. Kind of getting caught out here. The Global as well. GH tried to come in to help him out, but a little bit of trouble here. They'll lose the Aegis. GH getting surrounded. Mind Control doesn't have that RP, of course, because he used it for that top fight. Miracle does have the Wukong's command coming in. The skew onto 2. They've cleaned up to make that 3. Again, Liquid coming out on top in these team fights.
His damage output's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, with the Desolator, it is absolutely ridiculous. Desolator in power, getting the Wukong's command out on the playing field. There's just so little Vitality can do. I mean, people on the internet will say walk out of it. You can't walk out of it if you're dead.
Yeah, if you get Boundless Strike, you die. It's just 2 seconds.
You're gone. Yeah.
He did 2.5k damage that fight, and all of it was done during like the duration of his Boundless Strike. So that is absolute brutal stuff. He's got Empower. Does absolutely insane damage, and that was such a quick and easy Rax for Liquid to follow it up. Game has slipped out of hand very fast for IGV.
Which is, for them, quite upsetting. As we said, this is the game that they need. They need to win both of these games against Liquid if they want to have any hope of being able to align themselves into that upper bracket. This game is lost. Game 2 could see a bit of a clown fiesta. You know, the chance for both teams to test something out before heading into the lower bracket of that main event.
It feels like the Monkey King mid was a bit of that, like not so much clowny, but it was
Sure.
like experimental. And you're not really showing anything, like when you're picking Magnus, CM, like everyone knows Liquid plays these heroes, so it's like, oh, they're revealing their strats. No, they're just picking the same strats that they're picking every game and that most teams are playing. The Monkey King mid, perhaps if they thought this was a serious strat, perhaps they're showing something, but... Or maybe they just thought it might be good, let's test it, and it proves that, yeah, it's pretty damn good with Empower. Also the troll attack speed buff.
Again, just...
Time to tap out with how much damage these heroes doing. Battle Trance, Empower, Monkey King.
They will indeed do that. IGB realizing that there's no way back into this one. Liquid just pretty much running away from this game since the start. Getting ahead in farm, making the superior rotations. Jug was struggling the whole game really to just ever catch up.
Liquid's turn to ban. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to pick.
Invoker needs assassin.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Juggernaut.
Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Radiant team back. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Radiant team pick.
Crystal Maiden.
Liquid's turn turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Oracle.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick.
Legion Commander.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Liquid's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Liquid's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Ursa Warrior.
Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Naga Siren.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Playing Juggernaut, so we should be seeing the Siren taken towards the mid lane. Shield head off.
Prepare for battle.
Liquid actually making a beeline towards the bottom. I think. What if they go for any
Second
sort of early
guns?
play? Yeah, GH has got one. Could yeah, they want to go for something to start off with. Get in position to do so. At the moment, just paparazzi down in the neighborhood there. Zone. And there's the smoke. Liquid. Catch him out. Of course, still yet to skill, and we'll have that Blade Fury almost certainly, unless they can chain control him, but only really the stun from GH. So if they find this jug, it's going to be a hard one. They may get someone else if they head over towards the left. In July on the low ground. Could get the bat.
See him.
Yeah, this is the kill. In July, much easier target than the potential jug they could have walked into. But we have it. Liquid with the first blood. The smoke successful.
Going to Miracle, he would have loved that kill. Probably even through the, through the Sunstrike. No one was going to land, but would have tried to time it with the last hit. But Shrine's up. One of the nice things you can do as Invoker is throw those Sunstrikes, and the Shrines in your base are active before the rune spawns, whereas the Shrines outside your base don't activate until minute 0. Full mana for his lane, since we have mana for 2. That's half your mana pool. What are they doing? Kuro. Get it too. It doesn't do anything crazy.
Kuroki. These courier snipes.
Radiant's courier has
Classic. Well, that's not exactly how you expect an Oracle to be played, really.
And GH is there too for harass. Good playing mid.
With certainly the start that they would have hoped for.
Laning Cicada. All right, they don't want to play a Naga game. They're like, this Naga's going to get removed from the game.
With a Sunstrike as well. And okay, not bringing him down low enough.
But he doesn't have a Salve, because that was on the courier. So very tough lane. Has a Shrine, which is nice and all, but using that Shrine very early on, just your ass is not. But top lane, tri lane.
Matu's on his own because of these support movements from Liquid. And IGV are able to punish that.
So IGV have done the safe lane back, giving him a 1v1 against Troll on Legion. Not great matchup for Legion, but also an okay one in that he can get rid of the sticky charges with press the attack, but when you're getting rid of them, sometimes if Bat's on top of you Fireflying, you're taking a lot of damage and you'll get chased down. He can just re-napalm as soon as you purge him off.
Top lane Matu should have a bit of an easier time now that Kuroki and GH have turned up to try and gain back some control of this safe lane for Liquid. Lane Cicada being forced back to Shrine. Miracle doing very well in this matchup thanks to that start that is we're able to grant him. Top lane. Just round dogfights. They've got the slow. They've also got a burrow strike if necessary. Miracle. He's going to be the one smiling though, and will be able to get that last touch and pick up that goal for the kill.
Nicely done, and up to level 3. Cicada doing all right now that the supports have left his lane, getting at least some CS here and there, but this is typically a matchup Naga actually can hold her own and beat Invoker in 1v1. Invoker does not clear illusions at all, and he struggles against the Naga, even just in terms of the laning stage, but with the support help, that is not going to be the case now, at least.
Top lane, looking towards Paparazzi. Dogfights is there as well as Super, and with the control on the Blade Fury, and they do it now. The magic resist there, of course, from KuroKy as he grants it out, and that's actually going to be enough, it looks like, to save Matuma. Seeing the strengths there of the Oracle. Same time, though, mid lane, Miracle throws out a Sunstrike down to KingCharlie. I mean, he's already starting to have the opening for one of those dream games. 2-0-1 on this mid Invoker at just before the 3-minute mark.
And there's no doubt in my mind, best Invoker player in the world. There are some really good Invoker players. We've seen Sumail show it off. We've seen other players highlight their Invokers here and there. No one touches. Just finding the Sunstrikes early on. If he gets off to a good start, that is a dangerous thought forward.
Top lane be continuing to pull together this aggressive tri-lane. We saw KuroKy and GH in the neighborhood. It's very hard for them to successfully finish off a kill on Matuma, but they're stunting his growth. They're keeping his farm down.
Still an Ursa though. It's not like a key hero to shut down. Not like it's not a good catch-up here in that sense, kind of like we saw earlier with the Clinks, like you shut it down early, like he can't really farm his way back in, but you don't need big items as an Ursa. You need a few small items like a Phase, a Blink, a casual Morbid Mass so you can Roche, and you can do a lot of damage and start ganking. So because of Ursa's, the lack of necessity to farm big items, I feel like focusing on shutting him down over shutting down like the Legion or the Invoker may not really pay off for IGV.
Top lane, Dogfights could be in trouble. Does still hold on to that Spike Carapace. Will use it, but GH has the Burrow Strike to follow up and allow Matuma to get in. And this looks like in the mid lane, Miracle kind of got his pull here with Cicada. Cicada falling low. Miracle has got those 3 points Nick Zork for a Sunstrike. Which damage that we've got on Malamo? 225. Yeah, wouldn't have been enough. Cicada does have backup at Dogfights. Mind Control's actually come across with an Invis Rune. Has 2 points in the overwhelming odds. And Cicada could be in a whole lot of trouble with the Cold Snap coming through as well as the punches from the two of them. As Liquid get themselves another kill in this mid lane.
Expected gank. The offlaner who shouldn't really be leaving his lane. He's got a 1v1. You don't expect that Legion to move, but he found the Invis Rune. Having the Rune Ward meant that he sees an opportunity to get a key rune with a Shrine Heal. Actually go and find a gank opportunity. Bit of play there coming up. Control. Miracle. He continues to excel in this mid lane, close to level 6 already.
He's actually moving around the offlaners, the solo laners. KingCharlie is headed up towards top. They have put Paparazzi down bottom. Control doing a good job at forcing harassing back. He was out though, so Paparazzi should be fine to man up. Control also himself getting low, but in fact the nukes bringing Paparazzi down low. Miracle will try for a Sunstrike. Catch Paparazzi. Heals up. Gage.
Can be annoying. Test this Naga jungle, knowing that Naga's completely vacated the lane, but CM is even there to cure it. It happened, but swing towards bottom lane if he wants.
Lane in July. Looking towards Miracle. I mean, okay, with the stun and control from Super, maybe they can have a go. Do they have detection? They don't. Miracle just casually walk his way away from that one. Time for the 3 members of Vitality. You can get KuroKy though. It's very deep at the moment, and the wraparound for Super, surely they can. He tries for the TP out. Super has got the cancel. Indeed, they'll get something at the end of the day, and good news for Cicada as well. He's the one to pick it up, but again, Miracle hitting these Sun Strikes. GH was there with the setup Burrow Strike onto the Juggernaut.
Wasn't even with a duel. I was thinking,
Yeah.
like, oh, was that a dual Sunstrike? That's a great combo that Liquid are going to be able to play into fairly soon. The sniper from the mid lane, finding kill after kill.
Gonna be close to the 7-minute or so Midas timing. He is just a couple of hundred away. Looks to clean the ancient out.
10-minute Midas as Invoker. Incredibly fast and going very well for Liquid. Definitely showing the kind of form I think more expected Liquid to be in and coming into this tournament. They had a rough group stage. They will be staying in the lower bracket, but look to go out with confidence.
We have it. Cool. Just complete and on the career on its way out. Bottom lane, MyControl putting some pressure on the tower. Pratsy turning back up. Does have some backup as well in the form of Super. MyControl's going to move in, look for the duel. Matuma Man's there as well as the Sunstrike to bring him down, and they'll get it. Successful duel, and Super, of course, has revealed his position. Liquid, they are searching for him. Super has actually managed to juke them. Put themselves a little scared as they see the TP coming in from Dogfight, so they won't get the CM because they get that important Jug kill. Again, getting the Sunstrike on target and making sure that the duel's successful for MyControl.
Got that Midas up now. They'll fall back, shrine up, another duel in 20 seconds time. Very short cooldown on duel is one of the nice things about this spell, and that's going to enable them to continually just look for these pickoffs around the map. Matu's he's had it with top lane. He doesn't need to be there anymore. He's ready to go fight just with phase boots alone. He's got the Sunstrike support. He's feeling confident enough to start ganking.
They can find this mid. Paparazzi's headed over there. He's been having a tough time down bottom, and he feels the mid lane may be safe, but he's got to be careful.
Radiant Ward, I believe, saw them. MyControl poked his head out. Yeah, Matu will now as well. But the important thing is here, Naga has no control over the main jungle. And only jungle around that secret shop area, so there's only 2 camps there which she can realistically use. It's not really being all that feasible, and Twitter's still going for this. They want to dive behind. Okay.
GH and MyControl very deep. Super. Going to be a very, very easy duel if they want to go for it. They actually don't. MyControl's going to hold on to the ultimate. Will be lassoed. And in fact, with dogfights coming around as well, MyControl's out and down. It would have been worth using that to just get that bonus damage, but I guess was anticipating that he'd survive and might need it for something bigger.
Yeah. GH doesn't have Sandstorm here.
Let's have 7 stick charges, and that will be enough to bring him up for a Burrow Strike. Should just be able to play his way out now. The movement speed's too much from Paparazzi with those phase boosts. Now IGV, able to take down 2 of Liquid's cores. So Liquid, yeah, as you mentioned, we're just sitting very, very deep there and relatively split up as well around that tier 1 and ends up hurting them big time.
Yeah, and they've got Sunstrike support, but that's great for pickoffs. It's not great for taking 5v5 engagements, and that wasn't even 5v5. That was like a 2-man in 2v5 kind of scenario. The entire IGV team rotated in for that.
Bottom lane, MyControl in a whole world of trouble. The rotation comes through from Dogfights. Paparazzi in July as they'll run him down, and they'll almost certainly bring him down as well. Trying to keep himself alive with the heal, but the Firefly chase down will be enough. Paparazzi able to get the final touch. Some good fortune for the side of IG Vitality, with Paparazzi starting to get himself involved in a couple of kills after being beat down pretty heavily in that bottom lane to start off with.
Starting to bounce back with a few key successive kills. GH comes in just to snipe a bounty room, but he's still level 4. Miracle's going to rush at drums here. Interesting different build from him, going for like a very early game cost-effective stat item. Not making the big jump for the Ag Scepter, suggesting... I mean, he's so far ahead, that's one of those things where when you're ahead like this in levels, you actually maybe want to fight more. Typically, Invoker's just playing a more AFK farming role because he doesn't have such an easy lane. But with this easy of a lane, Miracle wants to join his team, wants to fight, and the drums will enable that. The Ag Scepter will come next, but he doesn't feel any need to rush the item.
Vitality actually with the 4 of them in the mid lane. They have got the setup. TPs will be coming in. Can they save him? They can't. Miracle's already taken down. Huge nuke from MyControl. Look to try and save GH here with the heal, but it's not going to be enough. And Paparazzi really up in his game as these fights start to kick in. 5-2-1, getting himself fully involved. And that massacre as well, taking down Miracle. He was having the best of starts in that mid lane with the Midas timing and such, and IGV able to hit him hard.
Like Kuro's just not in the right places to save these targets that are getting gone on. First at bottom lane, he TP'd in, wasn't there in time. Next at mid lane, his TP was on cooldown for a few seconds, but part of playing Oracle, and I think maybe saying Kuro's just not used to because he hasn't played the hero in a while, is just being in the right position and anticipating where those ganks are going to be. And neither time was he there for the False Promise, the Fate's Edict turnaround with the Purifying Flames heals, so if he was in position, he could have saved either Mind Control in bottom, Miracle at mid, and I feel like he hasn't been that effective on this Oracle so far. He got given the safe lane for a while to get his fast level 6, and he hasn't been able to use that at all. He's getting some deep wards down, but he can't just get wards down, he needs to do more. Okay.
Great little play from Miracle again. I mean, didn't go for the straight, predictable one. Paparazzi tried his best to duke it out, but ended up walking straight into it.
Miracle, his game continues. 5-1 and 3. He's got the drums, gonna have a point booster soon. Mind Control will be rushing the Blink, no Blade Mail, no Armlets or anything before that. And with the Invoker in your team, this is typically the build you want to go for. You don't need any damage items when you've got Sunstrike to back you up.
Blink is now Timberman, so we'll be ready to start to try and find those pickoffs. Carter doing towards that relic. 2.5k gold, nearly taking down this tier 1 as well, so he'll be able to make good timing, and we can see that's second on the net worth. It's still a good pace for this Naga to be hitting. Fight's getting some vision on Liquid under the cover of Vendetta. The situation, and top lane Matuma will TP in. Looking at Cicada, will initiate, but Cicada has the Song, doesn't have enough mana for Song and TP immediately. No way that they can close that gap. Blink already have used, of course, from Matuma with that initial jump in. Be themselves actually bringing Dogfights and Ninja Light up towards the top lane. Vendetta again available in 10 seconds. They themselves could look to try and catch out the bear.
Necessary that Matu TP'd to stop Naga getting the tower goal, but he's potentially dangerous position if he's careful here.
Fight's very much ready to go. If Matuma steps a few inches too far away from this tower, he will be in a lot of trouble. Back off. He's going to come around into the jungle. Dogfights. Looking for the perfect setup. Gets it. Vendetta into the stun. Follow through control with the lasso from Injuly and IGV. Again, really stepping it up. Getting these big core pickoffs time after time. Liquid starting to kind of struggle to find those pickoffs themselves. Miracle has headed down bottom. Will look to make a plan to Paparazzi. I mean, look at the damage this Invoker does. My goodness.
Who needs Sunstrike?
What the heck?
You don't need to land a Sunstrike when you can do that.
It's a good spell.
He's got max Zord already, so yeah, I guess that explains that. Your Invoker is level 14. The next highest level here in the game is level 10.
With that actually doing what? Close to 300 damage. A right click there at 14 minutes in.
Yep.
It's a strong hero. Especially when it's in Miracle's hands. To the pit they go, Liquid. Take one hero off the map. We'll have smoked in. Question is, only the spidey senses of IGV going to be tingling to check it out? And it looks like probably not. It's already down to half health.
You know, Matu doesn't have lifesteal, so they're not expecting this to happen, perhaps.
They have got this though, the False Promise and the press the attack, and look at that. Tasty heals. Straight back up to full health with the combination of those two spells.
Typically you see the Ursa Rush blink, you know that Roche is a little bit tricky to do. Still possible, but yeah, same ease of...
Top lane GH just trying to chill out and work his way towards the blink, but the eyes of IGV, they're closely upon him.
Got up to 4.2k, he's got the relic money, he's close to Radiance.
It's very good news for the Naga Siren. And as you mentioned, definitely a game where if the Naga Siren does get out of control, there are some issues in terms of some of the core matchups. Ursa mentioned not the best hero for dealing with a farm Naga. Of course, they do have other answers. You know, Miracle is going to have a lot of control and burst with these levels that he's getting on this Invoker. Still, you never really want to deal with a Naga Siren that's got a good Radiance timing, and that certainly might be something that the Liquid will have to do so. 16 minutes and just 200 away from the rest of it.
They want to speed things up now, get chain pickoffs using the Legion duel, the Ursa Blink with the Aegis. They can play super aggressive with this. Invoker, he can play a bit more farm split pushy. Like, he wants to be solo pushing a lane with the Forward Spirits, I imagine. He's got the double Forward Spirits up, but the IGV being the aggressors here, trying to catch Liquid, or at least GH, because he's just trying to farm his blink up, but they may get punished for that aggression.
Try and find Dogfights. Dogfights into the tree line, but GH hunts him down. Mind control to pick up the dual damage as well. Miracle gets himself involved. Makes sure that he is also able to get a bit of a cash bonus from that one. With the Ags now complete. 17 minutes. Drums, Ags, and Midas all in the bag here for this Invoker.
Oh, very, very big. So far ahead of absolutely everyone else in this game. The Naga by a pretty big margin, but definitely can change now with the Radiance. The farm will speed up for the Naga Siren. Be mindful of if you choose to start taking some more objectives and trying to shrink the map as far as where IGV can farm.
Matsu with a double damage, ready to fight, jumps in, and CM, not a chance for Super.
Parazzi. Deep spot here at bottom lane. Yeah, he's already trying to back up out of there.
I mean, Miracle has been getting so much space as well. He's been sat on this bottom lane for the last few minutes, just farming the waves.
Likely get this tier 2 tower fairly soon if IGV don't make a big response for it, but don't think they necessarily need to or want to. They're happy just farming the top jungle, the top side of the map. Got this Naga Radiance. Don't try and rush any fights now that you've this item timing in a pretty decent stage of the game.
And then Matuma and Mind Control looking to make a jump. Dogfights is there with the Vendetta, has their eyes on him. Knows the position of Mind Control. In fact, can't go for anything though. Mind Control does have friends in the neighborhood. GH is there. Matuma still very, very close around. Bottom lane, Liquid get that space for the tower as expected. Miracle now with the Boots of Travel. Recipe on its way. Will then be looking for that Link Sphere, which it's got a very nice against a lot of the stuff ready from Vitality. The lasso initiation and the burst damage that Dogfights would have been hoping to do with that mana burn as the game's going on.
IGV, they don't really want to go on Matu. He's got an Aegis. They smoked into Team Liquid, but the first hero they saw was a hero they just can't go on. So they cancel the smoke gate, get out, and Liquid say, oh, we know where they are. Let's smoke into them.
I'm interested to see if this time Miracle comes around to join for the team fight, and certainly looks like the maneuver will suggest so, as the full 5 of Liquid looking to try and catch something out. Paparazzi very careful about how he comes out the base. It looks like IGV are aware. Dogfights, yeah, heads out with a Vendetta. Very nice. Immediately scouts out that action was being looked for from Liquid, so IGV will be safe at avoiding it down bottom. Mid lane though, Super was left on his own, and Matuma quickly in and bringing her down once again.
Abu on that one, 4-4 CM. It's better off sitting back in your base, giving your team Arcane Aura. About the hero's role for now. Miracle bottom, nice Tornado, will find Nyx.
The line's been drawn as well. Liquid, they know Cicada's in this area.
Miracle's dying.
Get him. And Cicada's out of there. Great bit of play for IGV. Cicada was, I mean, he was so close as well because Mind Control walked up and he was halfway through about to lay down the duel. Song just too quick from the Naga.
And Miracle had the sentry there. He tried to perhaps fade in the Nyx and go for a turnaround kill. Many heroes there for him to mess around with. Jug, Slash, they're willing to throw all the spells they had to make sure they got the kill, and sure as hell do.
Who ended up getting the money. And Paparazzi did as well on the Jug, so very, very nice for him.
Shadowblade. This is this is an okay Shadowblade game. You need to find picks. Invoker's split pushing always. It feels like a game where getting a Shadowblade where your Naga's pushing out lanes, so it's a lot easier to use an item like Shadowblade to find pickoffs as a result.
Up top, talking about pickoffs, IGV move in to find another. Matuma will jump in. He really wants that Crystal Maiden, and he will get it. GH comes in with a Burrow Strike, trying to help Matuma escape. Still in July dogfights, and the Naga in the neighborhood. The jewels there from Mind Control though, and they find the big kill, taking out Cicada. Paparazzi Shadowblading up. We'll look towards Matuma with a Blade Fury as well. He should get at least the Ursa. Matuma getting away on 6 HP, finally falls. They'll get the kill, but GH still playing around with dogfights. You've got Mind Control and Lyrical. Miracle chasing down Paparazzi, healing ward gone. Pain Rune picked up, Paparazzi, no way. Wait, I say no way, he's got a Shadowblade, they don't have detection.
I'll go sentry now.
Okay, there we go. Kuroki turns up at the time of need. The support items. At the end of the day, Liquid do end up coming out on top. Vitality tried to sweep around, get those kills. Liquid were able to fight back thick and hard.
In the Ursa, not the biggest deal though. Naga at least went down early on in the fight, but has respawned now. Yeah, so Naga goes down as well. So yeah, definitely not the fight IGV were hoping for. Losing all their real important heroes, Dog, Naga. Liquid able to bounce back, find some kills immediately upon Invoker's respawn. He's close to level 20 already. Hunted a little bit by a Batrider. Batrider definitely needs friends if he wants to go for this kill.
Has got a Nyx relatively close by, but already away. Miracle to safety. Paparazzi though. Blade, an immediate blink out from Matuma Man, not wanting to mess around with the Juggernaut.
Shadowblade's mind control has one as well. He'll be looking to hunt around, fish for kills. Set Miracle up, possible.
Could find something here, but there's a lot of heroes on IGV available to turn it around. Does he want to jump? He does. Straight in onto Paparazzi with Matuma Man's backup as well as the Sunstrike. They can take him down before they lose any lives. And in fact, look to go for more dogfights. Tries for the TP out. He will make it. Nothing to cancel it.
No bash, proc. At least 2 or 3 times there.
Dire's middle tower is
Gabe.
under attack. Radiant's
To
top
try and
tower
maybe push down this tier 2 as they form up. No jug for 20 seconds. You want to fight. Set up onto Matumba. The man turns, hasn't got that enrage for another 15 seconds, in a lot of trouble. But back up there for Kuroki. Can they get him out? It doesn't look like they can. Or maybe with the second purge from mind control, Matuma Man TP's out and he'll make it back to base. Kuroki will pay with his life though. And Cicada seeing if he can chase down for more. He needs to get in range of mind control with this song, and he will. Nice gap closer there from Cicada, but the mind control blinked just in time. They'll check the tree line, but they're off the mark, and mind control, he's going to be fine, and backup's turned up. GH is there, along with Miracle, a quick deafening blast to the face to bring down the Naga Siren, and they're not done yet, Liquid. In July, in the tree, but Super with the ultimate. Dogfights control as well. Miracle, he's falling low, and Super with the freezing field. The damage is enough. They brought the Invoker down. GH is out as well, and at the end of the day, is the turnaround on the turnaround, as IGV coming out with huge, huge kills, bringing down Miracle. Liquid have got to be careful. I mean,
Heroic Crystal Maiden freezing field.
That was so much damage. It must have been done there by Super.
Yeah, more damage than any of his teammates in that fight, according to the recap. So very important stuff. Miracle was throwing all his spells first at the Naga and then into the trees at the Batrider that he just ignored the CM next to him, which normally is fine. Like, you don't expect to have to worry about that CM, but she just blew freezing field, and Miracle had used his Tornado, used his Cold Snap as well on the Naga Siren, so didn't really have instant access to any disables, and
Dire's top tower
taken
is
out.
under attack.
Troll for a setup. That is the real Naga Siren. Do have follow-up. Cicada could be in a lot of trouble here.
No Sunstrike though, so not. He has the damage without the Sunstrike.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Brett Carter as well in terms of his progress. Manta style, mind control. He's underneath a sentry. IGV. Once again, this game very, very even.
Themselves in it with the Naga farm and finding a few key kills. Time again, Miracle's died a couple of times. Despite all the kills and how well he's played, those deaths give a lot of comeback money when you're that far ahead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
CM is that Glimmer Cape done as well, so these freezing fields could become more of an issue. Just finds the right positioning. Just pushing out the bottom lane. IGV look to group up mid. Ready in July on the sidelines, looking for the angle to get that pick off. Liquid come in for some sort of a defense. Question, dogfights Vendetta up. Look for setup. Matuma Man, if he comes forward to this wave, could be deadly. It's like, no, you already have backed away. Elsewhere towards this top lane where Miracle hiding in the tree line. He's going to try for a solo kill potential onto Cicada. The cold snap stopping him from being able to get the song out. And there we have that combo.
Cute little play from Miracle. Solo kills a Naga. Can't sleep with the cold snap.
Radiant's top tower is
Gets
under
out of there
attack.
immediately. Brutal stuff as Naga.
Oh, poor old Super. Oh no, the Glimmer Cape. Oh, sorry, just the Shadow Amulet.
Even better.
Enough to save him. Yeah, he could stay there forever. This mind control has been juked, but we'll be fine. Does have a TP as well to get out when it's a little safer.
Shadow Amulet's a very good item. Sometimes, like, I upgraded the Glimmer Cape. I'm like, man, I wish I still had my Shadow Amulet for perma invis.
Quit though during this time. Straight into Roche once again. Aegis into the hands of Matuma. If they're ready to go again for one of these pushes mid lane. Towards the bat. Bat's out with the blink. Sakata's just TP'd in. Get the initiation. Looks like Sakata will, of course, use the illusions to push it out a bit. He heads back to join the rest of his ranks. Quid still sticking around, of course. Mind control, ready to grab anyone that dares to come forward. But should get this tier 2 at the least. So we're on the map dog fights, just cleaning out some camps on the top lane as well as Super to pick up levels towards that level 12 for that second point in the ultimate. And Sakata down bottom, 1500 towards that ultimate orb. So
Yeah, that key split push timing. Still won't have an Octarine call for quite some time, and what Liquid can do as far as objectives now with Aegis in hand. Pretty low in health and may look to finish like a BKB before too major, but Miracle continues to farm and accelerate. 22, almost 23 now. It's 23. Octarine core queued up as his next big item.
that's crazy. 5k ahead of a Radiance Naga, and a Radiance Naga that got that Radiance at a decent time, Sakata.
Yep.
This is an insane amount of farm on Miracle, and it's going to add up to even more there. The setup from GH and the damage. Finish it off from that Sunstrike. Gets him involved in yet another bit of action.
Feels like outside of the Naga, the rest of the IGV team can't farm. Like, that's often what happens in these Naga games, and one of the downsides of the hero is that it's Naga who has to push out every lane, takes all the farm on the map, takes all the jungle. And then there's heroes like Nyx who have a blink, but you really want to have a blink, a 4-stuff, an Ags eventually. This game could go 40, 50 minutes, and I don't even know if Nyx would be able to farm an Ag Scepter because there's no farm on the map for him, and he didn't go for the Midas. It's definitely a game where I feel like Midases would have paid off. Even heroes like Batrider are going to struggle to get further items because there's so little farm on the map to take for yourselves. Jug, his net worth has suffered as a result, so very tricky game for the IGV supporting cast. Other cores even get much.
BKB's closing in for a few of Liquid's cores now. Chinbatu looking for it before they go for a big aggressive play halfway on the recipe. But on mind control, so yeah, it's full BKB out. Oh no, yeah. No.
On Courier?
Oh yeah, he's got the Ogre Club instead. He's got it. He's got the full BKB ready.
Paparazzi. Sunstrike.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What Vitality can do in terms of high ground defense if Liquid do come in hard with these pushes. Cool, ready to go straight up to the high ground. Fight's holding him back. His pop dropped.
Force a glyph. And mind control's not even worried about having to get off the tower during the glyph.
Yeah, not at all. With that BKB and the heal and the back of a Kuroki that we have immediately coming in with the perfect timing, the false promise. There's the combo from Miracle, trying to force IGV back, but Paparazzi with the Blade Fury moves forward. They've got the Pearl Strike and the Jewel onto Skada. The Naga Siren's out. 60 seconds. Buys back immediately.
Still got Aegis. They can still lurk around if they want. They've used False Promise. Kuro needs to be careful.
Man tries to turn, but the net and the Frostbite holding him back here, falling down low. The heals from Kuroki. Once again, protecting that Aegis for as long as they can. The sleep is there. Blade Fury as well to make sure that Man can't blink his way out of this one. And he'll almost certainly fall down the once, but the damage here from Miracle as the Tornado flies in will dispatch of the Nyx Assassins. Surely no, the healing ward keeping him just alive with those one charges. He'll actually get his way out of there. Injuly's not going to be as lucky as the bear jumps in, rips into part with the claws, but Liquid is starting to fall low once again with this freezing field super, killing Matumba Man nearly as he just waltzes off as the enrage. GH back in with a burrow strike to take Cicada down a second time this team fight. It is a dieback on the Naga Siren. No Naga for 80 seconds. He did indeed, took an Omni Slash to the face, and he's out and down for 90. Miracle throwing his life away to the blade of Paparazzi. It's a lot of money for the Jug, and with that kill, it will be enough to force Liquid back. They won't get the racks.
Regret that blink in, but crazy to think they actually, Liquid lost only an Aegis before that Miracle dive and a bit of over-aggression. He really wanted to commit for the kills. If he gets that Jug kill there, it's probably racks and even the game. Jug didn't have buyback, I believe, and a lot of buybacks had already been used for the rest of the IGV team. So even with the hold, they lost a tier 3 tower. You can take shrines. You have to use buybacks.
Jug, both the
Bat and Naga.
And the Naga
buyback, the big
died
one.
a second time, yeah.
I mean, that's nowhere near worth it for IGV and still looking fantastic for Liquid. That Miracle Death at the end. He's going to have level 25 with Octarine Core when he respawns. Got a Tomb of Knowledge waiting for him, and brutal stuff for these next coming fights.
And another little freebie. More damage from Mind Control. And CM caught out. And trying to be taken down by Liquid. Control of a healthy plus 76. Cicada. How are we doing towards that Octarine? Well, indeed. With that dieback, it's a bit of a pipe dream away from him. It's a lot of time.
Dogfights might be able to snipe a Courier. He's put down this ward. I feel like you're putting down just to snipe Couriers. Whole point of that ward. Get it.
It was just a tome on it though, nothing massive.
Miracle was sending it there to buy the Octarine Core, but he can walk to the shop if he wants. And hey, guess what? He doesn't need to walk to shop. You're getting racks. You're winning the game. Who needs Octarine Core? Not Miracle at the time being. And Naga is not even in position to defend. 5 seconds before she has a TP.
Twice hits the stun onto one, but quick reactions there. They jump in with the duel. I think it's got the damage to bring him down in it. They do indeed. He's out and down. Good lasso, bringing Matumba Man away from his team. Jay's trying to run in with the epicenter. Gets the follow through Burrow Strike after the Blade Fury wears off, and that's Jug down as well. 2 out on the side of IGV. Triple kill for Miracle as they bring out the CM. Buyback will be there from him. Set up with the sleep, but what do they really have with two the big damage dealers out for a good amount of time? Can't quite get the kills, but once again they temporarily push Liquid back. As yeah, look at the creep cutting from this Naga. So that both mid and top consistently pushed out. But the bottom lane creeps are in, so that backdoor protection is of course down across the whole base. It seems to be all that Liquid need to get themselves in onto the mid racks as they pick up themselves up a second set.
There's no lasso. They can't initiate without Nyx or the Batrider lasso. They just all they can do is stand around idly while they lose a racks, and that's a second lane. That makes this game very challenging for IGV at this point, and if Liquid want, they'll swing top, try to get that tier 2 tower. Don't have the Aegis to play around anymore, but they've got their 6-slot Invoker. They are close to being full ready to go. Not much left for IGV at this point. Even with a Naga Siren, it doesn't really feel like a game that she's going to be able to stall out. There's not enough farm on the rest of the IGV side to really... You're not really buying time for anything. It's progressing nowhere other than delaying the inevitable.
And as we mentioned, this nice for Liquid in terms of, well, obviously can't make it to the upper bracket, but may put them in that position to have that third place if tiebreakers do end up occurring. It does resolve on it relies on a lot of other results going certain ways. Maybe the chance the series win. Certainly does look to be the case here, unless IG pull off some sort of amazing comeback.
For Liquid, it's just going to be one of those things where it's like, oh, it's nice and all, but you kind of wish you had these performances earlier on in the groups. You get a win or two early on, it gives you the confidence, and it's so easy to work off a good start to the group to win the group. That was like OG and IG. I mean, yeah, these are teams that are in good form to begin with, but you win early on in your group, it's much easier to win those later series. For Liquid, it's come a bit late from them.
Go top lane. Liquid take another tier 2 and are now in position finish off that final set from IGV. But IGV, they'll do their darndest. They're heading back. 3 of them at least so far. They'll keep Sakata and Paparazzi down on the bottom.
I gotta go Roche. Scouted out.
Play it safe.
Yeah, why not? Top lane still pushing out if you want to deal with that. If you want to head that direction. Miracle can push out mid and bottom if he really wants, but one of the things about Naga is that while she clears creep waves, she doesn't actually hit buildings incredibly fast. So they can kind of ignore it. Well, the Paparazzi does hit buildings pretty nicely, but they'll just live. If they get Megas, it may just be game over, and Miracle's going to head back to defend anyways with his Tornado.
Who else is up here as well? It's Sakata. Okay, Sakata's headed back now. And in fact, the opening here, Lasso, bringing Mind Control away, does have the Aegis. They'll pop him once, and they pop him again, though. GH comes across, cancels the freezing field there with a Burrow Strike. Mind Control instantly with a blink out. But Superman already working his way through the racks, along with Miracle and the rest of the gang, as Liquid will claim the Megas. Miracle, BK beat up, finds the final racks.
Miracle cancelled the Jugs TP. He went back to defend,
Oh,
tornadoed the Jugs TP, and then right in front of Jugs' face, TP to the top lane. So it was a bit of like a BM play in some ways. I mean, it was the right play. Cancel his TP. You don't care about losing a Rex. You've got Megas. And this Jug is stuck here. He's fueled up now. No TP to work with. Great play from Miracle to secure the game and get Megas and realistically take game number 2. They won't GG just yet. They're thinking, hey, we got Naga, we can push out lanes, but I think they'll soon find this game is not heading to a pretty direction.
I mean, Matuma Man falling a little low, but does have the cheese. They will be able to walk it off. What's an annoyance? I mean, these little illusions, bringing them down to half. And they are holding on, IGV. As you said, they do have the potential to push these lanes out, but it's still such a tough game for them.
Push the lanes out, but at what point do you win a team fight or take any more lanes of racks or really eat up the game? It's like not coming their way, but hold on, they'll see what they can do. Refresher from Miracle, he's going to be going that 6-slotted status. Just the blink in his backpack for now. To have some fun and show off a bit, I imagine, at this stage. Does need to be careful, doesn't it, buyback, but...
I mean, yeah, you never know. If Liquid are able to throw this game, I will be incredibly...
Side right now, I don't actually think...
Is it throwable?
Miracle dying without buyback, they probably don't even lose a Rax, because the rest of the heroes are strong enough that they can fight and hold pretty well, and Mega Creeps damn hard.
Miracle with his DD. Rest of Liquid ready to fight. IGV's last chance here to do something about Liquid taking this series 2-0. What can they do? Who is going to be the first to jump in?
That's good a gem. You'll see Miracle.
Trying to come in from the side over the tree line. In July, looking for the jump. Finds the potential key one here as they can bring the Oracle out. Already trying for the combo, but the Spike Carapace will hold him back momentarily, Miracle. Epicenter, everything coming down to Scudder, but he has got buyback. BKBs already popped by Liquid. The IGV can try and find some sort of a catch. Who have we got here on the backlines? His dogfights on the high ground. Liquid still being a little tentative outside the base. They know they haven't got this Oracle. One of their major savers. Dogfights. Still very careful how close he goes. Knows that that SK does have the gem. There's the blink in. First stun onto Miracle. Can't get anything to follow through there. And Matuma Man's going to want to jump in. Paparazzi pots the Manta. Quit being forced back here by the illusions on the Naga Siren.
Face down.
Yeah, dogfights with the blink forward. Has the further control. Ice Wall certainly slowing them though. He's struggling to really close that gap. Illusions with this Radiance, they certainly do hurt.
Be pretty pesky to continue pushing, but Kuro's back with Greaves. He'll have her own back up. They're ready to go,
jump immediately in onto In July. In July's out, does not have buyback available, and they'll look to set up for more with the Yules onto Super. Tries to slide his way away. Does still have the Glimmer Cape. Isn't going to make it, but they do have this Omni Slash onto the Legion Commander, but the last bounce isn't going to go the way of Mind Control. Paparazzi can't finish off the Legion. The refresh is there from Miracles. He looks to style on the jug
Double
with the
BKB.
second deafening blast. And indeed, GG is called. At the end of the day, it's all too much for IGD. 36 for 17. Liquid will take the series 2-0. Of course, doesn't get them to that upper bracket, winners bracket. Be in the lower bracket for sure.
Newbies turn to ban. Dire team ban. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
Life Stealer.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remain.
Behold the Horn of Magnus.
Dire team pick. Seconds.
Dazzle.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Silencer.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining.
Slada.
Newbies turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Vengeful spirits.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Bees turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick.
Lena.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. 10 seconds remaining.
Medusa.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
To play a slower game in the first place, but it does make a lot of sense. This is not like the IG Lena, right? This is a bit different. They're running a Lena with a safe lane lifestealer. This is a very early game focused lineup and does not extend very well into the late game. So NP are just looking to be able to play pretty defensively, just having a big tanky core like Dusa sitting on the front lines and basically having this hero serve as a blocker, right? And Newbie aren't going to be able to take towers very easily with Medusa sitting. I think this kind of fits the way to be able to defeat Newbie's a very aggressive lineup that they've drafted.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting play, too, because SC, we think about the way that he's sort of progressed in the mids. Before it was like the flashy players, the Invoker, the Storm Spirit, running in, making plays. And now it's sort of changed over to more of these farming-intensive heroes. And if he does get a little bit too aggressive, maybe step out too early in the early laning phase, a Monkey King Boundless Strike into Lena Light Strike Array, that's a pretty easy way to pick him off. So he's going to need to make sure that positioning is on point. We have the Monkey King Courier coming out to start the shenanigans early on here. But I'm very excited to get into this one as a smoke play.
An early smoke, wrap up a delayed smoke to try and get in there and take that bounty rune and ideally get a first blood as well.
Looking for Eternal Envy. Kaka charging up, walking forward. The slow is there. They have the Arcane Curse as well. U9 going to get a couple hits, but the Crush should dissuade. Well, any more action? Maybe not. Envy is going to go down. Faith found him, but this might end up being to their own detriment as Kaka is starting to drop low as well. Oh my goodness gracious. One for one exchange already.
They get the 1-for-1, but it is the first blood going to Newbie. There's nobody blocking their safe lane, which does mean it's going to be very favorable for their aggro tri-lane. Creep Equilibrium should be in a pretty good spot.
I'm kind of curious. I wonder if Envy was thinking about leveling Mana Shield as he got initiated on. Obviously, it's not ideal. You really want to be able to have your Mystic Snake out there. It's a good farming tool and a good harassing tool as well. But maybe, just maybe, could have saved his life if he used it early.
Oh my god, I pontificated for so long about it. SC Medusa, my goodness gracious, how embarrassing. But SC Lina indeed is going to be the one who's trying to find a kill. Still the same thing kind of applies, that if it's Envy that's moving too far forward, you find a kill there and you help build that momentum.
It's okay. When you were talking about that, I thought you were referring to the Alchemist that they were drafting for him and stuff, and I was with you. You know, your overall storyline was correct. So. This aggro Chai lane, though, very smart by NP. It does leave them an awkward situation. I was about to say, Sand King should be able to do okay against Magnus, especially as Caustic Finale gets leveled up, but U9 really doesn't want to deal with an aggro Chai lane in his face, so they're going to try and swap things up.
Monkey King again in the mid lane onto Envy. The right clicks are there. Mana Shield, even though it's leveled, not going to help him. So this early aggression coming out from Newbie, already making plays.
Yeah, this Monkey King Lina combination. I know you're casting a different series, but at the time I was watching, it was the IG game where they ran this Lina Monkey King 2 times in a row, and it was really good. It just destroyed Evil Geniuses.
And
so
the thing I like too, that's Poor Man's Shield that he picked up for the Monkey King as well. So he can take a little bit of damage coming in from the creeps, and since he tends to be going in deep, almost near where the towers are.
Yeah, it'll definitely help out a bit. There's not much you need to get on Monkey King, just a little bit of tankiness and kind of good. So once he gets to like level 3, that's one of his big peaks, the early laning phase. He's already set SC off to a very good start. Envy's like, yeah, he's died twice, but he will be able to recover, I think, in his laning phase. Medusa's just one of those heroes.
You're back under tower. Kaka taking some extra damage from it. I don't know if the Poor Man's Shield ended up doing too much there, but he doesn't end up dying after getting skewed back under tower by MSS. Bottom lane, KP already there and going to be able to bring down the Dazzle. Faith helping him out, but KP gets the salve, and that will mean he is able to escape.
Yeah, it looks like NP, they tried to get aggressive and kill Faith's face silencer and just couldn't quite finish him off. And then because of that, he turns around and gets that last word onto 1437. Unable to use the Shell of Grave on himself as a result. Magnus is going to be very happy with all the farm that he's getting. NP, even if the Deuce is having a bad game, MSS is off to a great start, and I think MSS is one of the big reasons that NP is such a successful NA team. This guy is a fantastic offlaner, and if you get him a strong start, and I think that's one of the complaints I've had about NP in the past, is that they are so reserved and defensive and pretty farmy on their other 2 cores. It kind of leads MSS out to dry sometimes when he's their big playmaker.
They have caught eyes onto Kaka here. With the bound to the strike, though, they should be able to create that little bit of separation. Yeah, I like the idea that they're sticking him here in the safe lane, making sure that he's able to get a little bit of farm, a little bit of help in from the Dazzle as well. But likewise, Newbie rotating a lot of heroes up there. And
yeah, I think what MP really wanted to do with their aggro Chai lane is put pressure on the Lifestealer, which is fantastic. Lifestealers are very dangerous here. We've talked about this time and time again, right? The Lifestealer is just not a hero you can fully counter. So they kind of try and stymie his early laning phase farm. But it's also, I think they wanted to be able to force Kaka into a try versus try scenario and not have this Monkey King moving around. But Newbie just kind of played it defensively. They just rotated with U9 whenever they could and kept Kaka ganking that mid lane over and over again. In fact, he's setting up once again as Lina's going to come back into the lane, see if they can get another gank on him. Lina is not quite level 5. Maybe they'll wait for 1 creep just for that extra bit of New King power. Oh, miskill. Faith goes down in bottom lane.
Still, you know, you're seeing that there's just so many threats around the map. Even for NP, if they do just sit in that static laning phase down there, a Vengeful Spirit in combination with the Slaughter, that's a lot of damage that can come out. Does look like they're setting up for it again, going on to Eternal Envy. Creeps are there. There's a TP rotation in from Dazzle. It looks like that's all Newbie wanted to force.
Yeah, NP got the successful scan on the Monkey King as he rotated around on the left-hand side. So NP did kind of have the heads up. They're ready to go with the TPs. So as it is, NP What they're really hoping to do with this lineup, I don't know. It's going to be completely on AUI and MSS to be able to do a lot with their Magnus Vengeful Spirit combination because they did do an aggro tri lane, the supports are going to be a bit underleveled. And I'm not sure if Slardar is going to be able to find the space to be able to get that quick of a Blink Dagger.
There were a couple of wards placed down there. I think that the one in the mid lane might have actually been, it's within sentry range if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is.
So that's going to be possibly 2 wards dewarded now by NP. Their vision is going to be pretty heavily hemmed in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, that sucks quite a lot because you really want to keep your eye on the Monkey King. It's why I see some teams like draft an actual scouting hero against Monkey. Dive onto Faith.
Going for him again. They're onto him already. Boundless Strike trying to keep him back, but the heal bomb's going to stop it. Now looking for the Solidar. They are going to be able to stun him up and bring him down.
1-for-1 trade-off. It's still like forcing attention. Like the fact that Monkey King is bottom lane is a win. As long as Envy doesn't die to SC here.
Oh, he just leveled up level 6, but he doesn't have the mana.
Yeah, unfortunately. He did, like, he was bottling through the tower hits and everything, but just couldn't quite get it fast enough.
Would have loved to be able to pick that up, but still, Newbie forcing him out of lane. You see that right now, the Lina 25 and 13, it's having a great time compared to that Medusa. Let's mention the kills.
I think what NP are going to have to do quite a lot is protect their mid tower. It's one of Deuce's specialties, though, as a hero, because she does get so tanky once you get level 7 or 8. You have those higher levels of mana shield. In Newbie, meanwhile, they need to find some ways to get those kind of deep ganks that catches NP off guard and transition into towers. They don't really have very good tower hitters. That is the one thing that's really missing for Newbie. They have a very aggressive lineup, but they don't necessarily have the, we win a team fight, we take, 2 towers and maybe a melee Rax. Like, it's not that kind of lineup.
Wow, early swap. KP breaks it up. That's actually going to be a
stun.
lot of damage down. They end up committing the Grave onto the, well, Vengeful Spirit, but already dead is 1437, and they're going to take the Venge to boot.
Yep, Newbie. Some early grouping up, not terribly surprising. Newbie are very good at making full rotations of almost their entire team. They're just leaving U9 right now up at the top lane. You want to give the Lifestealer enough time to get his armlet before he starts becoming more of an active force. And in fact, I would say in this game, he may even continue to farm until KP has his Blink Dagger. Because what Newbie need to do is they need to hit their timings really hard. They can't afford to mess up too much. Again, it goes back to the lack of tower hitters, is that they won't be able to quickly transition through objectives. So when they do get their timing, they have to oppress NP near flawlessly.
Well, and this is the trade-off right here, too, is that you bring all those heroes you don't manage to take down the tower, and Envy gets free farm as well as the ability to push out a lane here. Aquila's turned on, SC's going to rotate back in and be able to push out the lane after the fact, but all this chip damage, it's good stuff for NP. It does look like SC is scouting out that ward, although it did just expire the sentry, so they're going to need to bring out another one.
Another nuke out there. Envy doing a good job of trying to chip away at SC's mana to make sure he doesn't have a full wombo combo worth. So if he does, again, you can see Kaka's kind of waiting there. If he does get a surprise gank from the Boundless Strike from Monkey King, and it doesn't leave SC to be able to output his full course of damage.
So these first 9 minutes, Newbie a little bit ahead in terms of kills thanks to the Monkey King. You do feel, though, with this lineup that you need to make a lot happen early on, right? You can't just go into the late game on par with the Medusa and Magnus. Or would you disagree? You think that Newbie is okay?
It's definitely NP should be very happy with the way late game goes. They have a big team fight ability in RP. They have a great scaling late game hero in the Medusa, and even Vengeful Spirit, Slardar, and Dazzle all scale relatively well into late game. These 2 supports actually do a lot in late game. The constant crushes and corrosive hazes, as well as like Shallow Grave and Weave are always valuable, even going into the mega late.
Well, up here top, they're going to be able to find a kill onto Aoi, so things going, and again, more pickoffs for Newbie. Still questionable if they're going to be able to take a tower off of this, but it looks like that's what they're going to ever do next at the very least.
Yeah, SC deciding not to rotate back over to mid. He's leaving Faith to that right now. They want to get that global silence up. KP Let's see. He's level 6 right now, does have 600 gold. I'm trying to gauge what his Blink Dagger timing is going to be and whether or not he needs some extra help from the rest of Newbie.
In the area here, just everybody contesting this 3 stack of creeps that we've seen. The disjoint there with the Sandstorm, so KP will not get gone on.
Yeah, Sand King's really good at being able to juggle big creep camp stacks. Ooh, this is Global Silence.
They've got MSS in the area as well. They might try and turn this. There it is. They're going to be able to drop the RP. Can they find any more, though? SC very low. Will they be able to find that kill? He's walking away. Stewart is going to manage to take him down, so they take 2.
That Global Silence. MSS just sitting there with his invis. He's like, come on, come on, come on. You just spamming the R button, but they did not have the damage, or they at least weren't fast enough with the damage to be able to finish off the Medusa in time. And a big turnaround play there from NP. NP, I think this is what they usually win games off of. They play pretty defensively, and they know how to occasionally set up these big reaction plays. So when the enemy team gets aggressive on them, they're able to just kind of either outnumber them or outposition them.
Speaking of outnumbering them, NP need to be a little bit careful, as everybody from Newbie TP down there. It did look like one of those TPs got canceled. So
yeah, I don't like this mass TP usage too much by Newbie. I think it is one of the big strengths of theirs in the laning phase, but as we're starting to get out of that, and we also know that NP is going to be splitting up and trying to out-split push them for a large part of this game, these mass TP usages really killed Newbie's mobility around the map, especially since the TPs did receive that nerf recently, upping the cooldown another 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's something to think about. When they were in their heyday, you know, dating back to right before the Manila Major, it was all about that mass rotations, and we'll have to see if they can adjust their game plan, or possibly even just, you know, make better usage of the initial movement from the map to put them in a position where they don't have to respond in that way. But a smoke gank moving in towards the bottom lane does not look like NP is going to run into anybody of consequence as pressure mounts towards this tower.
Yeah, they would have liked to get the, like, this is a classic smoke into safe lane to try and get the pick and turn it into a tower kill, but Newbie know enough about this game that this late, the safe lane tower is kind of a death trap, and they don't want to be around that area too much. So it is, at this point, like past like 10 minutes, and the tier 1's still up. The only heroes that are going to be there are the disposable ones. You know, like a 4 or 5 position support that just wants experience or something like that. You'll never have a big core kill down there unless it's backed up by multiple heroes.
Yeah, well, Envy is still around here, which is maybe a little bit scary, but looks like Newbie are not wanting to try and go deep for that one, at least for now. There's a lot of vision in the dire jungle right now with these observer wards in the area, so maybe they're going to be able to make something happen. Like, Envy is completely exposed in this jungle, nobody nearby at all. Does realize that there's a couple of Newbie heroes in the area as Sand King was spotted, but
yeah, Newbie want to be able to see the potential rotations by NP to defend a safe lane tower if they choose to do something like that. Obviously, they just got to read that Dazzle is now behind the Medusa, and they also want to see the Medusa when she's rotating from mid into jungle and leave a potential opportunity for SC to get aggressive there. And obviously needs more than just him, right? This Medusa is tanky enough. He can survive through that blast.
And threw the weave on him there as well, just to make double sure. There's still a lot of movement by Newbie, but not a whole lot happening over these past couple of minutes. It feels like all of their moves have either been countered or they've met that impenetrable wall of Medusa that can't really do anything to. Do you think there's a problem?
You're going to be punished even more pretty soon. Envy's going for this build, the Blade Mail build on Dusa.
Oh, wow.
I think I've seen this before from Envy. I think he just really likes the stats. If you look at it, like every single one of those stats is value. You're never going to get bursted down entirely by magic damage. So the armor has value. Obviously, the intelligence is good for more mana pool. And then the early bit of damage is something that Dusa is often lacking, right? Because you see these Dusas and they go Manta or Lincolns, or in case of Mushi, Manta and Lincolns, and you just have no damage whatsoever. So I think it's like a nice source of early output for Envy. And then, you know, it's just another way to dissuade the enemy team from going on you.
Absolutely. And you talk a little bit about the extra damage buff that you get from the Magnus. Things are going to start to look at least not like a completely useless hero through the first initial phases. Not to mention you also have Stone Gaze, which is super value in a team fight. So how does Newbie try and deal with this then? Is it just focus on every other hero? Because it feels like this is a lineup that wants to be hitting its stride pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's, again, it goes back to that, like, they have to hit their timing really hard because of the way they drafted themselves, and they didn't really give themselves an out for late game, and they're going against a very defensive team in NP. What and Newbie have to do here is make sure they get every single one of their items for these cores where they reach the real big peak. So, like, Bloodstone on Lina, Blink Dagger on SK, Armlet, and not Echo Saber looks like an earlier Deso for U9. Get those items and then just lay into NP over and over and over again. You really just have to keep up a very high tempo game. Because what they're doing right now is you see this early game, right, Gabe? And you see, like, these heroes should be getting aggressive, but what Newbie are afraid of is failing to actually connect well enough. Inconsequential kill there on Dazzle, but it will probably get that tier 1.
It actually is kind of interesting, too, because the Lifestealer decided to go for a Midas before finishing off the Deso. He just had it delivered to him on the Courier. So I guess that it's, you know, hit that second item pretty hard as well. It's like Monkey King's going to be able to TP out of there. As
maybe if, well, they need to kind of start moving towards Eternal Envy right now.
This is a wraparound that they've got, possibly.
Oh, no, they missed.
The Burrow Strike was not there. SC trying to run away. The Crush connects onto two of them as the Lifestealer jumps out, and it does look like they're just going to try and back out now.
Well timed by NP, and they may still have the, because the Infest Bomb is gone, they could still take this tier 1 tower.
Magnus has his Blink Dagger as well. Sand King obviously has completed his. Up on the high ground, Epicenter is ready, is going to burrow. All off the charge, at least for the moment. That's the Blade Mail down. Monkey King ulti as well. The Global Silence to follow. They are going to be able to bring down Envy, but won't be able to go for any more. I still think that's very much worth it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of ultimates used. The Global Silence is a particular one, but Envy is the most important hero on the side of NP. So it's not a bad fight for Newbie. I don't think it's terrible for NP either. Like, they got that mid tower. They're not going to lose any big objective off of this. The rest of their team is still going to be able to farm up at this point. So Newbie they're grouping up, but I don't feel like they're getting an amazing, like a whole lot done. And I think this does kind of lead into U9's thoughts of going to Hannah Midas, right? Is he's trying to give this lineup of theirs that doesn't have a whole lot of longevity, some added benefit thanks to the items. It's kind of covering that weakness.
You also see here the Bloodstone just finished, and I mean, it's quite it's a pretty decent timing, I would say, on it, relative to where their team is at. They're ready to start fighting continuously as that Boundless Strike hits. And I mean, do you think that it's that big of a deal that he went for the Midas right now? Would you have rather him had like a Deso and then start moving around, or is it?
It's more about how the team feels the game is going. I think that it's a little bit of individual player preference, but it's also about, like, what have we accomplished so far? And I would say Newbie haven't accomplished a whole lot in progressing the game real quickly. Oh, nice pick on Monkey King.
Yeah, that's going to be an easy one. Kaka doing a drop.
So again, I think it comes back to we're not on our trajectory to be able to close out this game when we really should be our strongest. Like, it's going to be kind of hard to hit that window. So let's make sure that we do scale well enough into 40, 45 minutes, because Lifestealer is still a big threat 50, 55, 60 minutes in. It's just unfortunate that Dusa is the antithesis to Lifestealer.
Absolutely. And see that she is actually going to go for the Midas as well. So picking up a little bit of the Chinese flavor. This is what we saw going into the tournament, absolutely. And it's dropped off a little bit, but still very much impactful.
I like this choice by SC. I was looking at this. I don't think NP is going to give a whole lot of opportunities for a Shadowblade pickoff for SC. We've seen this over and over again, Bloodstone, Shadowblade. I think this game, much better to try and transition into that right-clicking Lina that we were talking about a little bit earlier. So instead of the Shadowblade, he's going to pick up the Force Staff a bit earlier. I'm not sure if it's going to be the full Hurricane Pike. I also don't know if, like, Aghanims is still the pickup for him. I'm not sure.
Meantime, Newbie are looking to find a kill. Does not look like they are going to be guessing in the right decision.
I believe Faith is also going Hanamitis.
All right,
he's got 1,700 gold, and Silencer is a scaling support that kind of turns into a core late game if you can find that farm. So,
all right. If they do get all these Hanamitises online, does that outscale the Medusa?
No,
okay?
it doesn't. It's still like NP will still have this hard lock on late game, I believe. But what it does mean is that the game is no longer over. Let's say at 45 minutes, it's now over at 60 minutes for newbie. Like because they have these Hanamitises, it gives them. If they're not able to be as aggressive and as effective right now here in the moment, but they will be more effective at 35, 45 minutes because these heroes have an extra like 5k gold on them.
And, you know, Cap, we were watching that game yesterday, the LFY series, I remember, and it kept on feeling like you have a strong window and then you miss that window. You don't take that chance. You don't make the move. Is that something that you'd be at all worried Newbie getting into a trouble with?
No, Newbie's not an LFY team, right? Like they aren't making the moves right now that I would expect. Like, if I was in this position, I feel super pressure to be like, guys, what the hell are we doing? We got to run at them, right?
Yeah.
But I think Newbie is not the kind of team to get spooked. They're playing passive, but they have a plan for it. I didn't see a plan when LFY did it. I was just like, guys, you kind of need to do something now.
Yeah.
Newbie do have a plan with these Hanamitises. I think they are going to get very aggressive. I would say 25, 30 minutes. They're going to reach a serious peak, many of their heroes. What again, first and foremost, I think NP's playstyle, because they play so defensively and they do oftentimes have better late game than the enemy team, what it does to other teams is that it puts pressure on them and they want to get aggressive, and that's when the mistakes start happening and positioning. NP punishes that really well. Ooh, nice Shallow Grave in time.
All right, able to get that. Deuce is showing up as well. They're going to kill off the tower. MSS jumps forward, catches that RP, going to pull him back in as well. They have the Stone Gaze, going to use that. I was wondering if they were just going to skewer back instead, but they do end up using both of the big ultis for NP.
Lifestealer's still big target, so it's kind of like the earlier time where they blew everything on the Medusa. It's kind of worth it just because those two heroes, Lifestealer and Medusa, are the most important heroes for each team. So they're looking at Roshan, not worth the risk, NP. There's still a low enough death timer on Newbie, and you also have that instant death timer on SC in the upcoming team fight, so they should not take that kind of risk. I would be very happy if I was NP and where they're at. This is an interesting choice, though. Medusa is actually thinking about going for a Lotus Orb next to be able to purge off the silence. What he wants to make sure is that when they go on him, he's able to be able to take away that silence in some way and pop the Stone Gaze. Now, most people would say, okay, but that's what Manta is for, right? That's the Dispel. But he seems to have this idea. Again, it's a little bit of stats. It's better armor, maybe. But it's also, he's trying to make himself that it really hurts Newbie when they target Eternal Envy, right? They're going to have Blade Mail and Lotus Orb. You know that Lina is going to be throwing that Laguna Blade. When they go for this combination, Blink Burrow, Global Silence is used. Lina's going to use everything on that hero. He wants to try and make sure that Lina doesn't feel comfortable doing that.
So here's a question then. As the game goes on, there's so much armor and plus armor built up on NP. We might have to hold that thought. Roshan is going to go down. NP thinking about going for this, the Boundless Strike. It's Newbie that might be the ones that try and take the fight. There's going to be the Stone Gaze already out, but the Infest Bomb still waiting to pop out. They have not decided to go for it as of yet. Global down. Nicely done. Pulling back in that Monkey King and taking him down.
That Stone Gaze was beautifully timed by NP. Now the swap.
Swap onto SC. He's going to be dead in a second, but there's the Burrow Strike and the Infest Bomb jump out. RP drops to turn it again. They are going to have Lina back in an instant here, though. U9 getting healed up again by the Bloodstone Death, and does look like the SVG stun. Almost able to bring down U9, but he was able to get the target off for a second. Still drops down with the Aegis. Silencer is going to die as well. Light Strike Array, but can they bring down this big tanky Medusa? Trying to run her out of here. Do have the open wounds, but the Force Staff's not going to be enough. They've been able to control the Magnus as well. Get the stun, mid-skewer away, is going to end up trying to TP out, but does die. So NP lose 4.
Remember that instant death timer that I was talking about for SC's Lina? it's hard to remember because it is a very new thing that you have to deal with as a team. NP, they won the initial fight, and then they kind of pushed out for more with that swamp back and everything. They killed SC, but the problem is that guy's going to come right back, and he definitely helped clean up that fight. He got off his Laguna Blade. He actually recovered all the Bloodstone charges that he lost from his initial death. So
it looked so good to start, but
yeah,
maybe
they get that kill, and they get a little ahead of themselves, I think, in some ways.
Yeah. I think that also the heal back up onto U9 gained him to full HP after the duration of the RP had ended.
Yeah. It's not a terrible fight for Newbie. It's absolutely not. Like, they were so close to being able to really wipe this fight, but NP, ultimately, I think it was kind of like a wash overall. They could have come away better if they just taken those like 2 kills and backed away. But still.
Do you even go for the Lina first? Do you just wait until the end to kill off Lina?
Well, it's not really up to NP most of the time. They're not really going to be the ones initiating for the most part. They're mostly going to be reacting to whatever Newbie does.
Need to react pretty quickly here. Eternal Envy getting gone on. Doesn't manage to get the Stone Gaze off in spite of that global being dropped, and now the jump forward ends up getting bashed immediately, which gives the rest of Newbie time to walk away from the RP. Burrow Strike connects onto 2, now trying to find more. Light Strike Array connects onto 3. 1437 trying to figure out who he wants to grave. He takes Owie's, keeping him alive, but that means that Eternal Envy falls, and Owie's going to die regardless. Double kill, now taking more. They're all over. NP. Newbie. Looking good.
Yeah, remember when I said you have to hit that timing really hard? It just go, right? They just won that, or they had that like back and forth in the mid lane, and Newbie immediately look for another fight because they're not really cooldown dependent. There's like Infest and Epicenter, Laguna Blades, 50 seconds because he's now level 19. It's really not much more than a minute for most of these abilities for Newbie just to kind of keep going again. So they made that aggressive play. NP, again, kind of got ahead of themselves. I think you'll watch, they get off a really good Monkey King ultimate, and Envy doesn't need help right here. But MSS still chooses to blink in alongside SVG, and they're going into a Monkey King ultimate.
That stun as soon as MSS jumped in as well. Really unfortunate, but nonetheless, it's looking quite good for Newbie at this point in time. Is there anything that they need to be really worried about? Maybe getting too over-aggressive, thinking about high ground, and then throwing away this advantage they've built, or do you think they're good to go?
No. They should absolutely be a little bit nervous about that. NP were winning probably the first 15 minutes of the game, I would say. Maybe even 20, just because you look at it even net worth, and I would say that's the advantage to do such strategy. But Newbie did have that plan, right? We're still waiting for them to drop that execution in the mid-game, and you know, they have such good team fight heroes in so many ways to initiate and counter-initiate that we knew they were going to get hit really hard. And sure enough, all of a sudden, boom, that's their moment right there. They jump up to an 8K gold lead. What they have to make sure is that they just don't get ahead of themselves. They've got these hand of Midases. Remember, just, you know, you're going to be able to prolong your effectiveness in this game because of those pickups. So just start controlling the map first and foremost. Make that 8K gold lead into a 12K gold lead, 15K, just by controlling the map and limiting the farm for NP.
Likewise, though, you also hit level 20 with Lina, and that means you can siege from further away without putting yourself at risk. Attack range, damage, everything for her. 17 Bloodstone charges is building back now. Is that into Silver Edge completed as well? Yeah. This is looking good. I think that probably just Roshan and then at least testing high ground, or possibly just going for a big smoke gank, and if NP get caught out, then you've got free access.
Kaka's also getting a Shadow Blade here. So I think they really just want to play off of controlling the game and seeing if they can win NP. They never really have to go for split push plays and that sort of thing. Try and catch them out. Once they catch NP outside of the base, then boom, that offers an opportunity for them to go high ground. I don't think Newbie will ever be in a position where they feel comfortable just 5-manning into NP while NP has 5 waiting on the high ground. I think that's just a little bit too risky.
Okay.
NP are not comfortable enough with this game position for them to just sit on high ground. They'll always have to push out, and Newbie are going to find pickoffs like this one.
There it is, right immediately onto Owie. Never had a chance as the Monkey King ultimate comes out, stacking those stuns together beautifully with that ward placed up on the high ground. I really do like the talents that Medusa has. She's just going to get that 600 mana one that she ended up going for at level 20, which does make her incredibly more tanky. But it still does run into this issue where what's this hero really going to do? Like, the damage you got from Blade Mail was nice in the early stages, but it's a little bit lacking. Maybe, I don't know. What's your thoughts?
you're as Medusa as a carry really doesn't become super scary until like 45 minutes. And even then, with Newbie's current net worth lead, I think they'll still be able to contest a Medusa at that point. So NP just, they got to buy time for Scotty to be picked up by Medusa, and then maybe he picks up a Butterfly, depending on, you know, item choices of Newbie at that point in time. But just try and build up. An AC could even be in his future. I'm not sure if other members of NP are going to be able to build one. That armor item would be rather effective versus this Lifestealer.
They've got so much forms of different armor. You've got the Greaves, you've got Dazzle Weave, Vengeful Spirit here as well, plus and minus abound. Needs to find the correct fight for them, or I guess hold out as long as possible. So, controlling the map to the best of their abilities. You do see the Radiant Wards inside of the Dire jungle, but likewise, Dire been able to place down a couple in vision over their own jungle as well.
Yeah, they have some pretty good information, but you can see whenever they do farm like this, NP are pretty good about their positioning of their other heroes. You could see SVG right now, right? He's farming neutral, so he's still being efficient, but he's pushing forward to make sure that if there are smoke rotations across somewhere to gank the Medusa, he'll be the one who pops it first. Lose your Slardar, it's not that big of a deal. And if nothing comes along, then SVG's still being efficient.
Yeah, they're sort of building a wall encasing the Medusa to make sure that Envy does not get taken down here. And back to home, farming a little bit more. There was a scan down in the bottom. Radiant able to spot out that heroes were here, though seems unlikely that Newbie are really going to try and move all the way across the map to kill off these guys.
Because of the loss of those that big team fight in the bottom lane, NP lost enough tempo in this game and also enough of a net worth lead to Newbie's favor that I think NP actually have to try and go for a smoke gank push out, because this gem is going to be very problematic for them. With Newbie controlling most of the lanes and having better team fight possibilities, right, just because they have such good initiation, it means that NP is going to feel very crowded in, and they have to clump up a lot just because they have no vision down. They don't really know what Newbie's up to unless they're showing on map, shoving down a wave. So they need to take that gem away from the hands of Newbie. I'm just not quite sure how they're going to do it, like how they're going to set this one up. But I don't think they can just sit on the laurels and wait.
Well, they're all standing under boards right now as well, and immediately they jump onto the Medusa. Envy is just gone, and maybe going to lose the Dazzle as well. 1437 getting right-click to death. Will get a first-hit bash. Not that it would have mattered anyways, but those are a couple kills that feel very painful at this stage.
Yeah, at the very least, they need to get a gem for themselves. If they don't take away the gem from KP, then they need to get a gem for themselves to make sure that when they do kind of split apart like that, Newbie aren't reading that, thanks to, you know, aggressive wards like in their jungle that are currently there and seeing the opportunities for fast pickoffs. Pickoffs like that are kind of what kill your game, because now Newbie weren't able to feel comfortable going high ground before, but now they can take tier 3, maybe even force buyback.
Well, and this is a difficult question, too, because do you want to buy back on Medusa, kill your chance at farming? He's relatively close to the Scotty, and
I actually don't think he buys back here.
Yeah.
If you buy back, I don't think you ever recover as the Medusa.
A little bit wondering if Newbie were going to think about going for a second tier 3 there, but it seems that the choice is instead going to be take down these shrines, make sure that you establish further map control and dominance. Newbie running away with this one.
They certainly are. Boy, it happens so fast. Like I said that it's what it needs to happen, but Newbie they surpassed my expectations.
So another movement by NP. Want to smoke out, see if they can catch somebody. It is all of Newbie sitting up on high ground, though, across the river. Then Ancient Black Dragon. All right, we haven't seen him hanging out for a while.
I wonder why. Maybe he just wants to be able to have some sort of
breaking the
vehicle
smoke.
to, yeah, maybe kind of like push out and make sure he can't really be jumped. There's no opportunity for like the smoke gank to come out and like for them to be able to RP Lifestealer and skewer him back because he's in a dragon.
Yeah. I think that smoke was read pretty well by Newbie. They knew that NP wanted something to happen, and so instead of holding out, you know, a support to dry, they instead send the Lifestealer inside of the Ancient. It does mean that there's not an Infest gank possible right now. Sort of a bit of a sad part of it, but
yeah, that kind of damage is not hugely impactful right now. Newbie are the ones who control the game. They just have to make sure they don't make a misstep, and NP, like I would absolutely think that NP is feeling desperate, and that's where those kind of aggressive smoke pushes out comes from.
Medusa probably feels very safe right now because the Scotty is done. There's, you know, weave on him as well, but maybe a little bit far away from his team. We'll see if they can get here in time to save his life. He's going to pop the Stone Gaze. Guna Blade already goes out. Envy just going to be able to be force staffed away.
The Stone Gaze used. This is a good opportunity for Newbie to try and catch.
See, looking for the kill. Burrow Strike onto one. Catching and killing 1437. Maybe going to be able to find more. Force staff to the high ground, but KP is wrapping around from the left side of the map. Kaka gets a bash. Is going to be able to find a Light Strike array. Another stun to follow. Magnus is going to die. NP lose 2, and there are no buybacks on those heroes.
Yeah, this could just be the end, just because the Stone Gaze is on cooldown for 60 seconds, and so is the Magnus. That RP is on cooldown for 60 seconds because of his death timer. So at this point in time, Newbie just barrel down the bottom lane, take a second lane of racks. If they get any pickoffs, I think that's probably 3 lanes of racks in the end of the game.
Look at Kaka. He's all the way back there by the space. And, well, there's the jump forward. Going to be able to catch the immediate counterplay, and the global silence dropped. Is not looking quite good at all for NP as Medusa going to be brought down here in just a second. I do believe Shrine is super value on Medusa, but not value enough as Newbie came to play, taking down another. BKB pop for Aoi isn't going to be there. Epicenter finds that kill, and GG is called.
Well played by Newbie. They read this game incredibly well. They just stayed very patient, waited for them to really hit their window.
Newbies turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus.
Dire team pick.
Lifestealer.
Dire team pick. Lena. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Dazzle.
Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Earth Spirit.
Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Ursa Warrior.
Dire team pick.
Beastmaster.
Newbies turn to pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Imba Spirit.
Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Newbies turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining. Newbies turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Ten seconds remaining.
Weaver.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Peter.
All right, let's get ready to go into this. It's a real game. It's a real game. We're getting into it now. Potentially the final match of it, Newbie versus NP. Do you like the draft? I mean, we're having our fun. There's a lead.
I wasn't thinking about the draft, Lyrical. I was thinking about puns. Come on, why are you asking me about the draft now? You got to give me a few minutes.
Fair enough.
You know, you really did take most of them, by the way. You
sorry.
warned me. I was like, I had this checkmark box, and I was like, damn it, Lyrical, you're taking all of them. But I told you weren't going to have that SC one.
That's true.
I do agree with Peter, though. I think that NP's, it is a very NP lineup, first of all. I like the twist where they picked up the Weaver and ran the Lifestealer as at mid lane. We'll have to see how Newbie address this, because they could just run the Ursa up against the Lifestealer in mid and then put the Ember Spirit in the safe lane or something like. There's some workarounds that Newbie can possibly claim, but I do feel like Newbie are very pressured to win the laning phase and transition hard. Otherwise, NP is going to have this Weaver that comes online 15-20 minutes and is going to be very impactful.
Absolutely. And you know, I feel like so many of these games through the group stages have come down to which team has the better initiation, and you know, that all does come as well from the vision game that you get. And the Beastmaster pick, MSS, they talked about in the draft, this guy plays this hero time and time again. I think it was their most picked hero going into the Kiev Major qualifiers. And I think that that's going to give them that edge that they need to get over that hump. So very excited to see how it goes as SC heading down to the bottom lane right now. Playing out of that safe lane.
This is going to be a very unique laning phase, that's for sure. Look at them. They are running the Ursa mid alongside Faith, which is immediately dodged as they're going to have Eternal Envy safe lane. So Weaver, Lina, weird combination at mid. This is probably the most typical one. At bottom lane, they're just running an MSS off lane with SVG, which should be, I think, really good at contesting the Ember Spirit's farm. Ember Spirit does not really want a safe lane. He wants the solo experience, and he's easily contested by multiple heroes. We're going to see it here.
The roll in, going on to SC, trying to bring him low. The Light Strike Ray is going to connect. They still managed to find the stun on the land from the telekinesis, but SC under fire. They draw first blood. MSS, could it be anybody else?
No, really couldn't. Man, MSS, I'm so excited for his Beastmaster. They've already got him off to a good start. It's a great game for a high-level Beastmaster play, right? He's got some really good targets. If he can catch the Ember Spirit, that's fantastic. His Primal Roars have to really be on point when it comes to dealing with the Ursa. Early on, it's okay. You could just throw it whenever as the Ursa initiates, but later on, we may have an Aghanim Scepter on the Ursa, in which case MSS is going to have to play around that. So that being said, Newbie do have opportunities. U9, he is a pretty consistent player, and I think he deals well with pressure. It's going to be up to, so I'm kind of expecting him just to have a solid performance here. I think SC is the person who has to go ham in this. He's got to turn it up, and with his Ember Spirit, there's a lot of potential for big plays. If he can get the snowball rolling early, he can definitely kill these supports pretty early, may even be able to shut down a Weaver, or maybe catch the Beastmaster every now and again. But first, they have to make sure he has a good lane phase, and he's already been impressed once, and I'm sure that we're going to have SVG rolling into him in mid pretty soon.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes on that. He is making that rotation already, and it's a lot of damage that can come out onto this SC Ember Spirit. He did just use Flame Guard, so it's going to be down for another 25 seconds. This would be the prime opportunity to go in for it. Does look like they're at least set up for it, but with the regen rune picked up, yeah, they're also going to be bringing in Eternal Envy back towards mid now. Both of the safe laners, everybody's just walking around in this.
It's musical chairs, and that's what both these teams kind of need to do to get a laning phase advantage. The jump on SC, but it's not going to be good enough. They do have Faith here to make sure he lives. So and you could see, like, NP very clearly know that if they can just shut down this Ember Spirit, I think it increases their chance to win by like 10-20% even. Just because they need Ember Spirit to be a big playmaker for Newbie to take control of the game.
Well, and this sort of leaves us back to where we were before. You got Eternal Envy against the Ember Spirit. The top lane is feeling like Weaver should be pretty fine with what's going on. Ursa seems unlikely to be able to find a kill unless there's some massive outplays. But I think that, you know, through the laning phase, you've still been able to weather it somewhat as newbie. You take a look at the CS across the board, and it's not absolutely terrible by any means. Yeah, I think that they're doing okay.
Biggest winner is obviously MSS. He's actually topping out the board at 16-8. Doesn't have anybody contesting him right now. There's not even a core at bottom lane. SC will finally be here, but first they're going to make the jump onto Kaka.
Yeah, going to be able to go for the stun. Catches him there. Telekinesis lift up for the stun. Faith is there to keep him alive, but the axes were going to be too much. We do see NP still manage to find another there. SVG drop in, but a little bit of a tough one already.
Kind of interesting. He actually goes for the second level wild axes. Normally I see like 102, and then you leveling up the aura a little bit, and then you start maxing out the board from there.
But he has no board, no hawk.
Yeah, I think that's pretty typical until level 4. Just because the level 1 board doesn't really feel that good. It's only until you get level 5, you get that level 3 board that's really strong. But he is going to be 1 level behind in this case. It's also because it's, I think, in a tri-lane scenario, the extra burst damage is better, and Wild Axes, well, it is physical damage, so it cuts through that Flame Guard.
Pulling back in MSS yet again. The stun going to be a little bit off the mark. Light Strike Array is going to create that separation that they need, so they will get out with MSS. But this has shown, again, the change up in the way that NP has been playing recently. There's been a lot of fire towards NP, I think, for not giving MSS the start that he needs. And this has been changing now for him.
Yeah, they're going to be able to play off the Shrine. This is the big danger of getting into try versus try scenarios against an aggro tri lane is they have the Shrine to benefit off of. So if you get into that exact scenario where you don't actually get a kill, and normally that enemy team would just be forced to back up to the fountain, they could just play off of Shrine and get right back in your face. But they're not actually going to do that. They picked up the Shrine. I thought they were just going to go right back into newbie with the Flame Guard on cooldown, but instead, it looks like they want to try and rotate into mid. Lina's going to take over that lane. They're not going to do the musical chairs anymore. They're just going to have Lifestealer. He has the levels necessary to be able to jungle. You have Envy picking up his classic Iron Talon and Quelling Blade build. So he's abandoned laning phase entirely, and 1437 is going to take the solo experience in mid. Probably one of the best supports out there to do so.
And he rotated over for a second. There was a little bit of a reaction, it looked like, in mid when Ursa backed up a little bit. And so maybe signaling that there was a ward over there, and he ends up heading back into the lane now, while Beastmaster is also going to jungle. So NP just trying to get the most that they can out of this laning phase by using their heroes that are capable of jungling early on. Now, is there a point where newbie come and try and contest this, or do you think that they have the heroes that just want to keep farming and pulling in the lane?
I mean, that's the thing, Lyrical, is how do you really contest it? You have to do it with your cores because you don't actually have good ganking, rotating supports. You know, like Dazzle and Rubik are more defensive in nature. They're not like an Earth Spirit or something that is going to go into the jungle and really be a threatening presence. So that is a bit of the problem. I think NP are very happy with the support duo that newbie has, because it just means that they, as long as they set up some sort of static laning phase that works for them, they could play super greedy, having 4 heroes farm and just kind of have this one roamer in SVG, while newbie, they can't really match that. The most they can do is have their supports playing off of jungle pulls to try and match that efficiency, but they can't actually contest NP in what they're doing with their jungle right now. Or ganking Lina, right? Like, it's a solo underleveled Lina, but what are you going to do? Like, the most you could do is, like, Rubik wraps around behind and then telekinesis into the Ursa clap.
Yeah, normally it wouldn't be that much of an issue because you could get a lift, but Lina's also, like the panel mentioned, pretty quick with the, early point up in her passive as well. So not an easy lane to gank, even though she is underleveled. And probably just waiting for that first rotation with the Beastmaster Roar, or possibly, you make an aggressive play now that you have level 6 up on SC. Remnants are available. Could make something happen here, but the counterplay, the roll comes in, the kickback onto SC. He uses 1 Remnant, not quite able to bring down MSS as of yet, and it does look like they'll be able to find the kill onto SVG nonetheless.
And that kickback almost killed MSS. Oh, man, SC barely survives. He doesn't have a Remnant up, right? Because he used all of them for the kill. So he's going to have to take the long walk back to the laning phase. You could see Kaka, he's trying to do, he's that extra support that can go into one of the abandoned lanes. KP is jungling, obviously, with his Magnus. So Kaka's trying to go in the off lane, but it's not going to be the same as Lina sitting mid against an Ursa. Kaka's going off lane against a Weaver, and every single time he shows up, AUI just chases him out of the lane almost immediately.
quite tough to deal with that Weaver until you get up to level 6, of course, for the Rubik. That's when things change. You can steal
this is a big
Sakuchi.
kill.
They can find him, roll in onto KP right at the start. Nice skewer reaction, but it is, well, RP as well. He might be able to get out of this, and there's the lift up. The telekinesis going to be able to stop Owie from chasing, but Eternal Envy, he is hungry for blood, wants to take down KP, is going to chase him under tower, but Dazzle showed up, they healed him, they take down Envy. Oh no.
Okay, that was not the gank I thought it was because I didn't realize SVG was not, well, he's level 3, so I guess he could go 1-1-1, but he doesn't have his level in silence, right? So that's the big thing. You have to stop RP. You can't just like roll into that guy and expect to be able to burst him, and that 1 second stun you get from Boulder Smash, you need the silence to actually be able to execute that hero. So that's pretty unfortunate for NP.
Yeah, I mean, you lose your Eternal Envy Lifestealer. You find a kill at that point. Who was it that actually got the kill? I didn't quite see. Looks like it was
spread out.
Yeah, spread out to everybody.
Yeah.
Still, though, I think the tower did the most damage in that almost.
Yeah, probably.
Pretty intense.
So after that, it's like Newbie have climbed back into a small lead as the laning phase breaks down. The smokes onto each other here. 1437's going to have his break.
Tess is there as well. So everybody holds hands for a second for NP. They're going to stick together. Are going to actually roll towards the Magnus. Not going to be able to catch him. And now they've got 1437 rooted. Dead again. Kaka picking up that kill.
I can't believe they win for that after their smoke popped on 1437. Like, that should have been a clear indicator that it's not a good idea to go into that fight because you don't know what's there. Like, they try and make it go on Magnus, but they don't even know what's around the area. I think they should have scouted a little bit more with a Beastmaster if a smoke pops like that.
Cap, it's really like they're losing the momentum that they want to try and build with this lineup. Is it something, though, where NP are still somewhat comfortable with the way that the game is going? The fact that you do have, you know, at least the Beastmaster that's getting a good amount of farm and building towards that Necro?
There's plenty of game left still to play out. The Beastmaster gets a really big spike with his Necrobook 1, and then another big spike with Necrobook 3 and Blink Dagger. So NP, they still have that really massive window to play around. AUI is still not ready to fight, nor is the Lifestealer. Envy's beginning to work on that armlet, but obviously it's been delayed quite a bit. So they can still hit their timings, it's just going to be slightly delayed. So I don't think there's anything hugely impactful that's happened in this laning phase so far. I don't think either team was dependent on outright winning the laning phase and snowballing from there.
Right.
If anything, I would say Newbie was the team who needed to get a little bit more done with their laning phase, just so they can have an opportunity for SC to make plays around the map. He's actually going to be going for an early Blade Mail pickup on his Ember.
9 ended up going for an early Vanguard after phase boots. Not often that we see that, but it allows him to jungle, I guess, a little bit more effectively. And now moving in towards Roche. I guess he can take it with this as well, probably?
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw this earlier. I'm not a big fan. I guess it does give you the tankiness to be able to take Roshan as opposed to the Morbic Mass.
They have the Hawk
here,
though.
Yeah.
They realize what's going on.
They can still play this though, because I don't think NP, their heroes aren't ready to fight. Well, we were talking about earlier, but oh no.
Jumping in on top of the Ursa right at the start. The stun is there as well. They've been able to catch the chains onto 2 of them. Roar is now dropped, but actually, that's the Rubik stealing Roar. They take down the Beastmaster.
Nice. Oh no, what?
They ended up killing off the Ursa?
He's
gonna
melee.
fall.
He killed the melee Necronomicon and killed himself.
Oh no. oh no.
Ursa, please.
Well, okay. Newbie, they're not going to get Roshan right now, but NP hold. That was a great play for NP to go in there and, you know, send the Necros in, I guess.
I'm just a little bit flabbergasted. KP was hoping to be able to get a skewer on the Lina. Not quite. I want to like see the replay or something, because there had to have been like some scenario why it was necessary for him to do that, or maybe some surprise nuke that came out coupled with him killing the Necronomicon that kind of caught him by surprise, because that was weird. I don't feel like U9 makes those kind of plays very often.
Yeah, definitely.
Kind of like you feel dumbfounded by.
They're just going to come back in and contest again, so getting locked and loaded for a second go of this. The weave has been dropped, so everybody from Newbie will be much more tanky. They can still dive for this with the Sakuchi if they want to try and steal it. Eternal Envy going to go in. NP have that RP to deal with them, though. They're going to walk forward. There's the lift up. They are going to be able to jive for this one. So SC finds the kill on SVG. And they're good to go.
Yeah, as soon as they threw out the swarm, that is the big Roche contesting potential ability, is that if they get a really good swarm, they could catch Newbie out of position with the bugs on them. They could maybe fight around that, but I don't think NP, after the swarm was down, it was very clear that it was just an Ursa inside the pit, and he was able to deal with that bug. I don't think you should fight that as NP. Again, their heroes just aren't ready for it. It's not their timing yet. Lifestealer's more like post 15 minutes. Weaver's more like post 25 minutes. So Newbie are just trying to abuse that timing. They weren't really trying to mask Roshan too much. They didn't even lay down the counter ward early for the Hawk. Even as they got scouted, they just kept going.
All right, so let's check this out right here now. A good initiation comes in from SVG. They get the silence onto Ursa as well, the stun to follow, the chains to keep MSS and 1437 to the side. And yeah, like the Enrage has already been used at this point. He does manage to get off those Necro books.
SC played that fight really well. Yeah, he just...
I think that...
just killed it.
Maybe like the left A click the ground. That might have been what it was or something like that.
Maybe.
But anyways... nonetheless, Aegis still in the hands of Newbie now.
Yep.
What do you feel like they need to accomplish with this Aegis over the next couple of minutes? What's the game
You just
plan?
continue to bully NP, because again, they don't have that timing window fulfilled yet, so just abuse them for that. They are going to go into the top lane, see if they can catch the Weaver, a big time kill. It's like one of the heroes that you would absolutely every single time be willing to use RP on at this point, but they don't actually catch him. That is very unfortunate, though, because this rotation up to the enemy's safe lane is a very long one. It puts you very far away, so you're going to take this tower, but there's no easy, fast push into a second tower. So you're very far away. You're not going to be able to make much happen in this 1 minute period of time, and I think NP will actually get a positioning advantage here because of that. Obviously, it's just the risk of making a full rotation to try and catch a Weaver like that. Doesn't look like NP were actually able to get the pick off they're looking for in mid on Faith. They could have actually threatened 2 towers for 1 if that was successful smoke.
Yeah, and they're still pressuring down here in the bottom lane, but mid will not end up falling. Dazzle can just keep on spamming out the wave, and it looks like Newbie, in response to that failed movement towards the Weaver, are instead going to be able to take down the tier 2. So again, good movement from them to secure an objective after the fact. Now you also have the Ursa who's going to have the Blink Dagger. We might start to see some fireworks here, and I feel like Kaka's been able to get a good amount on his Rubik as well. He's building towards that Blink Dagger and about halfway there for the Rubik. It's a very mobile team, Newbie.
Yeah, Newbie just kept going towards that tier 2. That's okay for NP. They're happy with this. This is just more time for them to farm. They're also going to go for the tier 2. Very unlikely to take it, though. Newbie, there's no reason they should trade towers past that tier 1.
Of course, the classic, the Ember Spirit with Empower. It's a little bit, I feel a little bit bad because it's like harkening back to the physical damage days.
Yeah, because he is such a magic damage focus nowadays.
Oh, well, that was a kill down bottom for 1437. Does look like Owie is going to be able to quite take down SC. Faith TPing out, and no way out of that one.
All right, with this movement, I think NP actually just need to... Well, I guess there's still that Aegis, and that early Vanguard from U9 does make it difficult for them to fight. I was going to say NP maybe smoke out and just push straight downwards. You know, maybe push out that wave just a little bit, but that's not the case. I thought maybe this would be a good opportunity for them to catch Newbie by surprise. They are going to go for this smoke. Maybe they think Newbie's going to be a bit broken apart now, and they'll try and go for some sort of pick in the jungle while Ursa's pushing out bottom.
I mean, yeah, they scan that Dire do that he's there. They also spot him under the tower, I'm sure. And instead of going in for the Dazzle, well, they're still going to go for the Dazzle. Faith gets silenced, going to get stunned, and that should be the kill. Doesn't manage to get it off. RP onto 1 and immediately going to be roared up. They're going to bring down that mag. Kaka steals roar again. Triple remnant forward. MSS gone. As to is 1437. Kaka trying to make his escape, but isn't going to happen. So Newbie end up losing 3 there because of it.
Yeah, they traded the 2, and one of them was the Lina, who is just a support, so they only really got the Beastmaster out of that. Great rotation by NP. It does indeed catch Newbie by surprise. It catches them while they're split apart. They just left the Lifestealer at the top lane, and Lifestealer's the one hero that you expect is going to be a part of all these ganks.
Oh, they've caught the Ursa yet again. The magnetized stun. That was a little bit awkward. He still gets the enrage off, and now it's hard to chase this. Yeah, he gets the blink. Good reaction from U9, but also a little bit of a rare misplay from SVG.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's a pretty solid Earth Spirit most of the time, but he also had that kind of awkward kick game 1, too.
I mean, that play right there is infinitely harder than the stone, so he's clearly really good. There must have been something weird going on with them there.
Yeah, one of the things is that in this fight, you could see the ward to left of the fountain, or excuse me, the shrine. That was placed as they smoked through. They got aggressive vision down, and that's huge for that team fight because they saw the Magnus coming with that blink. They had their positioning, first of all, but MSS even queued up the Primal Roar on the Magnus before he blinked in. So right as he blinks, he's already going through the animation of Primal Roaring, and it results in just a one-man RP that accomplishes nothing and a very quick blow-up on KP. So they've now got the Necro Book 3, a huge peak for NP. They can get more and more aggressive now, especially since they don't have to worry about the Aegis. They believe this is one of their timings where they should start kind of controlling, not necessarily controlling, but they're more willing to fight newbie, let's say, than even just 5 minutes ago.
Or even just making a good pass of the area and trying to take down the wards once you do pop those Necros for maybe a pickoff or something.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's... I don't think you want to purely use Necronomicon to scout for wards just because that cooldown and it's pretty lengthy. But obviously it wouldn't be a bad idea as this aggressive mid ward is going to give a lot of information to ultimately NP. The onus is on newbie to be the ones to be the aggressors because they do have this Ursa versus a Weaver. He's going to fall off significantly past 30 minutes, I would say.
Well, now they're on top of him. You do have Faith in the area as well as U9. Kaka here with the Blink Dagger. Steals Sakuchi. Thought about the chase, but does not want to go for it.
NPR kind of showing a little bit more willingness to fight, as you could see there. I mean, it was simply just a tier 1 offlane tower, but they still kind of tried to contest it a bit while still continuing to farm on this Lifestealer. What did he just pick up? Is that a Deso for him? Yeah, he's got a Deso on the Lifestealer now. It's a big item pickup because if they can actually get the Earth Spirit to roll in onto the Ember Spirit, he's done so. If there's an infested Lifestealer inside of him, just like that one brief disable is all that it takes for Lifestealer. Probably like 4 or 5 shot. Let's see.
And it is still, we've talked about the maximum amount of mobility on each of these teams. The Sakuchi is there for the Weaver as well as the Rubik at this point. Do you feel like one team is more well-suited towards like taking 5-on-5 engagement? Because they both feel like they have pick-off-oriented teams with, you know, the Ursa just jumping in and blowing up one, and likewise the Lifestealer combos that come out.
I would say newbies lineup is a little bit more oriented towards 5-man team fights, simply because they have the Magnus and they also have these early game brawlers like the Ursa.
Good reaction there. Roar as well as popping the Necros, and Kaka's going to die, and they get that ward. So super value.
Mega value. That's going to be his Blink Dagger picked up pretty soon. So, again, more opportunities for NP to go for some aggressive smoke opportunities. You never want to be too passive. You want to keep the enemy team on your toes. Even if you do have the better late game, you just every once in a while want to poke out. Just like NP did with their smoke into the Radiant Jungle. And that was super successful play by them. So, I think MSS finishes up the Blink Dagger. He's already got the smoke in the stash, and they can go for a play somewhere, especially if Roshan's up.
Oh, there it is. They got another ward with it.
One.
I was worried he wasn't going to. He wasn't hitting it for a second there, but now Roche coming up. Do you think that, I mean, you feel like you have to contest this, right?
You shouldn't give, like the first one I was kind of okay with them giving it to Ursa, but you should try and contest now, especially since you're a lot stronger comparatively than you were 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, combination of having those, you know, the Necro and the Roar down as well as not being in position right there means that newbie's going to have to give it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's fine. No need to force it. Like, if they were in a position to be able to defend, I would say defend, but you don't want, the worst thing you want to do is like not be set up and then scramble into the pick, get caught by a big RP or something because you're not paying attention to your positioning. You're just trying to get there in time. It's just an Aegis that lasts 5 minutes away, NP can try and take some control again, but in the meantime, just to play a little passive.
I like this build too by the Ursa. The Blink Dagger immediately into the Abyssal Blade after finishing off that Vanguard early.
It's got to do it. Got to get that lockdown against the Weaver. The Weaver does not have Lincolns. He went for a bit of a, I would say, kind of greedy build. I like the idea of this Dragonlance into Maelstrom. It's very stat heavy and still gives you a lot of pushing power. He's got to very quickly be able to push out waves, and that is one of the ways you can stall Newbie's like control of the game. Because again, Newbie don't have the tower hitters, so as long as you keep them always looking backwards, you know, if they go to high ground and there's a Weaver pushing out some other lane and he's also approaching a tier 3, then you're probably doing around the same damage, just because Newbie's heroes, like, it's just an Ursa who can right-click a tower, and he's not very good at that. Ember Spirit is never going to be right-clicking towers almost.
Well, and I like the response that you're also seeing now from Newbie Cap. You've got this Shadow Blade that gets picked up for him to try and move around the maps and try and catch these heroes. KP has it. Do you like that choice? Do you think that maybe something like a Force Staff to give better positioning would have been better?
I would say one thing is that you got to throw down sentries, I think, before you smoke. It's not just wards. You're much more likely to get scouted because there is a Beastmaster in the game. And they did indeed smoke underneath the Hawk, which means NP should not be caught, or at least not any serious hero will be caught by the smoke rotation.
Well, in the very least, Newbie are going to pressure this tower. We'll see if NP want to come and contest. Our Spirit did just TP back to the tier 3, so they are up on high ground. Meanwhile, bottom lane, it looks like they're setting up for a kill on 1437, newly minted Shadow Blade, and that should be a pretty quick and easy one. Throws out the Dragon Slave, Kaka.
That was pretty clever because they realized when they got to around the old secret shop area, they realized, okay, they definitely read our smoke, right? So they decided to show 2 cores in the mid lane, and naturally, because NP's scouted the smoke, they're like, oh, okay, they're kind of just like sitting behind those 2 pushing in mid, but rather Newbie were actually going into one of the side lanes, knowing that NP, thinking that there's 5 heroes mid, are going to look for an opportunity for an easy split push time. So they ended up catching Lina. But again, it's like NP are only going to throw some disposable heroes out there. And I think 1437, even though he does have more farm than most supports would, he is still a disposable hero. He's a throwaway. The cores are not.
They haven't thrown him away as of yet, so a good job from NP to keep that pressure on the correct heroes. Eul Scepter lift up, Light Striker a little bit off the mark, and Roar now gets dropped onto the Dazzle. They are going to get the lift up now from the Rubik. Kaka is there as well. A fight going on the other side of the map as well. It looks like they are going to be able to escape from that Earth's Ember Spirit, but that's Aegis already popped, and Kaka also going to get ran down. Newbie losing heroes left, right, and center, and it looks like they're also going to end up losing U9 here. The Diffusal Blade coming into play for Aoi. Eternal Envy is chasing. SC did finally manage to take down him, but, well, RP, no, he gets lifted up. Great Eul Scepter play there by 1437. KP wanted to save the day, but Save Your Buddy Syndrome is not working for him now. 4 dead. NP want to take that top 2 spot.
Disaster for Newbie. Like, they should be, like, almost one of the strongest points in their game. Like, comparatively, this is one of the big points for them, and they just lost a pretty nasty team fight. Like, SC's doing what he can with these pickoffs and stuff in the enemy jungle. He just picked up the Lina, but it doesn't offset the fact that NP just won a massive team fight before they really ever should have. And it means their cores are much farther ahead. They're going to come online to the, like, kind of late game status pretty soon.
A lift back. Ember. He's here as well, trying to bring down Aoi, the Blade Mail there as well. The triple remnant, actually it's double. They can't quite get him. Force Staff right clicks the lift up, but he is still dead. Light Strike Ray is going to connect that time, but the Grave was always going to be there for SC.
All right, SC, time to put the team on your back. He's got to do some amazing things with Ember Spirit in this game. What Newbie should not do is slow down. Just because they lost that team fight, this is still their window to take it to NP. They still got to find a way to force fights. So I do like the fact that they are moving as 5 and pushing into the enemy jungle.
Well, I mean, you know, Newbie lost the fight, but SC won it. First he killed the Earth Spirit, then he killed the Lina, and then he went back and killed the Weaver. He is all over the place and making the plays for his team. But it does look like it's time to move down towards that bottom tier 2 tower, secure it for themselves. He's building back towards a Lincoln Sphere, it looked like, as well. Aghanim Scepter for the Ursa soon to be online, and yeah, this is the timing. For NP, do you think that they have the items that they need to try and defend against this, though, when Weaver gets back up? He has gone for that very fighty build.
I don't think they should risk it. I think they want... he's got Scotty and Lincoln's queued up right now. I think they need that defensive item for him before they are actively looking for engagements right now. Again, Newbie are the strongest that they ever really will be in comparison to NP's lineup. This is one of their big peaks with the Ursa and the Ember Spirit with all his magic damage. So they should, I think, avoid fights for now. Again, if you see the opportunity for an aggressive smoke out, push out play or something like that, go for it. But for the most part, you're going to kind of try and lean away from Newbie. Newbie do have, they're prolonging the lifespan of their cores, you know, that relevance going into late game. A little bit more. Magnus with the Empower does give the Ursa a bit more light, I guess, after 35 minutes. Because he has this early Abyssal and he's going to be finish up the Aghanim Scepter. I think he still will be pretty relevant, actually, at 45, 50 minutes. Okay. Earlier when I said, you know, he's going to fall off past 35, I think I misjudged just because I forgot about Magnus's impact as well.
Yeah, and he actually becomes that sort of team fight here. You can stack up damage quite quickly with him, the Empower, and then, you know, obviously one big RP. Does look like the Vision is going to continue to be the battle that is fought in this to see who's able to find it more effectively. A couple of Radiant Wards were there in the jungle. They also do have one that's going to scout the movement that's coming in from MSS right now. And look like it's about to expire.
But SC.
Nonetheless, he's found him. Roar as well. Drops the Roar. Popped before the Lincolns, but U9's there to clean up. They drop the, well, turnaround Roar. Kaka yelling in his ear. And now they're going to be able to finish off these Necro books as well.
I mean, I'll give props to him. That was pretty fast, what he did. Popping the Necro, and he just immediately used the range Necronomicon, the Archer, to be able to burn the Lincolns and then got the Roar off. But he still was definitely fully caught by SC. Again, he continues to be one keeping Newbie well in place. I think this game is still actually 50-50.
I mean, it's crazy, though, because he's that far ahead. 17,000 net worth on that Ember Spirit right now. But it's still just because of those other heroes and the way that the game goes, you could turn it around in a second. Gem there for the Ursa. Side Owie hanging out over here. Is he trying to get a little bit fancy? Trying to maybe pick off a couple of supports?
Yeah, he'll probably just cut a creep wave. I mean, if they continue to just show the Ember Spirit, know their supports, maybe they'll try and pop out with Earth Spirit and Weaver and try and kill Ember. But we obviously know that would end up disastrously as all of Newbie are kind of circling around him. Another thing I misjudged is simply the fact that I didn't expect an Ember Spirit to be going more of a Sleight of Fist build.
Right.
You know? That does give you a lot more power at 45, 55 minutes, whereas the other build, the Veil build on Ember Spirit, is much more focused on winning at 20 minutes.
Yeah, it is very interesting. Taking the Blade Mail, the Mjolnir, Lincoln Sphere as well. Do you think you double down upon this and go back for something like a Daedalus, or do you think it's not really worth it?
He's kind of queued up Octarine. I honestly don't know. Like, this is some sort of interesting hybrid build from SC, so I can't really speak to his future item choices too much.
Yeah, the Octarine Course kind of fits the bill for both of them as well, because then you get more Sleight of Fists, and with the Empower, you're already dealing a good bit of damage too. But this is the smoke that NP think that they want to try and take, and they are running right into Magnus. KP Shadowbladed. They jump onto him right at the start of this. Is going to be able to find it. RP, but it wasn't quite there onto MSS. They pull him back in. Is all grouped up yet again. Roar dropped, and it does look like looking for a bit more. SC is going to turn now onto the Beastmaster, containing him, killing him, bringing him low. Eternal Envy doing his bestest in this fight, though. He takes down 4, maybe going to get 5. Oh, owie. Oh, lordy.
Yeah, great buyback from AEY. That was, he read that perfectly. He's like, oh, hey, I actually will destroy this fight if I just buy back and time lapse in. So great call by him. Recovers the team fight really well. I almost thought that Newbie was going to win it despite kind of, I'm not going to say whiffing the RP, but slightly mistiming it simply because MSS blinked right as he blinked in. It was one of those blink for blink scenarios where they just kind of passed over each other.
Right. God, and that was one of those moments you haven't. Oh my God!
Is
Look
he-
at fast
what?
AUI.
dies to SC. That's pretty crazy. Part of it was the blade mail bounce back, but he also got kind of lucky in his lightning procs and stuff. But
SC is a monster right now. 20,000. He was the one survivor in that fight.
he's soon gonna have that like 45% cooldown reduction. Oh, they got the silence on him.
In some trouble.
Missed the kick though.
Faith is gonna the one that might get caught out here, but they do not want to test SC.
Yeah, look at how SC's daring.
Oh, they got him! They're on top of him! There's a great grave that comes out, though, at the last second from Faith. Still SC in some trouble, trying to escape from this, but the Magnetize will secure the kill. Weaver, they're going to buy back on Ember, want to get into this fight. U9 turns, they take down Owie, now looking to kill off Eternal Envy as well. There's the lift up with the Yule Scepter. U9 trying to bring him low. They are going to be able to start stacking up the damage. The Lincoln Sphere doesn't end up mattering. For SC, they can still just run him down the whole time through.
SC, he's like, oh, that's a cute play, AUI. Yeah, go ahead and buy back here. Let me just bait you into the shrine area, and I'll make one of those plays too. SC baits him into the shrine area. Sure, they actually do manage to kill him, and that's big. But the result is he buys back, jumps right back in, kills AUI, and they'll take control of the Roshan pit. Aegis and Cheese for Newbie with all the tier 2s down. Is it time to start pressuring high ground? And maybe one of those scenarios just like game 1 where I think you just have to control the game and wait for the misstep, the misplay by NP. Wait for a pickoff that allows you to go high ground. Don't actually 5-man in.
This grave, check out the
Yeah,
timing.
that's sick.
Oh, wow. And you could see the Earth Spirit Boulder was coming in immediately afterwards, and it just hit him. But that's saving it, dealing out like one more salvo of damage before the TP came back in.
Well, they still have another 30 seconds to work with while Weaver's dead. So they'll probably be able to get this melee racks. I'm just trying to judge how much physical damage they really have. So maybe they won't even get melee.
Yeah. I mean, still a tier 3 is great at this point, shutting down that map control in any way that they can, although they want to stick around for it.
Yeah, this may result in them getting caught in a team fight immediately afterwards. You could see MSS positioning himself here. He hopes to be able to cut across and catch somebody, but it looks like they were just fast enough. We were only coming up just now. So if they do get that melee racks, they're going to start taking shrines as well. I think one of the great things is NP didn't... They still only have that buyback on Wii. That's uncool. So they didn't have to use any other buybacks. Yes, they lost a lane of racks, and that's terrible, but they're still playing for late game, right?
Yeah, totally.
One lane of racks is still recoverable. Newbie are still going to have a hard time, like we were talking about before, right? It's going to be hard just because they have Aegis and Cheese. They can't just 5-man high ground into a 5-man of NP, I don't think. So NP just have to be really cognizant that it's going to require some sort of pick-off to give Newbie the green light to go high ground again.
I like the pickup now as well. Kaka been able to farm himself up an Aghanim Scepter. There are so many great things to steal, and you think about Roar also. He's stolen with that Axe upgrade. Pretty cool one. Anyone else? Laguna Blade big, obviously. Weaver, time-lapse. Oh, baby.
Steal Infest and get the, what's it called? The
Consume?
Yeah,
I don't know what it is.
That.
Yeah.
That is actually one of my favorite Ags upgrades in the whole entire game. That and Walrus Kick. Time-lapse would be massive, obviously. That is the big time ability. If he steals that and then is able to kind of sit in the background and save an ally, that could actually be what gives them 5v5 high ground potential. Because then they could just have an Ursa siege and have time-lapse available for him.
Likewise, though, Owie knows that this very well could happen, and it seems very unlikely to catch time-lapse.
It's super unlikely that you actually catch that.
There's the RP pulling him back in. Remnant's a little bit off the mark, though. SC used that to try and get the extra damage. Now Eternal Envy able to get the Rage and TP away, so we'll make that escape. U9 not in range for the Abyssal Blade. So RP down.
Yep. New MP... You can push out. I think AUI is going to get a lot of farming time right now. He's not actually going to go for the Lincoln. Still has that queued up, but he's going for the... is it going to be the Scotty?
He has both of them queued up, so one or the other.
I'm trying to think, like, how important is the Lincolns to you? You have the Abyssal Blade. You have the Telekinesis. But even if you have the Lincolns, there's still chains and RP that you have to deal. So maybe it's better just to go the stat-focused Scotty build. I don't know. I'm sure AEY's
Likewise,
also keeping both options open.
If you get RP'd, it doesn't really matter if you have an extra bit of stats, I would imagine. Oh, lift up there on MSS, able to get caught by the silence. Chains not connecting onto anybody as of yet, and that is going to be SVG going down.
To pick off, maybe they'll try and poke it high ground here through the bottom lane, see if they can force the Earth Spirit to use it. At the very least, they want to at least poke it high ground to force AUI back into base.
He does finish off the Lincoln Sphere, it looks like, so pressuring this lane out now. Need to come and contest this. The SC does not have his Blade Mill currently on his backpack because of the Aegis. Kaka looking for 1437, found him there for a moment, but another ward is going to be dropped, so they'll catch Kaka if he does happen to go too far forward. Roar's there. They're on top of that Magnus. There's going to be a Laguna Bay thrown out as well. Able to steal Roar. That was going to be an Aghanim Scepter Roar, but everybody is dropping so quickly. The damage from SC is tremendous. Eternal Envy running out of there, but Aoi trying to turn on the damage. They already bought back on the Lina. That doesn't quite look like U9 is going to drop. Eats the cheese. Eternal Envy is still on top of him, and they don't have enough, but SC might be able to do the damage that they need him to. Eternal Envy still on him.
Out of mana.
Lift up onto Eternal Envy. SC still dropping, and they have enough damage here. SC is going to fall. That's just the Aegis.
He does have the Remnants up, and he has the quick Blink Dagger, so they're going to try and Shukuchi on top of him to prevent the Blink and just control him from there to not allow the Remnants to come out.
Well, Remnant forward. They're still chasing.
Though. That's not good.
Oh, Chains tried to turn to fight that, actually.
He killed the Lina. My God. That was astounding, the amount of damage he output in that team fight. Because what happened there is NP got like the kind of perfect initiation, right? They bought back, Newbie tried to retreat, but NP, they shut him down real quickly. They got the jump onto the Magnus and the Dazzle. That's the two heroes you have to shut down. So it was kind of perfect. Watch, they're going to get the Roar onto him, and then they hit the LSA on the Dazzle, blow him up, so there's no shallow grave save for this Magnus. That's perfect. And then all of a sudden, SC, with every 3.5 seconds, he's throwing out a Sleight of Fist, and he got a massive Mjolnir procs on these heroes, and they all just kind of evaporated.
Yeah.
They were like, all of a sudden, everyone was down to like a quarter HP.
It was from U9 also had the Mjolnir static charge placed on him as well, so he was able to go through 2 cycles of damage with that cheese. Really, really good and well played there by SC, but in the end, NP are going to be the ones that hold high ground.
Yep, they hold high ground. They get a significant win out of killing SC 2 times in a row. He's still down for another 50 seconds, so this is a lot of ground that NP is going to cover in a short period of time. They do have the pushing, like a lot more pushing power because of Beastmaster, so they'll just tear through buildings in this point. Probably go through mid, take that tier 2, but I'm even wondering, like, are they going to have the time to push high ground and see if they can force the buyback? It's not going to come, right?
Right.
It's not going to happen there.
Well, they do actually have a DD rune on Lifestealer. This might be the determining factor in some ways. The glyph was just used. I think that might spell enough to slow down NP, at least for the moment. But they're certainly back into this game now. It was at that point where we were sort of, almost in a way wrapping up, thinking this was going to come down. 2 Observer Wards placed there, but that's fine. But it was like Newbie were just going to clean up the game. But I really feel like NP fought their way back into it with that one. And being a lane of racks down isn't a death sentence in this game by any means.
Yeah, certainly not. Looking at the Ursa, he is trying to get one of his later game items, the Bloodthorn. So he's got the Orchid right now, still working on the Crystallis and the recipes. So that'll be a significant amount of damage upgrade for him, because then he'll have both the Abyssal and that Bloodthorn. So he can potentially jump AUI, and AUI won't be able to rely on just the Lincolns to protect him from that initiation. So that is a potential way to be able to counter him. SC... He's got the Octarine. I'm not sure what he builds after this because he's kind of 6-slotted. He's got to start exchanging out items. Obviously, the Blade Mail is going to be the first one to go. Not sure what you pick up from here.
Rapier. You got all those the lowered procs. Is it a thing?
No, I don't think it's like I don't think you're in that situation.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's too risky. Maybe you just pick up a Daedalus or something like.
Can dare to dream.
If this game stretches out another 15 minutes, we may see a Newbie in a situation where they feel like Divine Rapier is warranted.
Okay. So definitely you can see there from those stats, top build for the entire team, 6,000 net worth ahead of the Weaver is the next highest, and it's all, again, based upon this Empower. Also, the Ursa, a hero that you wouldn't normally imagine would be able to keep up and farm, is capable of doing it so much more so because of that Magnus, and it's why the hero has been warranted a first phase ban time and again.
I wonder how fast his Fire Remnant recharges. It says it's 35 seconds, and you got like almost a 45% reduction. He just kind of always has remnants. Every 3.5 seconds, he's throwing out these Sleight of Fists. He always has Mjolnir charges to be able to, that static charge you were talking about, he can always throw that down. It's one of the ways he's been able to deal with split push really well. He pushes out a wave, then throws static charge on a creep wave, and he bounces. Creep wave continues to push for him.
Big smoke movement in. They weren't quite able to catch onto anybody. They're still keeping the Hawk there to scout out Roche for whenever it does happen to pop again, but it's about the longest timer you could ask for at this stage. And Lena's going to go back for the late game Bloodstone. What's that cooldown reduction? Or rather, respawn reduction.
Yeah, and it's also like there's a bit of heal involved and stuff like that. An interesting idea. Because the Aghanim Scepter isn't nearly as effective because of the fact that Ursa would be one of your targets, and he's just got Enrage, so it's not like pure damage helps you out against that damage reduction. The other one being the Ember Spirit, but he's got Linken's most of the time.
Well, they're squaring off here. They know that Roche is going to be on the menu. Another Hawk is going to be summoned. He wants to make sure that he doesn't tip off that their other Hawk is in the area as well. But this is, I feel like, where Beastmaster really comes into play, is giving them that extra bit of vision. Although Radiant also have one ward up on the high ground there as well.
Even if you do, they don't have one right now. Newbie don't have a gem.
They lost it in that one fight.
Oh yeah, they did, huh? Yeah. Currently, MSS is holding face gem. So even if you do have the gem, though, there's these Hawks that are just plaguing the whole entire map. You just cannot move around the map without being spotted.
Saw that quick stat there as well. Owie, 80-something% kill participation. He has been so involved in a key cog in the engine of NP making this work. Although that being said, he is not there with the team right now as Roshan starts to go down. MSS in the area, jumps forward, tried to go for the roar, but they were able to go for the Sleight of Fist away. Now you've got U9 holding onto the Aegis. Kaka gets graved, staying alive through this one. MSS still dropping low there, and SC, they've been able to explode the Earth Spirit. He's already gone. That's going to be a dead MSS. Gem on the ground. Maybe going to look for more here as well. SC trying to chase down and kill off Owie. I think that U9 has the gem as well, but Owie, I think, just a little bit too fast with that bonus movement speed for Sakuchi.
I don't know. NP choosing to take that fight.
Envy? Shadowblade? They're there. Does he still have RP?
He still has Rage. There is RP ready to go, so they're going to use it now.
Yeah, force at least the RP out of him, but that is going to be now a kill onto Eternal Envy.
He's good.
Okay.
They can't really sit there and just guard that creep. I think it's going to waste too much time, so... they're still going to try. They're going to see if he's going to pop out here. They're kind of staying out of vision.
Is that creep wave big enough to kill it? It looks like it is. There's so many of those range creeps. Yeah, he's going to die now.
Okay.
Although he does have Rage again.
His allies.
Yeah, they're dead.
Okay.
Well, space created.
Yeah, I mean, you got this big bottom lane. Like, anyways, like, okay, chip damage on tier 3. Can only do this for so long, though.
Yeah, needs to back out. Kaka's there. Guts the open wounds. Is just going to evaporate, though. 1437 turned him to butter.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit questionable, them trying to force that fight without the Weaver being there around that Roshan pit. I really don't think that Aegis is like that big of a deal if you're playing off of high ground.
But look at these guys. Newbie are all over him yet again. They take down MSS, and that's the gem back now. But Owie is here as well. Throws out the Diffusal Blade onto the Magnus. Look like they're going to be able to try and bring down KP, and with that last little bit of damage from Sakuchi, they'll find the kill.
He's dead for 100 seconds. He had that buyback earlier, so can NP do something about this? When Lifestealer's up, there'll be about 40 seconds left on the Magnus. I don't think that's enough for them to be able to get across the map and get to high ground, so looks like, unfortunately, that timing won't be abused. This Boots of Travel, by the way, on Embersphere, it's like insane. They're trying to split push, and they just can't because SC is everywhere.
Yeah.
It's a what, 27? Yeah, 20-second cooldown on Boots of Travel. So not to mention the remnants that he always has up.
Yeah, and the Mjolnir procs he can just throw on the creeps, as we've said before, means he doesn't have to even stay in lane. There it is right there. And is going to be able to keep the split push going even when he's not there.
I wonder if Envy's like, do I pick up like a Lincoln's or something? Because if you get this Bloodthorn on SC, and you do then have 2 different Bloodthorn heroes on the side of Newbie. Obviously, like, I don't think he actually goes for it. He's just going to have to play a lot more infested inside allies.
Right.
And just, get the pop out and instantly rage. But he certainly can't, like, do any split pushing or anything like that. That's for sure.
Well, we also saw there the Lina talents did just get up the level 25 for herself as well.
Yeah.
So the Fiery Souls didn't end up going for the other ones, the damage nor the attack range, but still, they were moving quite quick and hitting fairly hard at this stage. Could start building into some damage. We're 48 minutes in, and it feels like the game is stalled to a knife's edge. Oh, they found Envy. The rest of them are here, though. MSS in the area. They're going to be able to control Kaka in their face. Aoi is there as well. They throw back the Swarm against them on the low ground. It looks like they are able to take down and kill off Faith. Kaka dries as well. They're going to buy back, try and get into this one. MSS very low. They're able to roar and control SC for the moment. They get the stun. Is there a silence to follow? They're going to lose SVG, and now U9 there on top of Eternal Envy, starting to bring them low. The RP, is it going to be enough? They do it. Triple kill for SC, trying to turn and kill off this Weaver as well. The lift comes in from Kaka, who bought back there again. All of them are dead. NP, and particularly, oh my god, Newbie just doing a great job of it. Holy crap.
And the funny part is this game is still not over yet, because we have still buybacks on everybody from NP. In fact, you're probably going to be able to hold on to 2 of these buybacks, as Beastmaster and Lina have such low death timers. So, Newbie, can they do it again, this time on NP's side of the map?
Oh, SC is there. He's got the silence off. Maybe going to end up losing 14-37. We'll be able to just barely walk away.
Newbie just, man, they're just playing so quick with this Ember Spirit. Like, they're just making fast initiations.
He's got the Orchid too
Orchid
now.
On an Envy. Nothing much is going to come of that. They forced the buybacks they needed to.
Bloodthorn, the last item for him. Do you like this choice?
Yeah, sure. It's kind of like the Daedalus, and that gives you quitting opportunity, and it's a good controlling feature against the Lifestealer, potentially Beastmaster, as well as the Weaver. Like, all those cores are all susceptible to this disable.
Watching this again, they were able to catch Envy over here on the top. Kaka did die, obviously, but turnaround that came. It was looking so good for a second there, but SC just stayed out of the fight, kept spamming out abilities, and then eventually, obviously, with KP coming in, that RP.
Trying to chase down Lina.
Up, pull back in. They're there. Eul Scepter to try and create that space.
Oh, but a bigger kill. They're going to catch KP in the top river. That is much more important than the Lina.
Oh, and now SC. He's still onto another, though, and I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. KP still doesn't have buyback. But that's going to be Weaver dead for 2 minutes. There's no buyback there. 2 of them are caught in the chains. U9 on top of Envy, and they're more importantly on top of MSS. All of these heroes from NP are getting picked apart by SC, continuing to play a fabulous game. And Eternal Envy going to be one of the last on his teams to fall here, it looks like, as they have found the answer to the Lifestealer combination, the Weaver mobility. This could be it.
SC, you are a beautiful man and a fantastic player. Man, this Ember Spirit game has been such a treat to watch. He really did win Newbie this game, I think. Go
Such
straight
a great
for the
play.
throne.
They're doing it. They knew it. I can't. And again, it comes back to that, like those great couple of fights there. You had the RP that came out, containing them up. All of this. I mean, NP are staying in it. They believe that they can make it happen. They want that position 2 so badly.
And look at just like game 1, it was like they prolonged. You look at these heroes and you think, okay, they're going to drop off at this point traditionally, but Newbie with some item choices, both game 1 and game 2 prolonged the lifespan of these heroes and really don't ever pressure themselves to win at 25 and 35 minutes. They're always down to go 45 minutes or later.
Now MSS, a valiant attempt. Lina was back. We'll kill off Kaka, but more importantly, Newbie are going to take that throne, I do believe. There's the final countdown. You can feel the need of it. There was anime in the air, but not enough.
No, not enough indeed. So Newbie get the 2-0 to make it into top 2.
what a display! What a run from them as well towards the end there. God, and likewise, this is going to end up meaning we're going to go to tiebreakers in a little bit as well. But it's a rough go for NP.
Yeah, NP, I don't think there were too many analysts that would have looked at NP going into this tournament and said they have a potential to top 2 in their group. And I also don't think any of them would have said.
Newbies turn to ban. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Come on. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Dire team pick.
Earth Spirit.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
War Chief.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick.
Rurik.
Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Bad Rider! Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Invoker.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Chen.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Clinks.
Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Dire team back. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Lancer.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve
Slog.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
I don't say gyrocopter. I'm saying gyrados.
But yes, he learns an ability greater than Splash.
Prepare for battle.
The only ability.
Is it?
Yes.
Can't you like retreat? What about die?
Retreat is run away from a battle.
It's better than the other outcome.
But that's more of a Pokemon, a Master's choice. It's not a.
That's what a slug would do if you were in the off lane too.
It's not a Pokemon attack. Like there's no like I'm going to retreat, which is more of a hide roll. But that is not the case. Hello, Smoke Break. Blink is able to scan out the movements of Mr. Earth Spirit. He did sentry ward down one of the camps, so Wings is gonna. Okay, did he just? Yeah, Ice would just say hello. But yeah, they're pinging out all the potential ward positioning.
One sentry to block Chen's left large camp, and that is all.
Oh, he's out of range. He tried to look for both, as well as hit on the cliff side. I was noticing the pings actually coming out. I think they believe the observer ward was somewhere around here or up on the hillside. In fact, yeah, they're pinging on top of the hill. Yeah, the Rubik's pinging it as well. He's just like, yeah, it's here or it's here. Right now, there's so many cooks trying to find that one sentry.
The battle begins.
But they'll find out in 30 seconds' time exactly which camp is blocked.
He has a smoke. Ice is going to block. I'm curious to see which camp he does go for, or if he misses the block or he expects. If he misses the, or if he expects it to right or
I
left?
want that mount.
He's going right.
Oh,
that's a cool mount.
That's a really cool mount. Like, all of a sudden, is he just riding an Ubis?
You just inspired all 10 Chen players to purchase.
I'm happy with that. Like,
wow, you're getting into the cosmetics game, Toby.
Hey, you've converted me. All right.
Cosmetics are cool, dude.
Hey, you know me. All this morning, I've just been talking about my own Enigma set and how to create that. Keep it to a point where I had Slacks help me with lore. Next level, boys.
So Ice has gone to the right camp. He has a Hellbear Smasher, one of the better camps to start off with, and he will be able to, I believe, farm up very, very. The Earth Spirit's like, where is Chen? I don't know where he is.
Either that or he's going to try and gank mid, but until you have FN with... Yeah.
It's a PL in lane.
It's a Phantom Rush Spirit Lands harassment against the Invoker. That could do it. That's what MVP always used to look to do when they ran their PL in mid and started creating the trend.
CS is awful. 1-0 versus 7-5.
Yeah. And he also had his range creep denied in the lane. I saw it once. I think it happened twice, though. So now rolling boulder forward. That's going to miss. They're really keeping the pressure on Blink.
It's okay. Chen's getting free farm. Oaked up. Where does he want to gank? Mid is kind of a no-go. If he wanted to harass mid, he would just not smoke.
Well, there's no doppelganger up, so unless he's just going to go... Okay, so leaves an observer ward up, then FN is still there. He just uses Phantom Dash. So FN doesn't have the movement speed. Sunstrike, FN goes straight into it with the Hadouken as well. Wings will get the first blood on the PL.
Talked about Earth Spirit trying to huddle over there, but he's soaked up too much experience. And
what a great time to do it, too. Like, he went down for the bounty rune, so you realize the Earth Spirit's going to rotate for that.
It's also really smart for Blink to call out that he didn't have Doppelganger. That's why Phantom Lancer is viewed as a good mid versus the Invoker. You can dispel very important spells, like Cold Snap, like Shadow Strike versus the... If you don't have it, you are even weaker hero than PL is just by...
FN skipped it again. This is a level 1. If Earth Spirit gets in range of that dying melee creep and gets his level 2, this may seem a little bit more doable.
Ha! Your clarity is gone, sir.
Victory.
Bounty rune stolen.
Shadow finally got his stick on bottom lane, yep. Ghost's been pretty much up in his face, but obviously doesn't want to get too close. Isai is going to find the Earth Spirit just rolling around. He has found that level 2.
Still hasn't skilled yet. I doubt that he's going to need the silence.
He's saying close enough he can leech.
Chen's still going to get level 3 and be able to golem. Terribly effective for him. But he will see that Ice doesn't have any smoke. Pretty useful information.
Ghost's gone in a little bit deep on the bottom lane. Looking for a kill over on a Rubik. Going to drag Creep Wave up as well. A little bit of trouble for Innocence, who had to hide.
Not easy anymore.
Well, Innocence making life difficult for Ghostic the last hit. Hit him with Feybolt, reduce the damage, and then deny the creep. Even with an A-pump sack, didn't work.
Deny the range. Deny the range. Oh, we got it.
You're busy watching the deny battle. I'm waiting for the rolling boulder in the mid. But FN isn't really in a position to fight, and Blink knows it. Like, Alacrities, he just invoked up Sunstrike, but he doesn't have the mana for it. Up on top lane, Ice Ice. Has he got one last Hadouken available? No, he doesn't. He'll need one more attack. But that movement speed, it's boots versus no boots. They both may be mounted, but obviously one mount stronger than the other.
You talking about looks or?
In both areas. He is cosmetically, as well as practically,
Superior.
more useful. Superior, yes.
My friends made fun of me once because I went into one bakery and it was just not that great, and I went to another bakery and it was better but not amazing, and I said one bakery was inferior to the other bakery. Inferior is just a simple like worse / better thing.
Yeah.
Right? And they're like, inferior just makes it sound like it's the worst bakery in the world, but
It does. It's a very, it has the tone of a harsh word.
it's simply inferior.
Yeah.
It could be a 7 out of 10 on the bakery scale, and the other one was an 8 out of 10. It's a relative thing.
It's a relative thing, but the word is normally used in a harsh context. So I can understand why they would do it, but it definitely sounds like oversensitive people.
They weren't offended.
All right, then it was fine.
They were offended for the bakery's sake. They're like, oh god,
let me defend their buns.
What actually happened was I was in the bakery. I was like, man, this bakery's inferior to the other one. And they're like, you can't say that so loudly. I was like, what?
Oh, you said in the bakery?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's a little bit better. That's a little bit worse. You were going to add the context to it. Blink is going to get rolled on and kicked up with a flame break, keeping him nice and close to Team Empire. So Invoker's life has gone from bad to worse. 15 CS in the mid lane, and now going to add a death to his name.
It was also a Chinese bakery. I'm not sure if the people that worked there understood, because I was in like Chinatown here. So
okay.
I think using worse would have been worse for me than using inferior. Oh,
the troll trap didn't go.
Did not go.
If they had that, combining it with the level 3 Sunstrike and the Shatter Blast, it probably would have been enough to bring down the Clinks. Actually, he had a creep consumed, so maybe not.
Actually, he was in the cooldown.
Alright.
He didn't have it. No way for him out if he did get netted. Satyr Blast. Overall, early game a little bit quiet, I would say. Radiant side, Chen's only been able to nab up unimportant kills. Not, actually, he did get the kill. Yeah, that was pretty important, but nothing in the top lane. Gonna be slowed down heavily because Clinks is level 6.
Yeah. He's been spending most of his time actually doing these rotations before the Clinks at level 6. Now I'm wondering if it's if it's farm time to pick up the mech.
Man, they're so greedy. Where's the dusts at? This was the same thing when Wings was playing against Nyx Assassin. They just do not believe in the dust.
You got dust over on the ES, but then Sunstrike. They're stunning up Earth Spirit too much. He's trying to roll out. The Cold Snap was causing problems. That one attack brings him down to 7 HP.
Wow.
Barely not enough damage.
They are not on top of their game in coordination.
This is another sub. Okay, he's going to shrine it. There's no... Oh, wait, the Radiant have vision here. The Observer Ward's down, and Sunstrike is back off cooldown. So Observer Ward will disappear, and now they trigger the shrine.
Too late.
That could have been a kill, though. Like, if he just went for it.
Yeah, if he just went for it. I think he was CSing under. Probably wasn't looking. But yeah, that would have been important. That's more gold than a CS.
Didn't happen.
Eyes. Lower. Gonna place his ward. Place a little bit deep over to the right side as he tries to gank King R, but King R not in sight. And once. Okay, never mind. He is in sight.
Sunstrike won't even hit his mark. Ice able to do the damage. But that also reveals the fact that no one is there to help out in mid. Which is where Blink is cowering in the tree line back at his tier 2 tower.
Yeah, he really needs to be able to get up to the creep wave to stop this. Cast anything on that, but he is deathly afraid of dying.
Yeah. And they may just be happy with the 1-1 trade. Tier 1 for tier 1, bottom lane for mid. Maybe not the greatest positional trade-off when it comes to the towers. But with their Observer Ward, they're seeing the Earth Spirit rotate over. So Wings could potentially pick up a kill. They pick up the bounty rune on the way through and understand that the Earth Spirit now is in the tree lines, rolling boulder up and away.
And he's really good about these rolling, causing a lot of havoc on the Radiant side of the map.
Yep, and then able to find his little escape path.
Chappie's still been pretty quiet on the Clinks. No Blightstone. I am not a fan of the no Blightstone build. Because
Well, remember, you can't buy them from the side shop anymore. You have to make the full trek out in the courier.
it's still important. He had to buy Soul Ring recipe out. Blightstone as well.
It is allowing Faith Beyond to stay up on the lane, getting closer towards that Blink Dagger, getting good levels. This is just another one of the situations, too, where we see a Centaur, like, where he hasn't been obstructed. Finding levels, finding farm. The Blink Dagger timing is still going to be very good for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke from Radiant. A lot of Chen creeps in tow. 2 Wild Wings and a Satyr. Not the best.
The Sentry and Observer, they're going to put it up on the hill. Stampy's going to get him up. And now with the Doppelganger, find the real FN. TP support's on the way in, but FN, the kick! Hitting on 3. FN still going to go down. The Rubik will pick up the Battle Rider, throwing Ghost Stick away from the fight, and they're trying to let Shadow do the work, but the lasso holds him in position. The Chen Creep will finish the job with the Hadouken. But everyone from Empire comes in to try and save that. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade-off. Support and core for either side.
Damn Earth Spirit. That was very nice. They were just not able to kill the Phantom Lancer in time. Really quick on the Doppelganger there.
Seeing that Empire can bring the damage in when the time is right. And the Blightstone is now on the way to Chappie. You can relax. Wings can't about their top tower though. With that Blightstone up, they've got to be careful with their other tier 1s.
So important to have that Blightstone. It increases your damage by like 10%.
Meanwhile, Shadow, okay, he's not really certain he wanted to try and take that fight. I think he understands too that Shadow Dance is still on cooldown. So it's more of an intimidation thing against Ghost Stick. Faith Beyond, gonna glimpse him down into the storm. He can't get out of that, starts his TP, the Hand of God, the life! Well, he doesn't get out, but it was really damn close.
Where was the lift? What on earth is Y doing? Their coordination is definitely off. Link even pre-casted a Sunstrike before the lift.
But we've been seeing this a lot from Wings throughout the group stage. That's why coming into this series, you still have to lean towards Empire as more of a favorite. Their coordination and decision-making just needs to be a little bit better. Shadow getting caught out like this, however. And that does not work for him. The lasso to make sure he cannot Dark Pact away.
And Stampede wasted. That's... yeah, Slark versus Disruptor and Earth Spirit is... it's really tough.
But they picked into this.
They did pick into it.
They willingly went into this. That was a 5th pickup.
That's why they... that's the thing. It counters the bat, but it's really poor versus the other 2 heroes.
That's why we're looking to see more of a pushing kind of style as opposed to the ganking style that the Slark sort of has to do.
Maybe if you were closer to Shadow Blade, things would be a lot easier, but...
oh, jump forward. Ice Ice is going to be in trouble. There's no lasso available. With a Firefly down the wall holding him there, Ice Ice will just burn. Slark pounces in. Going to glimpse him back up towards the shrines. They're not finding a kill there.
He still glimpsed, though.
Bad for a Rubik. But Innocence just is not ready to be part of this. He doesn't have mana to really glimpse and then control the target, even with the 4-1 charges.
They just have no one doing anything side. It's kind of just Chen, but Chen is kind of countered by the Clinks, and he lost all his creeps to that smoke on the top shrine. So now, Empire claimed their prize, T2.
This draft just seems so much more, so much easier for Empire to execute. Like, the rotations seem more simple, thanks to the Clinks timing with power, claiming objectives after taking a fight is also a lot easier. This floods in the money, so Ghost Stick, 13.5 minutes in now, will be picking up his Blink Dagger.
I think it's a lot of it is the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit running around, owning everyone, taking all the bounties. Apparently we had sound issues. So someone's remoting in to fix it.
Yeah, it looks like OD, who was casting here before, must have muted our microphone. So welcome everyone who's listening in on the stream. We've been saying things that were absolutely amazing up until this point.
Did Dota TV hear us at least?
I would assume so, yes.
Nice.
Dota TV would have
That's
heard
what
us.
we were trying to promote here.
To the glory of Dota TV. Quick jump away, Shadow. Well, at least he managed to get himself into the dance, but no, they're going to pull him all the way back in. Sentry Ward is down and trying to hide inside the Shadow Amulet. That won't work on the Sunstrike. Hitting on the Earth Spirit. Team Empire.
Really nice play from Slark.
Yep.
To avoid it. That was a tough gank to dodge. Had to pop his Shadow Dance immediately. He got glimpsed back into all that nonsense, and the Flame Break pushed him back a little bit, but
Dire's middle tower is under
he
attack.
baited a Sentry Ward on top of that.
To summarize everything that we've been talking, actually, maybe we wait a second for that until we see what Wings really want to achieve here, because right now it looks very odd. Ice decided to tick down to the Flame Break, and he may be the sacrifice. The Glimpse being used to take the Earth Spirit out of the fight. Lasso is down. They want to keep him in, and thanks to the wall from King R, they're forced to stay here, Wings, against their will. So the Chen and Centaur will die, but the trade-off for the Bat Rider, but Chappie wants more. Straight behind Innocence. Those Searing Arrows are not going to do enough work. Innocence has the one charges, turns around, then triggers a lasso, instantly cancelled by the Glimpse. So Chappie will find a kill. Shadow now chasing after those supports. Chan Creep doesn't survive long enough, and a very smart TP out by King R. No stuns available, and Shadow doesn't have the damage to kill him before the TP completes.
Well, Shadow at least will find that there's a Berserker Ward in this. Some small benefit, but Wings, that is not their place to fight. Trying to that shrine yet again.
Yep. All right, now we could do our little summary. So throughout the draft, we were kind of thinking, we were talking about during the drafting phase where we thought Wings was going to go for more of a push kind of style.
I thought
looking for the Luna, which was banned out 5th by Empire. That was not the case. Ended up going for this ganking Slark, which we haven't really felt the presence of just yet. It was a good counter pick with the Clinks to try and destroy the Chen, who has had very little influence in this game.
Too many items on Empire now. They just picked up the Diffusal as well as the Desolator, so too much damage, and I think they can threaten Roche pretty soon because they have shown that they have good control of that area. Shadow, though, with the...
He wants to fight, but you've got King R right behind. He can just storm up and hold him there. Even with a Flame Break Ghost Stick, he gets out of the wall, so Slark has to stay where he is. Ghost Stick very low on life. The Phantom Lancer was killed off. Very problematic when Empire don't have that damage to bring in until Clinks arrives. Looking for Shadow, he'll pounce himself away. The Glimpse will pull him away from the fight, but the Hoof Stomp, perfect from Faith Beyond, finds Chappie out. They need that detection. Where is the Sentry Ward? Where is any kind of dust, any kind of reveal? Chappie, oh no, really? The Sunstrike! He found him running back!
What a player, holy shit.
Prediction skills from Blink. You know, I want to quote NoTal because there was the small debate. It was one of the social media questions that came on the mainstream. And the question was, who do you think the greatest mid is at the moment? And I was sitting there with the OG boys, and the quick answer which Johan gave was just like Blink. I was just straight, like, he didn't even hesitate with the answer. There was no SC, anything like that. I'm trying to remember who S4 actually said what was the best mid.
That was a big kill too. But still, Wings, finally they pick up some dust. Chen finally has some dust on him, and they wouldn't have to make such big plays. You're supposed to try to make Dota as easy as possible for you and your team. They still made the big plays though. That's a big kill to get.
A great way to take a positive situation of like, yeah man, I'm really good, and just like, you could make things easier.
That's what you try and do in competitive though. You want things to be easy. You want the easier to execute lineup. You want the lane that's easy to win. You want the spells that are easier to cast, fight that's easier to execute. That's I actually think a lot about Dota, trying to simplify it and make the game plan clear for you and your team, make the execution a bit cleaner and crisper. You shouldn't have to make these ridiculously sick plays. Although it does make for good footage. And a lot of oohs and ah. Blink, I'm about to get lassoed.
Blink, dead, ooh, Ghost Stick, waiting forever,
Why?
I don't know. Now it's going to be FN who's the one being attacked. Say goodbye to your Phantom Lancer. They're looking over now, but all they're going to really find is the Chen with his whole bunch of creeps. The Silencer's out, glimpse him back down again, so Ice will fall. Chappie comes in, looking to clean up the army as well as the heroes. Sunstrike going to be off target. Earth Spirit not controlled enough with the Cold Snap.
Not enough points in Wex.
And they dust thinking Slark was right behind him, and Sentry Ward. Sentry Ward will now reveal Shadow running into the lane.
He knows what up. Invoker needs some mana. But he really wants a Scepter. 19 minutes, Midas Scepter. Like, 50th percentile, probably.
Just expected a little bit more momentum on the wing side. Like running the Chen, having Slark going around, ganking, obviously he's going to start building that up for himself soon.
It's okay. Their early game didn't go well, so now they just have to rely on pick off from Slark, which is super easy. It's kind of like Nyx plus Sunstrike, except you have a scaling core instead with the Slark, and you have the Invoke. You can take a slow. One of the benefits of having
Shadow
Slark over pushing.
You know that someone's watching? He's just backing up anyway. The gank was being set up by Team Empire, and they just won't find their opening.
Spidey sensitive. Or they were calling for a smoke.
Yep, and they're all going to come and be part of that. They smoke well out of vision of the dire side. In fact, as far as aggressive wards go from Empire,
they didn't actually
they
smoke
see
Blink,
nothing.
Though.
Yeah, Blink is not going to be involved by the looks of it. He'll lend his Sunstrike. But Shadow's the man scouting around. Haste Rune was taken, but again, no vision from Team Empire around this area. Bounty Rune as well. Again, no vision to reveal it, but the smoke will break on Ice Ice. They understand that Chappie is here, but where's your reveal? Chappie just walks straight through him. He'll see absolutely everything. The Hoofstomp's right in the mark. KingCharlie will die to the Sunstrike, but now rolling Boulder forward with a Silent Slug, just standing its ground, attacking through and getting that Essence shift. It won't be so great for the Rubik, however, as FM was all over him. But this fight, splitting up into multiple parts, back in towards the mid tower, however, as the Clinks, the primary source of damage for Team Empire, he'll take a fall. As FN scrambles away, both the supports lost for Wings.
Wow, why save that fight so hard? You know how they were all looking at the Clinks?
Yep.
Y was on the top side. He was where that bounty rune was, and then he scouted 2 heroes, and then that allowed Faith to go over Blink, Hoofstomp 2, while all the team caught up to them. That was salvaged by the Rubik, just by having vision on that upper area. Because Empire was swarming in. They were swarming in from the mid, swarming in from the top, but half of them just got their heads chopped off by Centaur, and it's double edge. Another heart next for Centaur. I'm seeing a lot of Blink into hearts.
This is becoming a Chinese thing. That's what we saw earlier today from Invictus Gaming. He never really reached that point because the game was over by that point. But Wings?
Heart's good in combination with the manager. He actually doesn't.
They have enough arcane boots on the field? Like, you got one...
He's just Shrine. They also have Chen Senbet. BO2 to... PL is not very useful. He had a really good start. He died once, but the mid game was really good for them. But now it's
might be better once his diffuser blade is like, actually being used.
He's had the diffuser for a long time. There's just no opportunity to use it. You just get run at by like Centaur and Slark. You can't do anything to Slark while he's ulted. And then your illusions are going to get controlled up by this Invoker who's had Ags for a few.
When you actually sit there as like a Chen, because I'm looking at ISIS, he's got a Ghost Scepter in his quick buy menu, and you see the diffuser blade already up.
It's good against Clings.
Is it still worth just having the Ghost Scepter and forcing the PL to burn?
PL's not going to go on Chen very because there's a lot of creeps around. And he has the mech. It's not your ideal target. If anything, the Clinks is more likely because he's been hunting down his creeps and he assumes that he's going to.
Perfect. It just answers my question if it's still worth buying the Ghost Scepter.
Worth. The other alternative is armor. Armor option. Tiri has the mech. Solar Crest, I would say, it might be a better option for him personally, just because I think that the thing about Ghost Scepter is if they don't go on you, the Ghost Scepter is useless. Whereas if you have Medallion / Solar, if they don't go on you, you're still very useful. And a lot of times the cores have to build MKBs to deal with the Solar Crest, and that is very annoying as a core. It's like, I don't want to have to get an MKB. I want to build straight damage. I want.
Well, Empire just lost their tier 2 tower up on top lane. It's buying them time to get their items. So BKB as well as Desolated now on top of the Clinks. The smoke up from Wing, from Empire. They are on the hunt. But now everyone is missing from the lane. No one is pushing out the top. And Radiant is scanning the mid lane. And is someone going to... Yep, they both actually hit the scans. So Wings hit Team Empire's one. Rolling Boulder goes in. And just to get the Observer Ward, but Tornado going to catch him out with Sunstrike, Hoof Stomp, the wall, as well as Storm is down. But Shadow already triggered his BKB. When he jumped in, the Centaur was not so lucky. But it's Chappie who's in trouble. Sentry Wards are down, but it's a fresh gem of True Side, which got purchased up, allowing Shadow to keep this run going. But he can't keep up. Not when he's glimpsed away. He'll need the movement speed to catch into the Clinks.
Just
Thanks to the Observer Ward, they do see his TP out the pounce. Shadow can't arrive in time to do the last tick of damage.
Only 2 heroes died. That's actually pretty incredible. Centaur did have his Reaver, but he was locked inside a kinetic field and focused by the BKB Clinks. Not too much they could have done right there to save him. Maybe a send back immediately on the Centaur, but you can't really predict that kind of damage coming.
Yeah. I think the Centaur also knew what he was jumping into. Like, if that's a full team from Team Empire moving in on you, the initiated target, you're just going to throw a defensive storm on top of them.
Oh, show.
But a really good showing as well of the gem. That potentially could have meant so much more. And you can see Empire just freaking out a little bit. They put down the Sentry Walls. I may not have realized it straight away.
I like a Blade Mail on Centaur. I haven't seen any Blade Mails on Centaur. They all like the heart, but Blade Mail...
Hello, BTs.
It gives you... Oh.
Where's the stun? Where's the control? Tornado actually picks up the Disruptor. And with a Stampede forward, Shadow will get in range. Sunstrike, it's a little bit short. But Shadow had enough damage, and a stolen glimpse pulls the Batrider back into the Centaur Stomp.
Ouch. That hurts. I'm surprised. Oh, wait. Oh, no. They lost the gem because of that. Oh, my God. Rubik has a gem, too.
Wait, they now got both of the gems?
Oh, that's a disaster. Oh, my goodness. I was like, why would Rubik carry the gem? And then I realized he picked that up from the Dire side. Oh, my God.
Okay, yeah, that's really problematic for Empire, to say the least. Because they can't buy a new one either. It's not a solution they can end with money.
Gem is by far the best solution to deal with Shadow-based Slark. Dust is just unreliable, and if you have sentries, he just eats them because he has a gem of his own. He doesn't have an Iron Talon. Oh my God, that is so devastating for Empire. I feel the pain.
Do we actually get our our cooldown timers back on the shop at some point?
I don't know.
I want to check when it.
I think they just bought it. Let's just say they bought it at 24. Probably with it there. I think they bought it right before.
They definitely didn't have it for the fight before.
Slark with Arcane Rune. Yummy. Tasty.
I'm gonna go hunting. The Dire Observer and Sentry Ward is down. It can be so difficult as well when you do that. Like, just because you know that one Shadow hits it, you're gonna lose both.
Hits what? Oh, yeah, but what else are you going to do? Not place wards? That's a losing proposition if I've heard one.
Yeah.
Want to go back to the 1K MMR bracket? Play with no wards? I guess you'd be really good if you were there. I'm so good. I can play without observer wards.
Wow.
It wasn't.
Just wow.
It wasn't directly at you. It's at them. It's like Empire. Do they want to play without vision on the map? That's so incredibly difficult. You can take offense if you want. You're simply inferior to Empire.
I am an inferior player. Nice pickup. Hoof stomp as well, and you can say goodbye to that Earth Spirit.
Man, losing the gem, they just can't do anything. They're trying to place wards and they just die. They have no idea where anyone is on the map. They could be smoked or just shadow bladed anywhere. And now the supports are just in this pickle where nothing good is happening for them.
And that's the scariest thing too. Like, you want to engage. The Invoker's got the teamfight control. You got the Stampede to disengage. You got a Hand of God for the extra save. Even though Ice is not having it at the moment, he used it to save his creep army. That was his priority at the point. But then you got Shadow who could just hunt, and with a Sunstrike, he's got practically a guaranteed kill on anyone but the PL.
BO2 in on top. He does have the fresh completed Lincoln Sphere
Ghost leaving.
Ooh, nice guess.
They're checking the corners. Chappie very wisely moved and then TP'd back.
Nice play, though. So what do they need to do now? They probably just need to wait. If they wait for the gem, I think they can make plays, but the problem is that they wait too long. Oh, Dire has used scan. No one's up there, so they can maybe place a ward. But Observer Ward is already scouting all of them out. They are out of smoke. So that is not good for them. But this is their home. This is the shrine.
Faith is waiting for
so
it.
Many good fights.
He sees so much. Hoof stomp, John Ford, Sunstrike's down, and he even leaves him. to the mercy of the Sunstrike. Chappie running in. He'll have to trigger off the Shrine. They need the extra light, but then Tornado, Meteorite, and Deafening Blast. Barrett just cannot be involved in the fight, but the Storm is the big thing. Will it be enough to hold him here? Not really, actually. They bought back on the Earth Spirit, and Faith Beyond gets in for another double stomp. Shadow on the run out of here, needs to keep the gem, a quick pounce forward. He's got 3 seconds until he's going to have his invis back up again, and no mana for it. So the gem is down the deck, picked up by the Centaur, but he doesn't have the life to survive. Innocence jumping forward, taking out the Clinks from the fight, but then it's still not enough. He'll go down to 3 hits from the Clinks as Chappie has himself a triple kill. Gems are on the deck.
You would think that they wouldn't want to fight on the Shrine. That is, I'm pretty sure like 3/4 of Empire's kills have come from that one Shrine. And it was a really good buyback by the Earth Spirit. Y also bought back. But they lost the gem, and now Empire in a pretty good spot.
That's a good, as you can see, the economical and experience swing.
Hey, let's
got a long way for Empire.
Let's go to Shrine. Maybe they'll fight us there. Says Empire.
And Wings were happy to oblige. At least Blink was able to get himself back out again and keep that long kill spree available. But he didn't give that over and is now starting to work on his own BKB. Try and deal with that disruptor somehow. Chen, they're looking to do the catch up, and Tornado will hit the perfect mark. Even double damage room being stolen by Faith.
Gem. No gem, sadly.
They still have the other one, right?
I believe so. I see one on Shadow, so Rubik passed him that one, and then Sloric had. So Roshan is up very, very soon. A point of contention certainly for both. Clinks can sneak it in quite easily with the Dezo.
See the lines being drawn.
Sneak it in quite easily too.
They want the tier 2 tower down before you go for Roshan. It'll be the best situation if you can possibly take a half-decent fight, just enough that you can go in and take out the tier 3 tower. So if Wings can get that out of Empire and away from a Shrine, then this Roshan becomes a hell of a lot easier for them.
Roshan not up. Could have potentially been up though. Looks like it's going to spawn at 11? 10 minutes 30 instead of 8. 8 to 9 would have been really good for Empire. And no Sunstrikes or anything me out. I'm surprised they aren't really that worried about the pit.
I don't know, wondering what Wings are thinking. Like, you take out the tier 2 tower, the bottom lane's pushing in, you still haven't seen Empire for so long.
They're worried about the Rosh.
The tier 3 tower's being attacked, yeah, and rightly so, the Sunstrike, there you go. But Roshan's not up and Empire's not there. They were all huddled together inside their own jungle for a while.
That's because they were waiting for Rosh. Both teams were waiting for Rosh. Ah, man. Empire would have loved it if they could. It's not happening today.
Even a simple thing like pushing in the top. I can't believe that tier 1 tower is still alive when you've got a Clinks on the field.
Yeah, he could have backdoored it.
Yep.
But it would have just forced it.
But would have forced some kind of movement out from Wings. That's the other positive thing. But right now, Chappie, looks like Bloodthorn is on his wish list and he's managed to complete it. Very expensive item, and it will be his 3rd major one.
Bloodthorn. Going to use that on. Likely Slark.
Has he got a way to trigger the Lincoln Sphere on the Invoker? I suppose you can get Disruptor to use Glimpse and then follow up into the Bloodthorn.
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Invoker also does not have BKB.
Yep.
He's not going BKB.
He was. It was definitely. I'm fairly certain I saw it in Blink's quick buy, but it looks like he's changed his mind.
Yeah, he thinks the Lynx is enough. So, do I see any smokes? I see one smoke on King R and one smoke on Y. This is a really good time to smoke. Right before Roach. You want to be able to win this fight. This is a super, super important fight for both teams. Net worth. 7,500 in favor of Wings. Could get really out of control if they win this next fight. Chappie in place to pop the smoke and potentially pop his BKB at the same time.
And where's that gem? The Slark is farming mid. He doesn't bring the detection, but holds on forward. Sunstrike is down, and Batrider gets nailed. You're going to steal the Storm of all things. So Rubik now has a great AoE controller. They wouldn't even need to use any major abilities to kill off King R as well. The chase, it goes forward. Shadow, he finds the target. He actually found Chappie. Dodges the stun. Chappie starts his BKB TP out. Is there enough damage? There is not. So Chappie will survive. But 2 heroes down. Stampede had to be committed by Wings.
I wonder why Clinks left that area.
Was all. But they're instantly moving for Roshan.
Clinks, he was in a good position to pop the smoke, and then they could have taken the fight, and Stark wasn't even there for that fight. But because he left, Batrider just died because there's no one there to pop the smoke. The shrine on the top that has been the death of Wings so far has come up again, and I start seeing the TPs in. Batrider can come in too. They want to take this fight.
And the timing has got to be perfect for them if they're going to get in close. There's your extra TP. Chen Creep's going to scout out Chappie. If he waited one more second, he potentially could have consumed it, but one more second and Roshan's already down.
And
now Stampede, they found FN, the real one as well. They put the penitence on him. Now BKB's trigger from both Shadow as well as FN. The run out needs to happen. Chappie realized he's visible as the Force Spirits start attacking him. It was the Sentry Ward that's down. But again, the Shrine, you don't want to fight on top of this. The effect will wear out as Chen dragged back and brought down. He was the focus of the Bloodthorn. So that's why there was no Hand of God. Turn on the Magnetize as well. And they have to tank through it. Shadow glimpsed up but actually brings him right on top of the Disruptor. So Shadow can do some work. Pouncing forward, finds FN too. And he's launching more. But Empire are bailing out. The TP out from Earth Spirit, that won't be possible.
God, that glimpse.
Yeah, that was not the glimpse Disruptor wanted to cast.
I also think they triggered the Shrine way too early on the side of Empire. That was, they really needed that regen because they're fighting into Aegis. They have positional disadvantage, I would say, at that point because Broker had already blinked in and kind of claimed that space as his own.
And thanks to that creep wave on the bottom, Shadow can actually put that 18 stolen essence into use on the tier 3 tower. Jump forward. Blink was looking for the initiation. He found it on the Batrider. Keeping Ghostic off. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, Chappie being engaged on. Able to run back out using the cover from the Disruptor for a Storm and Wall. But the tier 3 tower's dropped. Even if Wings don't take melee rags here, and they're probably expecting a buyback from the PL, they could have just backed out and looked towards Shrines, but PL has no buyback available. So they move towards the bottom lane. Keep the pressure on, keep the damage rolling in. And that tier 3 tower is already so injured that it doesn't take long to bring it down. Bloodthorn on Slark is problematic, but remember he's got the Aegis, the Immortal. So you're gonna glimpse him back in. If you commit big abilities to try and kill off Shadow, you'll end up losing the fight directly after. Especially with Stampede of cooldown 12 seconds time.
But he's been sent back.
Yep.
No problem.
What happened to the other gem? Because I saw a fresh one picked up on Earth Spirit, and he's now given that over to the Batrider. Okay, it's in the Radiant base. I had a look there like a minute ago, and I didn't see it.
So Ghostic might lose a third gem if this next fight goes poorly. Chagrin of Empire, and you know who's been useless this game? Is PL. I don't know what he's supposed to do though. Like,
yeah, there's no presence in the fight for his damage.
He had to pop his BKB immediately because Slark just owns him.
Yeah.
And you can't. The thing about it is you can't start off with a lot of illusions in the fight. At max, you can start off with 2, I suppose, maybe 4 if you really want to pop your Manta early. But generally, you want to save it for like Cold Snap or Blast or something like that. But I don't know. It's just like, Hero is just very underwhelming. He's very farmed in net worth. He's above the Slark, but he still has to run away. You can't even think about man fighting him until he has like 10 illusions.
Oh, Shadow. Poking and prodding with that fresh Skadi on him. He has to feel invincible.
He plays well with the Aegis. Actually, he always plays like he has Aegis. So when he actually has the Aegis, it works out well for him.
FN. Leave some illusions behind. Empire just like they're about to get... Oh no, the jump up. He just walked straight through it. The wall didn't have the effect. Instead, it's going to be Centaur letting off the Stampede, getting into a fantastic position. Earthspirit will be removed from this fight. Disruptor will join him, and Chappie tries to stand his ground. The Sunstride's coming in. Chappie's already really maneuvered, but it doesn't matter. He's down 90 seconds practically without him. That is the bottom lane of Rax gone.
That was actually kind of funny for Empire. It's like, oh, they keep fighting us at our shrine. Let's stand here. Maybe they'll come to us. And they did.
Yep.
Again. We were like, yeah.
Shrine it and they will come.
That was... I cannot actually believe that Invoker was able to just
walk through.
He was at max Wex, I believe. He had max Wex on before. So he's sitting at how much with max Wex? 448 move speed.
Yep.
Pretty good.
It wasn't too shabby. It was just him running, right? Like there was nothing else. Yeah, he managed to beat the timing before the wall actually had an effect. Well, Top lane, this is going to be the last royal fight now for Team Empire if they can hold it, but again, Ghosting shut down. Innocence has always been at the right place at the right time, even with the lasso. Earth Spirit will fall down. It's the Rubik who's using the lasso, and GG. Team Empire now one game down and having that winner's bracket position in jeopardy. If Wings can 2-0 this, they're going through in this group in second position.
It's all on the line for this very last game. Group A. I want to see PL's damage.
You want to see PL? Let's
Ah, come on.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's
Behold the Horn of Magnus.
Radiant team pick.
War Chief. Rubik.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Lifestealer.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Phantom Assassin.
Wings Gaming's turn to pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Invoker.
Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to ban. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Wings Gaming's turn to pick.
Name.
Radiant team pick. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Slog. Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
The sleeves are from the quest.
Yeah. And he just got this kick-ass, like Invoker pops his collar, Bane, he goes full metal.
Cool, Bane's it.
Alright, well, laning wise, it will be FN to bottom lane.
Oh, it's only minus
support
75
by
in
Rubik.
It used to be plus
check.
plus 120, and now it's only plus 7. Oh, no, the talent, not the...
Not the ability.
Not
Okay.
the ability's
Yeah,
120.
the ability is 120 at the full.
So only minus 195 damage. Only. If he goes for that. Cast range is really good, though, too. But I think in this game, and people do...
Can you imagine cast range being really useful if the Rubik doesn't have high maneuverability items? Like if there's no Blink or Force over on King R, then the cast range may be able to keep you out of range of the Rubik's grab.
But then you don't even need to care about the Rubik's grab. You can just enfeeble him. 20 seconds of minus 195 damage. That is obscene.
Something else to look for during the team fight.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. He's still... Slark is actually not that affected by it because he can steal a lot of stacks and get damage through.
But the PA, though.
Yeah, PA is... might be in Struck City. You can't do any damage otherwise. At least Slark has Dark Pack and pounds for a little bit of damage. He is nothing. Oh my god, he crit for 75!
Huge! Massive! Unbelievable. Alright, I want to see Bane. Oh, no, he went Brain Sap. I was waiting for Ice to come into the mid lane and just enfeeble the
Brain
PA.
Sap's way better early, though. Just, it allows you to have the system. Just trade a lot better.
Seems like such a low mana cost as well, considering his mana pool is 410.
They buffed it. They wanted Bane to be viable because he wasn't at all. I think having Brain Sap scale is a very good decision.
Yeah. Well, he may have taken a lot of damage, but Ogre's only got one more Ignite left. While Ice is still regenerating up. He'll go for another Brain Sap now. And he's focusing on Chappie. They're trying to keep him down, and he's actually dropping very, very low. The Sunstrike Chappie!
Oh my god.
They actually did it. They've killed him already.
Level 1 Invoker. Wow, that was a sick Sunstrike, and he knew he would try and get out of range to salve.
Yep.
Wow.
And you had that small animation, right? Like Invoker puts his hands out for just a split second in the direction he's going to Sunstrike.
You usually just do it in between attacks, though, so you don't cancel any animation. Obvious. A better way is to look at his mana pool, but that's not terribly easy to fight. But, you know, you don't expect a level 1 Sunstrike to actually kill someone. Usually it's used for range creep, but Blink, he's all about those kills.
And Ice has to back up. Ignite's going to start to cause him a couple of problems. He is low, but they're already, like, with everything they expended, and Magnus, who was doing his jungle work, they're going to trigger the Shrine. 2 minutes in,
You Sunstrike
get
for
all the
value.
life back up again, and you're good.
Actually, Colts, for the value. Slark's having free farm as a result, but I think Magnus is happy with this. So he went for a 1-1 build. When I saw XS play the Magnus, he went 0-2-1. So let's see what Faith takes a little. This will be a little bit. I'll keep you up.
Awesome. He's going for farm, man. And Rubik's looking for him. Rubik was able to find the Invis rune, so he's trying to work out what Faith Beyond is up to.
Oh, he definitely knows what he's up to. He's just trying to leech. You can't kill him unless he's like critical. He's mega critical. Rubik in the mid lane. Blink.
Jump forward with a pull back. Blink's in a lot of trouble. Ice needs to help him out. A quick Nightmare. They're actually toggling up the abilities. A follow-up Sunstrike. Ogre takes minimal damage from that. So Blink will go down, but a heavy rotation out.
Nice try with the magic stick, but they just are under constant fire from spam, from the cycling dagger to the ignite. It's just not an easy world for Blink. Very well played by King R. Nice rotation. He could have gotten greedy and tried to just suck up Mag's XP, but level 2 and power picked up by Mag.
FN is having the time of his life on bottom lane. Obviously, with the Magnus going full jungle, FN can keep farming, and he's pushing the wave. So he's not letting it just hold back. He pushes it up and then does as much damage to that tier 1 tower as possible, then lets the wave just rubber band back.
Ideally, he'd be able to squeeze in some...
Ideally.
Oh, I saw him miss a CS.
Hi.
I saw you miss a CS, FN.
I was watching the Ogre and Bane say hello to each other on top of where the bounty rune used to be. How's the top lane looking? So, Lifestealer, he's pretty close on CS as well. Shadow going directly into phase boots to start with. This is dual mid lane. Downside about this is the fact that Blink is not getting the levels as quickly as he may have liked.
getting more levels in PA because of that. Good. Faith Beyond almost dead.
Plays the range perfectly, though. Disruptor. It is nighttime, so he doesn't see Ghostic moving over. And the second Ghostic actually looks to try and find the Magnus is the time Magnus is going back to base to regenerate. And probably will go to bottom lane, too. Ice.
Oh, they have Sleep for Sunstrike, too. That's actually a great setup. Sleep, Brain Sap into Sunstrike. Wow, that's a lot of pure damage, too.
Issue is Invoker needs levels, and now they're rotating over. Okay, well, he's at the 1 point up in Wax. 4 heroes from Empire in this mid lane to try and deal with Blink. Now, Blink doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He's got the 6-1 charges available.
And no
this is
the
commitment of resources here from Empire. Is this really worth it?
They thought they could just get 2 kills. If they got 2 kills, it'd definitely be worth it. They wanted to go before the Observer Ward expired, but now their Observer Ward in the mid is dead.
They've lost that. Ice is coming to bottom lane. They put down a fresh Observer Ward, but that's a very, very deep Ogre, and they can set up. Remember that Sunstrike we're talking about? Oh no, with a pickup and throw down. TP support's coming over as Disruptor with 1 point up in Glimpse. So Ogre will run north, and they're focusing on King R instead. They'll glimpse him over, and Blink will just move in. Sunstrike, it's on the... No! Just short of the money, but the kill will be there nonetheless. Shrine will trigger a little bit early, but they need to get the mana back into Blink so he can go back to the mid lane. But this Ogre is stranded. Unless he can play the fog perfectly. Now, the Observer Ward will allow him to do this. Dire have no idea he is here.
So he's not doing anything.
He's leeching is what he's doing. Like, unless Faith Beyond is watching very closely.
He's still getting a ton of gold, though, on
how much
Faith.
experience is there? He still didn't see him. And now he's going to leech the Ancients?
He's going to grab the bounty.
That'll work.
Ooh, easy. What's better than a bounty? Observer Ward.
He may not get out alive, however. Where's Ice? Ice is going in deep. He didn't see the Ogre. So Ice will steal the bounty from inside the Radiant jungle.
Rubik trying to do some pulls on bottom lane. Will relieve some tower pressure off that bottom T1 for Wings. And do see a Sage's Mask, but no Aquila up yet on this tower push. Ghostic.
Oh, they're jumping in. Quick Nightmare, but Ghostic's already arrived. Chappie was the one being nightmared up. Now Shadow will arrive. Ghostic comes back out of the Nightmare. A little bit too early, taken off by Ice, but it won't matter with open wounds and a rage from Shadow. Can do more than enough damage to find the kill. And Brain Sap gives Ice such sustain.
It's so hard to tell that Bane has double damage.
Really?
Did you
he
know?
had double
he
damage?
Had double damage that fight, yeah.
No, his items make that impossible to see.
Yeah. And I don't think they would have turned back if they had known that he had a double damage, but he did have double damage.
Cosmetics wins games.
I was like, man, Centaur's taking a lot of damage, and there is no Blightstone on Lifesteal. Who's doing all this damage?
It's the nightmare that is Bane. Running in behind, FN's going to find himself a courier if he just waits a second longer. Won't happen. He misses sight of it. This is the first Slark rotation.
Faith. And Faith, it is nighttime. Faith has no idea what's about to happen to
Faith
him.
dead. Skew up. He at least pushed FN up the hill. Would have given a possibility for the Ogre to deny him.
Going Dom first on Magnus. Prez, no Midas, no Arcanes, no Blink. Used a scan right where Slark was. Can Ice and a little bit of danger over here, but there's a Reserve Ward and
you
already knew.
Just quickly munch it down. Now Stampede forward. Ice. Perfect Nightmare on Slark, but he breaks through with the Dark Pact. Brain Sap not enough, or will it? No, it won't be enough for Ice. Survive in the RP. Wasted by Faith Beyond. Not really doing anything for them, and it's just Chappie running in deep. Cold Snap underneath the tower. He is too deep looking for the kill on Innocence.
Wow, that was a really good Blink strike by Chappie. He Blink struck out to dodge the RP, but then he just got cold. But it was still a nice RP dodge. Nice try by Faith. Get him next time. Magnosaurus.
I know that is.
I'm respecting his race, Toby.
The Magnosaurus?
Yeah.
Alright.
What is this on my screen? You turned out the lights? What the heck is this?
You're looking at the coup de grace. Yeah, this one. So it leaves a sword behind when PA gets a kill with crit, I believe.
I guess I don't. click the coup de grace that often. I didn't know it actually left a thing. I thought it was just a visual.
It has its own little sayings each time.
It's cool,
But I
gravestone.
don't think I've ever seen like who turned out the lights. I haven't seen that one before.
Yeah, I guess they have pretty cool things. Tell anyone else. I want to see if he has it.
Radiant's top tower
Oh,
is
smoke
under
up.
attack.
In the mid, behind the T1, 3 heroes. Who are they going to get? They want to get
Oh, they just.
Invoker. But,
It helps when Enfeeble just wears out.
well, you don't want to kill the Bane. You just want to leave him alone. Just let. Want to kill Invoker. Invoker is in the jungle. He's. What? Blink? Does he have the game? Oh my god.
He has to know. The Stampede's being used as well. Blink, he will invoke up Invis, but the Sentry Ward is down. Blink may have seen it coming, an extra crit. He can't get the 6 charges off in time.
That is some sick game sense, though, that he actually pulled away from that creep. Right
They're moving
then.
up to fight. They don't want to let Empire get away with this. So a quick and feeble on the PA. Removes so much of that damage. Rotate Shadow over. Here comes your glimpse. They're dragging back Chappie, but he Phantom Strikes down. The perfect positioning from the Ogre allowed him to do so. Invoker is back up in 3 seconds' time. So they'll have his Sunstrike damage available, but Chappie is just too quick. He's even got an extra creep wave coming in.
Bottom tower is under
Second, Open Wounds comes out onto the Ogre. Ogre looks like he's trapped in Connect Field. Will get Sunstruck and die. Only one hero dead. That's a big victory for Empire.
They rotated so many heroes down for that, up for that too. Now Blink actually leaves the mid lane alone, continues to leave it in the hands of Ice Ice so they can get that Fiend script up and running.
Yeah, Fiend's going to be pretty important, but King R is also almost level 6. Looks like he's just going to leech this one creep and be level 6, and Invoker has had to use a lot of Ghost Walks.
To use a lot more soon. His only way to really escape from FN, and FN is rapidly approaching that Shadow Blade. Then life becomes very difficult for everybody. On Wings, Sunstrike, perfect on the mark, but FN
Doesn't even pop his ulti. Not even scared.
triggers the one charge and just gets out of vision.
So Helmet Dom already picked up by Faith. He will choose an Ice Ogre Frost Mage. Creep of choice, and will use it on Blink. Frost Armor, very, very good versus the Phantom Assassin. I don't think he had much of options.
You'll take any protection you can. Slow down the attack, give yourself the armor, and reduce the damage with Enfeeble.
And Feeble and Ice. He did pick up 1 level in Feeble, though. Oh, actually, he picked up 2. He went a 2-2-1 build. Ooh.
He did.
Nice. He really wants that in Feeble. I'm pretty sure he's going to take that talent. I'm pretty sure he is.
Well, the PA is currently only dishing out, like, shy of 100.
Oh, what did he steal? Just Empower? Just Empower. Well, that's the nice thing I have. Empowered Slark with Bloodlust.
Yep.
That is a way.
Empower your PA if possible. She just triggered off the Shrine. ISIS will come up straight into the Fiend script. Sunstrike's on the mark too, and they commit to Disrupt the Storm. And Phantom Assassin wants a piece of this. Stampede trigger to get them into a better position. Skewer forward from Faith Beyond, looking for the RP. Has it available, but doesn't really see FN thanks to that Shadow Dance. But now he comes back out of the Invis. They see him very clearly. RP down, and FN's losing life, and he cannot really stop it. The pounce up, he didn't get down the hill. He would have been a regen route, but he goes around it. They didn't see him. Body blocked up slightly by Chappie, but FN will get away.
What a loop-de-loop right there. Sick plays.
Wings must have thought he got down the cliff.
No, I think they assumed that he got trapped, but they didn't expect him to walk to the left in that quick circle.
Rubik just stole the Sunstrike. The level 4 Sunstrike.
Dire's bottom tower
Well, for him,
is under
287 damage. He doesn't have the mana pool to sustain.
But it'll be good enough if you can get a leash from the Slark.
Yeah.
He's still 300 short of having... Actually, is it 300? No, 200 short.
He would have been way further away had he died there. Whew, really nicely played by him. Farmed hero in the game, I think.
It took Blink 13 minutes to get his Handamitis. A little late.
What happens when you get smoking and your lane gets occupied by Bane? And you miss a kill on Slark. Woo!
And do you feel like Wings are in control of this game right now?
Definitely not.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Slark just being bigger and bigger and bigger.
He's so slippery. We haven't actually talked about top lane. Top lane, where Centaur is just not doing his own thing.
He's like Stampede, but the Blink Dagger is now up for Ghost Tick. So you can instantly see him. Second he gets that, jumps over. Do they have smoke on the supports?
They have an
No.
Observer Ward deep inside the jungle on the right side as they have it next to the shrine. Will scout out Ice, and Blink.
Dire's
Grip is
top
up
tower
again,
is
but
under
things
attack.
could get really sticky for them. They don't see the Centaur. Making a really tight spot, but he will just go to the top lane.
Yeah, they let it go. It's just tower trade-off instead. PA's beating into the tier 1 tower in mid. Slark's rapidly approaching the top tier 1. And you can see the Centaurs just scouting around as well. They look to pick up the bounty runes and just force in a lot of trade-off damage.
Chase it around looking for a hero, but this tower is really low. Are Wings really going to give up 2 T1s? I guess they can just TP in
if Wings
Lifestealer.
TP back, though, they're in trouble. Like, you can't TP into the tree line because Ghostic is going to see it. The Magnus starts his TP in, will arrive with the Lifestealer. Ghostic, oh, he missed it! He missed the Hoof Stomp. He'll get instantly RP'd up, and then Stampede running away, but support rotates in from Wings. They already instantly glimpse him back up again, and Ghostic will die to both the tower plus the lightning bolts.
Very unfortunate, but that was a nice TP. Having the Lifestealer inside of Faith made 2 heroes there way quicker than it would have taken 2 TP.
Now Wings are the ones looking for the better trade-off.
They didn't get the top T1 tower. I think Evan should have stayed around in the area. Try to get that free tower.
Yeah, it'll be Wings taking the bottom tier 1, hefty damage to the mid tier 1.
Chappie will get scouted under his observer ward. Look at the deep, deep observer ward. We'll see the chicken. It's not a very common one that you'll see, but very unlikely to be dewarded, and it will scout out 0 camps, but still good enough to give them a glimpse as to what's going on in Empire's mind.
I feel like I'm seeing this more and more from each team, just around like that 10 to 15 minute mark when you go for a smoke gank or any kind of invasion. They put a very deep ward. Like, you're seeing one down for the Radiant side at the moment. Like, I was first noticing it during the games we were casting yesterday. Just find these very deep wards on the safe lanes of your opposition.
Neuter's got a newt, dude. You gotta catch all those farmers. FN.
Didn't realize that's a Neuter's job. Faith's on the run, but they can see him perfectly. The Observer Ward just lets them know about this. That's why there's like no safe place to farm. You cannot skewer yourself out of leash. So he'll go down, and King R, well, he'll still skewer. Not the worst ability in the world. Not what he wants, but not the worst. Now, Stampede forward. They go in behind the tower. FN, they'll enfeeble him up pretty quickly. And Disruptor does get the Storm out, but Rubik, Sly doesn't really care. FN's already on a triple kill. The Sunstrike won't connect on anything, and Shadow starts his run. Pounce is available, so Shadow, no, the Pounce actually missed. So Shadow can keep running back to the tier 2 tower. Tornado will create a little bit of space and allow him to get into that one little creep. They're still ticking out to ignite, but Shadow will pop out of it.
Nice Stampede. I think a Stampede just gave them that like extra 2 seconds quicker.
Oh, whoop! Damage. Sunstrike. FN needs more life. The Pounce out, and the Hofstop from Ghostic creates the space, and FN survives on the B-Stick. Ghostic, however, may be the sacrificial lamb. Glimpse back in. It's a lot of life to get through on a Centaur, but it will be enough. And actually, not as much as you would think, because he went for the blink and didn't actually get the normal hoods we've been seeing on the Centaurs.
Net worth only about 1,000 in favor of Wings. I'm actually surprised they're ahead. How are they ahead in gold? I guess Jungle Magnus? I mean, no one's doing particularly well on the dire side. I guess Shadow didn't die from that fight, but I would expect maybe like a 1,000 net worth lead from Empire. Oh, wait, they still didn't get that T1 tower on top?
No, it's still standing.
Man.
It's actually, but that's still only going to account for, yeah, it's only 1-for-1 towers.
I thought that Empire were way in the lead in towers, considering like where they've been playing, like really deep in the Radiant dire jungle.
Been short. So Ghostic's now going to go for a 4-staff as well on his Centaur. Just feels like a completely different breed of Centaur to every other Centaur in DAC so far.
What does Hood do for you here, though? It just your double edge pretty much, but there's a lot of pure damage coming out.
But it's normally that like the 1 tank item and then most into Aghanims.
This guy's, you have to save the Slark. Slark's the most important hero in this game. Deso already picked up by Phantom Assassin, but getting really hairy.
There's Blink on Faith Beyond. He doesn't have his RP for another 20 seconds, however, so this smoke maneuver, potentially they're just slipping him for Roshan. Like, unless they see a wraparound, they have a target. It's Ogre in the mid, so jump in, the Blink gets revealed. Quick shockwave and 2 hits from Shadow. That Ogre did not survive long.
Power, very good. Lifestealers What? He's hitting for 300 with armlet on?
Yep.
Oh my god, that's ridiculous.
No wonder the Ogre dropped so quickly. I'll steal the Ancients. I'm surprised they didn't just slip in and take Roshan with that amount of damage.
Ogre's up really
Dire's
soon.
top tower
I don't
is
think you
under
risk it.
Shadow's going to defend the top lane once again.
They still have not taken
No,
another
and it's going to be
tower.
denied now.
What?
Shadow 2 hits denies it.
has been denied.
I still think that's a net positive for Empire. They just needed to take that tower down.
Empire's maneuvering got scouted out by the first Dire Observer Ward. They put it right on top. And in fact, okay, yeah, they pinged it. The sentry ward that was planted down on top of the shrine, looking for the ward. Found it out. Now middle lane. Where's that blink? Hovstomp is out. They need a little bit of saving here from the Bane. The Nightmare almost does it for the Invoker. King R, you need a glimpse. Okay, maybe you need to actually pop back out. Fiend's Grip is down, but Fiend's Grip stolen and potentially going to be returned by King R. He holds the life stealer in position. The RP as well has to be committed by Faith Beyond, but the damage is not enough. Goes to create space with a two-man Hoofstomp. Sentry wards are down. FN has to go back up the hill, away from Shadow, away from that life stealer. Even without the Empower bump up, he hits like a truck.
Very good grip coming out from the Bane. They just aren't able to kill the Slark though. Everything, they keep throwing everything and the kitchen sink at him, but they just do not have enough damage. The burst is just not there.
It's going to get worse once that BKB is up. Even if you do have Fiend's Grip, there's no magical damage to come in from the Storm or anything really.
Invoker very slow on his... Still missing 2 pieces.
Ice is out too far. Death just walked out a little bit too far now. Enfeeble. There's a level 4 Enfeeble stolen by King R.
Ouch. Luckily for Wings, they do have the Empower to kind of offset that, but it's not something that you want to give up. Roshan gonna be on everyone's minds. Ogre Frostmage already sitting inside the pit. There's no lifesteal on Radiant side though.
It's not the ward timings. Like, both of these Roche wards are going to time out at almost exactly the same time. So, fresh warding around Roshan now has to happen. As I say that, Bane's buying up the wards for it. But you look at the 2 Observer wards from Empire with their positioning. Blocking up the Ancients for one and the other one just watching inside the lane. He's very close tabs on what Wings are going to be doing near their own Ancients. And looks like it's another smoke moment. RP's on cooldown for 20 seconds. There's the smoke purchase.
It's time. They have a sentry ward. Oh, are they going to smoke under the Observer ward though?
They sentry and they see the obs.
Now they can't smoke though because all they know that they know where everyone is.
Dire's top tower is
At the same time, Empire are going to show everyone up on top lane. So FN is fighting. They are going to smoke. That at least will give them the movement speed to get up. But Blink isn't there. He has a TP scroll so he can TP into the tier 2 tower.
They did this maneuver last game though, so I don't think that Empire are going to be caught off guard. Fool me once.
Shame on you.
Fool me twice.
Shame on the world.
Fool me the 3rd time. That's not how the saying goes, Toby.
It's not. That's why I screwed you up. Like, you were looking for me.
Shame on you.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Alright, so even with the smoke, Wings end up just burning it. Empire did completely back out. Roshan is obviously still so close, but without that tier 1 tower, like I can think now Wings are also pinging out saying this tier 1 tower on top lane should not exist anymore.
Radiant structures are
Yeah, it should not.
Empire may want a little bit more time to finish up an item. FN is rapidly approaching that BKB of his. And it looks like Chappie is also now about 1600 away from having his own. I don't think Chappie's going to have the time to finish his, though.
Doesn't seem that way.
Actually, this may help. Clean up the bottom towers, a double damage route on FN, so this push will come pretty quickly. They can just push into the tier 2 tower. The BKB courier just got sent back, so wasted a little bit of the movement speed time.
Blark's getting too big. 13,000 net worth, way above the Invoker.
Wing still has the net worth advantage. It's not much. Like, it's 1k on both gold and experience.
Need that one big RP to pull ahead.
Kind of just makes you feel like Ghostic is so far behind. Like, he's about 2,000 net worth behind the Magnus. He's where most of that balance shifts. allowing Wings just to be that 1k ahead.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think Blink Dagger almost on Rubik. Okay, that's nice. That's that item to make Ice Ice's life a living hell. Sunstrike's being used to scout out Roshan. No one's farming at the moment. FN, it's the Observer Ward, which is about to time out. That scouted the Bane.
Neither team knows how to tackle this Roche. Neither team can get pickoffs, and neither team can go in when everyone is still alive on the opposite team.
Yep.
But everyone's looking to change that. Looks like Radiant is gathered up. There is one smoke on Rubik. Could still be a pretty good time to do so. Wings, do they have any smokes? I see one in Ice's backpack. And oop.
Kind of waiting for Faith just to pick up like the Shadow Amulet and sit inside the pit if possible.
He might need a buy.
Yeah, he might.
I think of all the heroes, him or Invoker on the dire side need buyback the most. And Siege Creep, no! 125 gold goes to Chappie as he slays it inside the Roshan pit. And they are backing off close to the T2 tower.
They're coming in. FN went invis. That's the smoke maneuver from Wings. It wasn't near any kind of vision, however, but FN's now going to break the smoke, running in close. The dust will be triggered. FN gets revealed, but Wings don't have an opportunity to engage. So again, they back up. Blink continues to farm up his BTs on bottom lane while all this is going on.
Need to split pressure from this.
Dire's top tower.
They're trying to get his BTs up. Like, once those BTs are there, like, the split push becomes a lot easier for Blink because he can just jump in and be part of the fights. Sending in the Purge Creep reveals the fact that Empire are near Roshan, but not actually doing Roshan. Now the Sunstrike also flagged out. They have started it. So Empire want to give it a shot. Faith goes for the RP, catching the backline. Shadow pops out with the Infest, but Faith just gets critted into oblivion. Bane will join him as well. The multicast, everything is going the way of Team Empire. A triple kill for FN. And this is when Empire can take Roshan that they've been waiting to do for so long.
Blink was not there for the fight. He was way too greedy trying to farm. He actually had gold for bots, and he still kept farming. They 100% needed Blink there for that fight. And that was a pretty decent RP, but no follow-up. Lifestealer could not do enough damage on his own.
So Aegis the Immortal into the hands of Empire. You put it onto the Phantom Assassin too, so Chappie's now got a license to be over-aggressive. Shows the confidence to keep FN alive. To be the slipperiest hero on Team Empire's lineup, so it makes sense. What did Ruby get? He took Shockwave, so he got the double nukes available from King R. Probably would have preferred having the Empower buff up if he can get it off Magnus. But he has his Blink Dagger as well. So if you can see Magnus cast any decent ability. Okay, there's your jump forward. The Bane. King R using that Shockwave to mop him up. 30 seconds on the sideline without the Bane. And Blink's put pressure on the bottom lane is nowhere near enough to get Empire to force their way back. But they'll make the decision anyway to bring Ogre.
PA zoning.
She really is.
In theory, the Enfeeble is good, but generally, Bane is just not in a position to be able to cast Enfeeble. There's way too much stuff going on in the fight. He's concentrated on the Slark.
Oh, that jump. King R. Pick up. Talkies throw him down. The double damage freshly on the Slark. Shadow will infest into the Ancient. I don't know which one it is. It's the one which is obviously running away. Okay. Skewer up. FN. I really don't think you wanted a piece of that, Faith. Even with your ability to go invis, Bane can't keep him alive. He started the Fiend's Grip, instantly got interrupted, and Fiend's Grip still stolen by King R. Wings, everything is falling apart. You haven't burned Aegis the Immortal. You got 3 heroes down, only one of them with buyback, and Rubik has Blink Fiends available.
Everything has fallen apart because of that Roshan fight, and they had to tackle it a little bit better. A little bit too much was on the Magnus, I said, but he did deliver on the RP. It's just that simply no follow-up damage, and now everything's falling apart.
It's like watching a 5-man black hole with just no one else there. It just doesn't mean anything at the end of the day. Tier 3 tower is gone. They're backing out though. They're letting it be. They're going to take the shrines out and just remove any outward position for Wings.
Stealing 63 agility. A lot of damage. He has Bloodlust too to amplify any sort of plus damage that he has. And then he has a Dezo debuff on the Phantom Assassin too, so just too much damage coming out from the Slark and not enough control. And he has a lot of defensive items too. He has the Shadow Blade, which they've had a lot of trouble trying to find him in the team fights, and the BKB, which can only be controlled up by the Grip or the Magnus ult, both of which he can go off if he said.
Empire's coming in. They smoke up. They scan up on the hillside, so they know they can walk up this staircase without being revealed. The Dire Observer and Sentry is down, but thanks to the smoke, they can just run under it, so it's no Shadow Blade Slark running in behind. But Wings, where do you go? You don't want to fight. It's still 2 minutes before this Aegis Immortal is reclaimed.
They're trying to set up, though. Magnus is there with Bane, but they would not have enough damage unless there's a Sunstrike coming in.
Yeah.
That Observer Ward will catch a small glimpse of Faith and Shadow on the top side. It's a pretty cool Observer Ward. I think if you have like Quelling Blade, it helps if you can around it, but it's still pretty decent.
No, they do not have enough damage. Oh, Ice, Chappie. How did he know that Nightmare and TP out is the only way for Bane to survive? How did he know? Did he just have a check?
Game sense.
Top lane, hearing Stampede. It's Radiant side moving over to find Faith Beyond.
Ouch. Grip stolen into a Shockwave. Empire have by far the better team fight now, and Shadow is just
Gets bashed as well, wasting the time with the Rage. If FN times this right, no, again, the pounce is going to be a little bit off target as Ice tries to remove the damage and has to commit Fiend Script. But even with the Enfeeble, the Slark is still hitting at around 100, 150.
Chappie's also enfeebled up.
They're coming from mid. There's no Magnus, there's no RP. Put the Desolator to work, bring down the melee racks, Bloodlust him up.
They need an Invoker, but his BOT's still down for 8 seconds.
Their Stifling Dagger remove 50% of the life of Innocence. Throws out a second one, that's only going to remove like a quarter. Still no Magnus up. Glim's going to pull him back in. The Storm is there, plus the Tornado. They catch out two of the cores, but ghosting in through the rear line. Remember that Shrine will allow Wings to fight inside their own base. They need a little bit more control. Chappie, Phantom Strikes out. Magnus was looking for his RP. He won't get it. They throw him back in again. The Ogre Magi will go down, but Ghostix continues with the Hoof Stomps and double edges. He'll finally be brought down by the Sunstrike. But this is a 2-for-2 trade-off. The two big damage-dealing cores are available, but they're not going to push the issue. The melee Rax is alive.
That was a godly lift by King R, too. He had a really good lift on the Magnus as he was about to look for that RP. Just not really able to connect with anything on the Wings side. No combos have been shown.
But they do hold their Rax.
Hold the Rax.
That's the upside you're going to take from all of this.
They have big problems against BKBs. No, nothing against BKB. Sunstrike, I guess. But Lifestealer can't hit anyone right now. He did go for the AC before the MKB, so he can't get can't really hit the Phantom.
Surprised they're racking up so much armor items, like the Shiva's Guard coming in for the Invoker.
So
I thought we would have seen more Disable. Like maybe a casual Plate Mail I'm okay with, but then go into Disable. And now, well, okay. He didn't even get the plate mail at the very, very start. The Nightmare creates space into a Fiend Script as FN Sunstrike will connect, and that's a huge kill. Blink getting almost 900 gold from that one.
Wow.
A 10 times kill streak has just been ended.
One slip up by Slark by not pressing his ulti fight. But one of the benefits of having a Bane, gotta play perfectly against him.
That's the money now. If Blink wants it, he can buy up the Shiva's Guard.
You have to go defensive items because of the BKB. I would say if they didn't have the BKBs, you can go more offensive. But because they have BKBs, you have to weather it. The way you weather it is through armor, Ghost Scepter, Blinks, Forceps. Then you can fight.
Group up by Team Empire, looking for, again, the smoke counter. Rubik's got one in his inventory at the moment. It does look like Empire want to go on a hunt. But what else is really missing? Chappie wants a little bit more money. He's going to pick up the Vit Booster. So Vanguard is done, but not the full Abyssal yet. Rapidly approaching it. And Ghostic is 100 gold away from his Aghanims.
Poor Bane's only.
Wings are trying to make the most out this time. such a small window of opportunity before Empire has those two big items I just mentioned, and they may find it. Smoke will break. Chappie farming on the Ancients, and this Magnus really not wanting to just have a guess.
I thought he was about to YOLO it, but they actually don't have enough damage to kill it. I don't think they can kill it.
They definitely don't now. That's a level 3 Aghanims upgraded Stampede. They don't have the damage.
That makes Slark's life a lot easier.
It's a different item as well to see a Magnus pick up as opposed to like the Shadow Blade. He went for Glimmer. He's still got Shadow Blade inside of his quick buy.
I'm actually quite surprised he went. Glimmer is not that great here.
Maybe he just needed something. Like that would have been the quicker way to have the invis for the fights.
I don't think he had the money for it in the base.
Everyone's scanning. Dyers will hit. So they understand that Empire's moving up. That's their smoke maneuver. And you see Blink on the bottom lane. He has his BTs available so he can come back. A decent momentum on that creep wave. And this will force a reaction from Team Empire.
They're going to be revealed very, very soon. Smoke's going to pop in about 5 seconds time. They have 2 observer wards down there. Is anyone going to get revealed? That is the gem on Chappie. Now is it time for Dire to smoke up of their own? I don't see any smokes in. That's a no.
The gem on Chappie, I'm fairly certain he was in range of that observer ward for a second. Like, I know the range of the gem can be a little bit deceiving. But yeah, observer ward gets to live for now. Everyone just enjoying farm. Invoker loves this. More time Blink can have, he'll take it. With all this split pushing happening, Empire just... Like, what do you do? Can you just barrel down the mid after Roshan?
You just need to be able to pick him up. He doesn't have BKB. He can easily die if they can actually find him. But after that blunder by Slark, they have to be pretty careful now. They don't want to concede another kill before Roche.
Yeah, Faith actually disassembled his Glimmer now. So he has the Shadow Blade.
You can disassemble that? I've never seen anyone disassemble it.
It looks to be the case.
Nice.
He's got a cloak just sitting there. Jump forward. Oh, Abyssal Blade is doing work. Live Seal doesn't want to pop back out again. They saw him. The Gem of True Sight. Whoa! Okay, Innocence. And the extra bash as well. The Life Stealer will go down, and Wings. Oh, they just gave Empire the opportunity they were looking for to take Roshan. Bottom lane will push in, but you won't care. You can take mid-racks as well if you want it.
They need a gem of their own. They were scattered by the Observer Ward. Just made life impossible for them at that juncture. Well, Blink running away.
Ghostic happy to just jump in. It's one nice way to get him out of Nightmare. Take it yourself. Dark Pact off the effect, then just jump in. Instant hit onto Ice, and the damage will be enough. FN sitting with the 12 Essence shifted already. Not bad having plus 36 agility before Wings will try and initiate into you. And you've still got your BKB. Melee racks will fall. Empire will back up. And they may just take Roshan before Wings can really reply to them.
RP's still up for them. They could potentially TP too. They really need a smoke.
They still have to think that Observer Ward exists.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like they're going to get there in time.
Not when you got PA hitting like Chappie is.
They could be setting up a trap for them right now. That's what they have to.
They're coming over. Ghostic, he sees all. Blink is revealed. They'll jump forward. The Hove Stomp. It's keeping the Magnus out. The Storm is down from Disruptor. Just trying to save him, but Chappie doesn't care. BKB's in. Slices up the Mammoth. And Wings are losing too many, and they've probably just lost the game. Fiend's Grip stolen once again by the Rubik. A buyback out from the Invoker. He's looking for a target, but what have you got? The target is the entire Team Empire lineup, and they're coming for you.
They've handled the Magnus so well this game. King R and FN both. I think FN just been playing phenomenally this game. He's as slippery as a Slark should be. 14-1 on him.
A huge game as well for Team Empire to really step up to the plate. They needed this victory. With the 1-1, they will actually take the second position. All they needed was the draw.
Still need to close this game out.
That they do. It's not a done deal.
No big RPs yet, aside from the one that Invoker wasn't there for. But if they can get their act together and have both people there, or have a long chain of disables onto the Slark, they could potentially turn things around. But It's getting close to that point where Lifestealer can't hit anyone. He's going to have to all in for MKB soon without a buyback if he wants to be able to do the damage. And Invoker was forced to buy back for that fight and does not have any money for buyback or his Octarine for that matter.
Yep. Still short, can only buy up the soul booster.
A big RP. Even the half decent RP. I would say Slark +1 is good enough. And ideally the Centaur, because he has that R button.
Yes, he can click R. He might have been able to click R twice.
What's the legacy key? Is there even a legacy key for it? Because before it was Great Fortitude was his ulti, which was a passive. So there wasn't actually a hotkey for it. I don't know.
I do not remember the legacy key for it.
I don't think it was in legacy.
Did you even use legacy?
No. I mean, I used legacy.
Did you use keybinds?
I just used normal. I didn't use war keys or anything. Normal.
So you
Hoof stop was F. I know that.
So you were a legacy man.
What?
You were a legacy man.
I mean, not in what, Dota 2? Dota 1?
Dota 1.
Dota 1? I assume. We didn't call it legacy in Dota 1, we just called it
No,
normal.
we didn't. It was just normal. Like, it's labeled as legacy now. Like, it was like, did you use war keys or not? That was all.
Nope.
Well, Faith Beyond, this is your moment now. He needs to hit a fantastic RP for Wings to stay in this game, but Chappie, the only man left on the front lines, he's not hitting too hard. In fact, he's hardly hitting at all. Throws out the Stifling Dagger, but it's still enough. The Blink Skewer from Faith Beyond, looking for the target. Had to go Invis, Tornado EMP, Chappie's going to burn. And they're going to glimpse him back as well. They really want this kill on the Phantom Assassin. It's only the Aegis Immortal. You don't want to burn a huge ultimate just to kill him off. That's why they're using Skewer and Enfeebles and Brain Saps.
They did commit Stampede, though, to try and save his Aegis, because Chappie did not feel like using his BKB for that glimpse, as I don't think he should have. But he did get a lot of his mana burned. And he can't even Blink Strike at this rate because of that big EMP.
There's just no sustain for that. Like, yeah, the Ruby can give him Arcanes. The Ogre cannot. Like, you got one Arcanes. Now Slark runs in. All right, he's just going to go ham. The Stolen Fiend's good from King R. Tornado will cause a little bit of a problem as Faith Beyond has to use RP, but no, it got stolen by Rubik. Rubik, he wants to live on this one, jumps in close, and he actually locks down the Invoker. A quick dusting to give the reveal, but the Storm is down, but both the targets from Empire who are in it are protected by their BKBs. Shadow trying to man mode this up. FN needs some space, but he won't get it. The Glimpse pulls him back in, and with the pop out from Infest, the damage is there to kill off the Slark, but it's still not enough. You're still 3 heroes down. King R survives through most of it, and with a jump in from Chappie, he'll find an ultra kill. 3 buybacks from Wings. They know it's this or nothing. They cannot lose their bottom racks.
He only RP'd one guy. I believe he dark packed it off, and it got stolen. That is one of the worst possible outcomes for Magnus in this game.
Skewer! He tried to save the Disruptor. The hoof stomps down as well. Shadow, he was able to actually rage up in time, but it won't protect you with all those bashes there. Ice tries to protect himself as well. That won't happen. GG is the call. And Team Empire on the back of the draw with Wings will claim 2nd position next to OG at the top of Group A.
Congratulations to Empire.
A real good congratulations. Empire?
They handled Magnus firstly. That's a really big deal. Secondly, coming second in their group is even bigger deal.
Yep.
And we'll match up.
They have to face up against Invictus Gaming.
So final standings for Group A. We have OG on top with 13 points. Team Empire second at 10 points.
8
points. LGD Forever Young at 7 points. But because